Okay, here we go. March 7th, 12:15. And we're doing the sound check. Here we go. Okay, because it can get kind of annoying doing all the, because you got to go through the menus, so I'm trying to turn the master volume down so you don't get drowned out with all the clicks. Okay, I don't know if I was able to click it on in time. Let's see. Okay. Oh, click it on in time. Let's see. Okay, so I have to keep resetting OBS to get the mic to work properly. I gotta make sure it's going right. And so I'm gonna be doing the cap glitch. Right now I'm gonna show you guys what's going on. Okay, so this is promising. I had threw the kilobytes per second way up to like 19 for my upload. That's like 19 megabytes per second. So here we go. So we're going to be doing left bumper, left trigger, left bumper, left trigger, send it over to the cash register, do it again. And you sometimes, like I'll show you, sometimes it will, once you get going quick enough and it'll start to work, I believe it's a coding error, so it'll just start giving you caps for no reason. So here, so we'll left bumper, right bumper, left bumper, left, I'm sorry. We're going to go back. We're going to left bumper, left trigger, A. Do the same thing, and then go grab your caps and just repeat. And then pretty soon I'll be at 4 mil. I just try to make sure that bar where it's over the item inventory slot, doesn't really matter exactly how far it goes over. Obviously if you do 0, it's not going to work anything, so just kind of, once you get going, and you might not realize exactly how much you're clicking, and that's why I'm saying you can just do it once and send it over, and it'll eventually work here. See, so it's going up a little bit now. So pretty soon where are we at? 4 mil. So I just discovered this, so I'm pretty excited that it's working. See, there you go, and then you go. So you just like made 10,000 caps just doing this. Like, see, there you're at 4 mil, and it's just, you just keep doing it, and eventually you'll be able to make, is like where I'm at right now, 4 mil, and then I started at 50,000 caps just doing this. I discovered it trying to shave off a couple of caps, right? So like when you get to the point to where I'm like, oh wait, I put it on here. For instance, I want to try to get that 10,000 caps off to 10 mil, and it's really hard to, excuse me, get down there. So like I have to do something like 10,000 or 20,000. That's the first click or your left bumper, and then send it over there, and then I'm over here putting the rest of it where it's going to be in here. And then, so that number is right. And then you go over here and you're trying to get this to be only 10,000. Oops. And I do something like that where I can't exactly get it, or I can, or like that, or like whatever. So I got 10,000 one and 10,000 the other. And then I go back over here. And I put that in here. Oh no, it's 100,000. So here, I gotta get 10,000. See there, boom, send it over. And anyway, I'm just doing peeling like this, trying to get it perfect, right? And then I discover, you know, just trying to maneuver it back and forth, that it actually increases caps when you do it like that. You just quickly enough, it just generates it like out of nothing. See, there you go again. And I mean, there we go again. I just did it once and sent it back. See, so it's like sometimes it doesn't need to be done twice, which is even more weirder. And I don't really understand the whole process behind like how it's broken like that, but it definitely, look how we peeled it back to just 4 mil, and it just keeps increasing. So we're going to be at 4 mil 100,000 here in like a blink, and we haven't even left the gas station. So like, imagine finding something like this when you're just streaming, and then the whole internet hasn't, like, I asked AI to find something about it, and it's like you're the first one. So here we go. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and let me know how much time this has saved you, because I could see this helping people with speed running, trying to get this game down to a science, like, because I've been playing this game since Xbox 360 days, and I mean, this is definitely a first for me. Like I said, I just found it, and I don't need it, but it's kind of hilarious how now this is allowing me to think like, oh, well, I can make different saves now with different characters at the beginning of the game and have infinite money and go different routes. Like, oh, this is my melee build. Oh, this is my sniper build. Oh, this is my energy build. Right off the bat. And it's just like, think about it as like a different instance, like, or a parallel universe or something like that, like a multiverse. So I'm multiversing at this point because caps are meaningless. You don't have to redo all the extra stuff to get the caps. You could just focus on the things to get the build, like Ask AI, like I've been doing, like making it my flight partner or whatever, and just co-pilot and talking to it like Cortana or something, and it tells me where to go and get it. And then, yeah, it's just very interactive, and I've never really played, especially old games like this, like that, where there's no online, but it even helps in Fallout 76. So I'm definitely going to go back to Fallout 76 eventually and do some more builds. But I think this is kind of hilarious how, like, I was doing that and I come back and I can find a game-breaking bug like this. In my opinion, I don't think this was supposed to be found. I don't even think they knew that this happened. And to think that they have it on an Xbox One, this is an Xbox 360 game on an Xbox One, it makes me think personally that the code for Xbox 360's, the hardware, it wasn't allowing it to do, like, they didn't plan for this to happen. So for you to be able to switch the bottle caps back and forth like that, like, that wasn't allowed to be, like, happening. So there has to be, AI described it as when you open a container and you put something in a container and then you close the container, or whatever, and close the transaction, it saves it. So I'm assuming if you're doing that enough, I've entered a state of in-between worlds where it doesn't really know what to think, and considering how it's different numbers every time, it's kind of hilarious how I can't even gauge like what's happening, like if it's multiplying, if it's just grabbing numbers and throwing it on there. So that's kind of where I want somebody else who's been in the community, who maybe discovered this, to come out and talk, but I don't think like they can even patch this. I don't even understand like what this is, like if this is just an instance for this container or this cash register in the Good Springs gas station. If it's just that, then you like I said, the best option would be to do this early game, get as much caps as you can early game, and then start off flipping it like that. And I mean, last playthrough I got the alien rifle at laser, or alien blaster at level 3, and I mean I just kept it. I mean, I obviously can't use it, but like I heard somebody say today that you can get glitched alien blaster rounds, so I'm gonna figure out a way to try to do that so I could use that in like a future build or an instance. You see what I mean? So like, I just want the game to get the recognition it's deserved. No one wants a remaster. I'm fighting for a remaster, and if they surprise us with a remaster and this is still on the remaster, I'm going to laugh my ass off for eternity. So that's literally where I stand with this. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you. Like, comment, and subscribe. If you like, please share this to somebody else who likes glitches and stuff like that. Or maybe if I'd even accept if you, I'm going to put mine on community pages. So like Fallout, Reddit, and stuff like that. But if you wanted to share it too, I don't care. I'm not going to get mad, guys. Obviously, like I said, this is supposed to affect the community. It's supposed to affect the community in a positive way, in my opinion. Okay, so it's... Okay. And now, without further ado, I have a bit of editing, so that cap glitch has been explained. I'll make a clip on that. And I gotta redo the video live earlier that already got full views, but I gotta make it because I was covering the mic sometimes. I have no idea that I was doing that, so I have to figure out a way if I could save that part or what to do in Power Director. So that's kind of my goal for tonight, is doing some editing. So we're gonna be watching my lineup over here, and this is gonna be no camo card, and we're going to get this processed correctly. Sorry, that's extremely more loudly. Oh, sorry. Okay. See what I mean? Scene selection, I need to do some editing because the, anyway, the presets aren't exactly the best. Here we go.
Hold it all. I want you to screenshot this image. And I'm going to tell you another thing. I'm not a thief. There are a lot of thieves.
And like, I'll comment.
I'm not one of them. I spent $200
This guy seems like a good dude.
over here. 3 o'clock tomorrow. If there's one person on this street that I owe money to, I'm going to wash their feet right in front of my shop at 3 o'clock at 64 West 47th Street with this water. I'm not a fucking thief. So the industry standard is this. If you're selling 14 karat gold, you got 585 what it's supposed to be, 58.5%. If you're in the green, you know, I know it's not a perfect world, 575, 579, it's okay. If you're in the red, you're a thief. That's 13 karat gold. Those who are in the red, pay the green. Now go check your gold. And I'm looking forward to seeing you at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Is it possible to repair this kind of damage or yet another repair that no one else has taken on? We were asked to repair.
I think it's genuinely cool how he was able to get it to look like brand new, and the length that he took to do it, and
they ruined it.
it's pretty cool. I really like it.
This is the work of a local jeweler. So, the main problem is the creased edge that overlaps the relief, which was flattened with a hammer. The second problem is the protruding letters, which will interfere with smoothing the back. So, I decided to start by straightening the creased edge. I clamped it in a small ball vise and began to straighten the deformation with a pneumatic tool. However, the gold was very reluctant to be manipulated in this way. So, I decided to remove the ring and nameplate from the pendant for safety and anneal the piece to relieve the stress and restore the structure of the metal crystal lattice. I dipped it in flux to prevent the gold from turning black and heated the pendant until it was red hot. Then I cooled it in a pickling solution to remove any remaining flux. Afterwards, I continued to restore the geometry using a pneumatic graver with various attachments, gradually bending the damaged edge. Next, I try to bend the pendant's profile flat using various methods. To avoid damaging the bas-relief, I placed the piece on a piece of lead and began gently tapping it with a hammer through a plastic rod. The deformation straightened out slightly, but I wasn't satisfied with the result, so I decided to try something else. I measured the pendant's diameter and went to the lathe to machine a mandrel. To straighten the deformation, I dug out a recess in the shape of the pendant in a steel blank, then sprayed it with liquid dental carbon paper and placed the piece on its back side so that the raised areas would be imprinted on the carbon paper. I then went over this impression with a ball-end carbide burr.
It's genius to do this die thing that he does right here with the hydraulic presses. It kind of reminds me of Fallout when you're having to use the presses to make the bottle caps.
Carefully sanded the surface of the
Well, I mean, you don't have to. Like, that was some of the lore. I wish they actually had one. I couldn't find one in the game. There was a counterfeiting cap shack, but I couldn't find the cap press.
I realized I was satisfied with the result. Now I need to restore the damaged relief and edge. This is quite a long and meditative process. I used various gravers and homemade presses, which I specifically machined to fit each curve of the surface being straightened. After the relief
Like, the ability to do that by eye is pretty good. So he probably had, he doesn't show, but he probably has like eye jeweler's glasses on, or, you know.
Sanding such a surface perfectly by hand is
I've seen a watchmaker use his glasses, so he probably has that stuff too. Excuse me, I'm sick, guys, so you kind of have to bear with me.
The press didn't give the edge a perfectly shiny finish, but it did even out the thickness very well around the entire perimeter. With a little more patience and persistence, all surfaces are sanded and polished. All that's left is to attach the pendant ring.
Stupid brain fog. It's kind of ridiculous lately.
Sand the solder joint and polish it. This is the result. The client is very happy with it, and I would be grateful for a repost, comment, like, and subscription. Yeah.
What just took these birds down was
Dude, I thought that like somebody was shooting the birds, bro, and it's a bird.
The peregrine falcon,
Did he?
also known as the fastest flying animal on Earth.
So
Its cruising speed is about 60 minutes per hour.
I learned like 3 things in this video about the bird, so you're gonna learn it.
40 miles per hour, nearly as fast as a fighter jet.
That's ridiculous.
Speed turns it into a genuine airborne bully.
Bop,
Another bird in sight,
bop.
one strike, lights out. Even eagles aren't
I
exempt.
mean, they don't even bite it. They just
A crafty
smack into
fox
it.
Can also end up on the menu. To reach such insane velocities, the peregrine falcon is built like a living missile.
I can't even believe it. And he just swoops and smacks with the talons, and it's like, that's it.
Airflow at high speed, reducing pressure so the lungs don't get damaged. Eyes. A transparent inner membrane protects the eyes from dust and debris. Basically, built-in aviation goggles. Wings. Sickle-shaped wings minimize air resistance for maximum efficiency. And here's the wild part. The design of the B-2 stealth bomber was inspired by this very bird.
There you go.
Israel just killed 50 Iranian leaders in a single strike. They were hiding in a bunker that was directly under the compound where Khamenei died. Their thinking was simple. They believed that no one would expect them to return to where the war started. Unfortunately, they were wrong, and they paid dearly for that mistake. 50 officials dead in 50 seconds. Here's the clip of the strike that the Israeli Air Force released. Now, it's important to point out that during the early hours of the operation, the Israelis only struck the top of the compound because Khamenei didn't believe that there was a war coming, so he didn't go to his bunker. So, Khamenei died before he even had a chance to use the bunker, and that's why these leaders assumed that bunker was still safe. Unfortunately, this morning, 50 Israeli Air Force jets dropped approximately 100 bombs on the site, and the bunker was destroyed. But you see, there's more to this story than just this bunker. Israel actually knew everything about this plan, and they knew everything that was going on inside the bunker. Take a look at this 3D rendering that Israeli forces released after the strike. The underground bunker was actually larger than the compound above it. It spread across multiple streets in central Tehran, and it had multiple entry points and multiple meeting rooms for senior officials. And Israel knew all of this. They knew how deep it was, they knew how wide it was, and they knew every room that was located inside. In fact, if you look closely at this clip that's on your screen, you see that Israel even knew the posters that Iran had hung on the bunker walls. That's some scary intelligence. And to make matters worse, this is a pattern we have seen throughout this war. Iranian leaders are too scared to communicate digitally because they know Israeli hackers are everywhere. So they keep meeting in person. But every time they gather to meet, Israel strikes the moment the meeting starts. The Turkish foreign minister said it perfectly. Iran likes to talk a big game, but they don't have the capabilities to back it up. All their secrets are just right there in the open for Israel to exploit. And it gets worse. This morning, Israeli forces shared how they fooled Iranian intelligence during the initial strike, the one that killed Khamenei. You see, Israeli intelligence doesn't just know what Iranian leadership is doing, they also know how Iranian intelligence operates. They also know what Iranian intelligence looks at inside Israel, and they use that information to basically fool this Iranian intelligence into a false sense of security. Here's more details.
So Fox News is getting some new exclusive information about the strikes overnight and about this specific bunker. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News that at the time of the strike when Operation Epic Fury began, when the Ayatollah Khamenei was actually killed, he was above ground. He did not go into this bunker. And that is why the Israelis were able to kill him, in part because he didn't think that he was going to be targeted. And there was a deception campaign, I am told by a senior Israeli official, to make the Iranians think that this attack wasn't even going to begin. Despite the fact that there were planes in the air, the inner circle of the Ayatollah didn't think to get him underground. And part of this deception campaign was coordinated directly at the highest levels between the Americans and the Israelis. I'm told one official says that the top commanders here in Israel that normally would be at the Kiryat, Israel's version of the Pentagon, went home for Shabbat dinner with their families. And there were a number of posts that were made and statements by President Trump in the 24 hours leading up to the beginning of this operation. All of this meant to deceive Iranian leadership. And this official says the result was exactly what planners had hoped for. Khamenei stayed above ground, and the opening strike of Operation Epic Fury found him right there.
The false sense of security basically had Iran believing that there wasn't a war coming. And this is exactly why Khamenei was above the ground when the bombs hit. I hope I'm making the point I'm trying to make clear. Like, it's not the fact that Iranians didn't know a strike was coming. In fact, Iranians very confidently believed that a strike was not coming because they believed that they were watching all the Israeli officers and they were like, hey, if they're not in their Pentagon, that means there's no major operation coming. Now, these kind of mistakes have long-term consequences. And one of those consequences we're seeing play out right now. Iranian regime is having a hard time trying to fill the job vacancy that they have for the supreme leader. 2 clerics have already been offered this job, but both of them refused because they know what comes next. Everyone in Iran knows what comes next. The moment you become the supreme leader, you become target number 1. And Israel has the most powerful intelligence inside Iran, and they can turn that intelligence into a death sentence for whoever who wants to accept this position. In fact, just this morning, other than the bunker strike, we also know that Israel carried out 3 different strikes, targeted assassinations against 3 different Iranian officials who were in their homes. Before we get into details of all this, please be sure to hit the subscribe button and like button down below, because whenever we talk about strikes and assassinations, YouTube's ad algorithm has like a heart attack and restricts our videos. So your support really does help us out fighting back against this algorithm and to reach more people. Now let's get into what happened. First, we had Asghar Mir Hijazi. He was Khamenei's intelligence and security advisor. He was one of the most powerful actors inside Iran. In fact, according to the US government, he was the working brains behind all the important events that we saw. Well, I'm guessing as of this morning, that brain is no longer working. The second guy was Hossein Taib, the former head of IRGC intelligence. Reports say that his house was struck this morning. Now, the Israeli media is saying that he was in the house and he's no more. But the Iranian media claims that he wasn't home and that means he's alive. But important to point out here is that it's the same Iranian media that said Khamenei wasn't at his compound, and we know how that turned out. So important to keep that in mind. Of course, we don't have all the information, but I'm sharing everything I have. And then we have the guy who ordered the hit on President Trump during the 2024 election season. Here's Secretary of War Pete Hegseth sharing the details as to what happened to him. Take a listen.
Yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh.
I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter.
At that same press conference, we had Central Comm Commander Admiral Brad Cooper outlining what comes next, meaning what is phase 2 for this war. First step was to try to destroy the air defenses Iran has and destroy the ballistic missile capabilities they have. Next step is to go after the producers, meaning the factories that are producing these ballistic missiles. And not just those factories, go after the whole industrial base, meaning a factory that's producing a small part for a ballistic missile, that needs to be destroyed. Even a factory that's creating just some kind of small equipment that goes into a ballistic missile, that needs to go too. The whole industrial base needs to go. Here's that statement.
The president gave us another task, to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win.
Then Admiral Cooper also gave us an update on what happened. What has US military achieved in the first 4 days of the war, especially focusing on the last 24 hours from the point when the press conference was given, which was yesterday US time. So take a listen.
Then if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified, You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire.
On top of this, we also had Central Command release new footage showing American forces destroying the Iranian drone carrier. Now, this is where I do want to issue a correction. Earlier, I reported that this carrier had been sunk by the US Navy. Unfortunately, that was incorrect. US Navy did strike this carrier earlier, but at that point, it was only damaged, not sinking the whole ship. Now we have video proof that it has been sunk, so it's confirmed now. Just a little background on this vessel. It was a commercial ship that Iran converted into a mobile drone platform, something that they bragged about constantly. And now it's just one of 30 Iranian ships that's sitting at the bottom of the ocean. Now, right after this, Secretary Hegseth also confirmed that the intensity is gonna go up even more. And the reason for that is pretty simple. US and Israel are getting pretty close to achieving basically total air dominance over Iranian skies. And that means US is flying in more tactical aviation to support the next step of the plan. The next step is basically to go after the missile launchers as much as possible and go after the missile factories. And in that, the tactical aviation that's probably going to fly in is fighter jets, right? More F-35s, more F-16s, anything else that can go inside Iran and basically destroy a missile launcher as soon as one is spotted. He also sent a message to the Iranian leadership. Basically, we have seen a lot of Iranian officials go on state TV and even go on US news channels over here and basically say that they can outlast US in this war. If this is a war of attrition, Iran has more than enough people. They will just keep replacing anyone US and Israel assassinate. And on top of that, Iran has missiles and capability to produce more missiles that they will just keep firing more and more. They basically have more political will to continue this war than US. That's the argument Iran is trying to make, at least publicly. Well, here's Secretary Hegseth replying to that argument. Take a listen.
A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them. But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities.
Now, this statement was probably a setup for what President Trump said next. He called on Iranian diplomats around the world to defect and request asylum, give up their post, and work with the US to push the regime change, or push a regime change or a leadership change. Now, this isn't as realistic as it sounds. During the January protests, we saw 2 Iranian diplomats at European embassy defect to Switzerland. They requested asylum rather than return to Iran, probably because they believed that the regime would not survive. That means it's entirely possible that there are diplomats right now working for the regime who may be thinking the same thing, especially since US has started its operation. That's why President Trump is putting out this message.
Amazing. And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police, to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential, is much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future, and the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party.
And this brings us to the fundamental reason this war, or I guess this operation, is happening. For 30 years, 5 different US presidents from both parties have maintained one red line. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. Now, again, I know what some pro-Iranian people are going to say. Iran publicly says that they're not pursuing nuclear weapons. But look at their actions. They have enriched uranium to 60%. There is no civilian reason as to why they need to do that. Countries without enrichment capabilities still have nuclear power plants. They just buy enriched uranium. Only reason Iran has 60% uranium is because they want nuclear weapons. So even though they say one thing, their actions are saying something entirely different.
I am formally announcing my intention to cut off all trade and investment with Iran. Our second goal is to prevent regimes that sponsor terror from threatening America or our friends and allies with weapons of mass destruction. Iran aggressively pursues these weapons and exports terror, while an unelected few repress the Iranian people's hope for freedom.
I strongly believe that our national security interest now depends upon preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
What I can say to you, Iran will never get a nuclear weapon on my watch, as they say. This terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
And then there's this from Steve Witkoff, who was part of the negotiating team that was talking to Iranian delegation before the war. And he mentions that in their opening negotiations, Iran made it crystal clear that they have the ability to make nukes and they've been working towards it all this time. So they want to negotiate from a point of view that they already have nukes. Take a listen.
90% materials, Sean, can be brought to 90%. That's weapons grade, in roughly 1 week, maybe 10 days at the outside. The 20% can be brought to weapons grade inside of 3 to 4 weeks. And let me say this, because I forgot this small little detail. In that first meeting, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly, with no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%, and they're aware that that could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. So they were proud of it. They were proud that they had evaded all sorts of oversight protocols to get to a place where they could deliver 11 nuclear bombs.
This is exactly why Iran cannot have enrichment capabilities, because they have shown time and time again that they're willing to lie to the entire world. They're willing to pursue nukes, all the while claiming that, hey, they have no intentions of building a nuclear weapon.
I need this knife to do some serious gold business. So this is a secure package. What's inside? Step 1 is always to look at the bills. Here we've got a total of $707,000. Pineapple solid Francos. Super rare. This is a modified rope Figaro 3-tone. You don't have one, your mama don't have one. I gotta get my beak a little wet, guys. I don't know about you, but I gotta have me one. And guess what? They pay for themselves in time, like I've been explaining. Two-tone Miamis with diamond cuts. There you have it. $1 million in gold on the table. Rare, exotic gold chains you can't get anywhere but tracksnyc.com or 64 West 47th Street. I'm inviting you to shop. It's a very safe place to buy gold.
As you learn to walk barefoot in the jungle, you got to eat a lot of these in your feet.
Really?
Yeah, they're in my body, so.
How long?
Well, they stay for 6 months, then your body starts to like break it down, and then you just absorb it. But while they're in there, every step you take, they remind you that you were stupid enough to walk barefoot in the Amazon.
This is how money was made in ancient China because liquid gold was poured directly into an open mold, and for a few seconds they waited, letting heat and gravity give it shape. As soon as the surface began to harden, the ingot was taken out while still hot because waiting longer would make it impossible to work. And while the metal was still soft, it was hammered to tighten the structure, remove hidden air pockets, and to adjust the weight since value was measured by mass, not by design. After that, it was plunged into water, locking the shape and weight in place, and this form of ancient Chinese currency was called a saici.
Chat, we've done it. We've made a based YouTuber a member of Congress. W's in the chat. Tony Gonzalez, disgraced Republican, drops out in Texas 23, meaning that Brandon Herrera will be your next congressman from Texas. This is happening. Here is your next Republican member of Congress. Live, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Ooh. One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. We've done it. This is what it looks like to actually seize power. You know, you can do it the easy way or the hard way. I guess this would be both. Brandon Herrera wins, and he's running in a massive Republican plus like 70 district. So Brandon Herrera, based YouTuber right here, 4.19 million subs. I'm just going to round up. Nearly 5 million subs. Big time 2A channel. Big time veteran and tactical channel. Kick-ass channel with millions and millions of views. Obviously on many videos. Tens of millions of views. There we go. Running for office in Texas 23. And doing the Lord's work. Friend of our program. And I'm really thrilled about this moment. We took down Dan Crenshaw, Jasmine Crockett, and Tony Gonzalez in the same week. John Cornyn, you're next. Brandon Herrera, incredibly based, embattled congressman. Tony Gonzalez, who had an affair with a staffer and then she killed herself. Yikes. Dropped out of the election bid. Second Amendment fighter. YouTuber, Brandon Herrera, officially the Republican nominee in Deep Red District. So it's going to be a good time. Just in case you're wondering, this is the staffer who set herself on fire after Tony Gonzalez, who was sort of romping in this district, allegedly cheated on his wife with her. Guy has like 6 kids. I don't even understand scumbags like this. For the life of me, I cannot figure it out. Sent these text messages to her, you know, for nudes or whatever. Anyway. You can read them if you want. Not good. Guy's got a big family. I mean, like, what the hell's wrong with you, dude? Like, seriously, I'm so sick of these frauds. Yeah, I'm so sick. At the very least, Brandon Herrera, he freaking owns it, man. Something about YouTubers, dude. They're just authentic. They're just, like, not worried about the fight. They're just, like, ready, obviously, to, like, spit it real, as Brandon Herrera has done on his channel. I appreciate Tony Gonzalez. for making the appropriate decision. I look forward to being the voice of Texas 23. That's our district. From the border to the oil theft, the water rights, data centers, and many other issues, it's an honor to be chosen together to make Texas proud. Here's Tony Gonzalez. Drop it out. He gone. He's getting community noted, by the way. Tony Gonzalez fails to mention that he's not seeking re-election due to extensive public and political criticism. Committed a sexual relationship with a staffer who later died by suicide. Yikes. Hat tip to the Republican leadership team in the House. Yesterday, Mike Johnson said that Tony Gonzalez should drop out. This is your new member of Congress. I mean, he needs to win the general, but he's going to win the general. It's like, again, the Republican plus 70 district. Second Amendment YouTuber Brandon Herrera is now the official nominee. This is amazing. There it is. Shout out to Brandon Herrera for winning. Here is your message to Washington, D.C. Oh, yeah. The internet is celebrating. All the right people on the internet celebrating this epic montage of a Cybertruck with a hard-mounted 50 cal. You can only do it in Texas, I guess. I'm sure there's places for it. Brandon Herrera's account obviously is a big-time Trump supporting account. It's an account that did really the Lord's work on a critical video during, and you can see here with almost 10 million views,
on July
during
13th,
the worst conspiracy theories about President Trump not, being hit by a bullet in Butler. When people said that they're, even the FBI, Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, was out there saying, it probably wasn't a bullet, probably was like a little piece of glass. Like, Donald Trump didn't actually get hit by a bullet. Brandon Herrera goes out and does like a fact check on this in a way that only he can do.
Did I see a jiggle? Did you? Oh, I barely clipped the ear. I clipped it right on the side, not on the top. I clipped him like right there in the middle.
We're gonna have to look for like a vibration. Oh,
yep, there it was.
Oh, you definitely grazed the ear.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Whoa.
Damn.
That was like edge of the bullet.
Yeah, I know. That was. I think we could get closer. Yeah, so I think he actually got hit right up here. The bullet impact was right there. You could see where it just grazed the very edge of like the middle of his ear. But we're gonna try to go for the meat.
What I find the most interesting is that the whole head is still there.
That's kind of crazy. I thought it would have disappeared. Firing. Oh yeah, I think that was it. Oh yeah, that was the fucking money shot right there.
That's a perfect sim there.
How's his head still connected?
I don't know. This
We
is
can't
crazy.
figure it
I don't
out.
think a bullet actually hit him.
Like his neck's not broken. I don't.
Where do you get the glass?
I'm taking ballistic
I
out of
don't
my
know.
name because I clearly don't understand them.
Oh, that was fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Piercing. Yo,
Dude, that's wild.
what'd they say? Don't get your ears pierced at Claire's.
When Trump said it felt like
More
he got
than
hit by
flash.
something, you can see the vibration. It'd feel like someone kind of slapped you on
Yeah,
the ear.
I was just gonna say I'm actually personally surprised that it had that much temporary cavity, that much expansion.
But notice how the head is still there.
Yeah. Yeah, if you play it all in full speed, it's like, well, that's very unfucking impressive.
Right.
But
I mean, everybody's making fun of his ear bandage in his speech, saying like, "Oh, he's wearing a big bandage for sympathy or whatever." You just saw his ear explode from cavitation from getting hit by a gun. Like,
yeah,
There we go. This is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. It's obviously celebrated by National Association for Gun Rights. Rather we get politicians who actually own and use guns, and they swear to protect. Brandon Herrera, gun lover, Rhino Tony Gonzalez, was against him, was one of our easiest endorsements. I've also gotten to talk with Herrera a couple times. Extremely intelligent, genuinely gets it. Brandon Herrera picking up Texas 23 against impossible odds is why you never quit. This is what happens when you stay in the game. That's right. It's official. Deep Red District, congratulations. Obviously, right here, good guy. You should like and subscribe. and libs are already coming out and trying to work against Brandon Herrera. Look, he's a Nazi. He's a Mexican Nazi. Whatever. All right. Great. Good for you. I stand by it. This shit was funny as hell. This is what you need. This is what you need. Yes, thank you. Well done. Yes, thank you. Okay. Still got to win the general, but pretty important race here. And boys, we're back. We're back. I asked Brandon Herrera on my show yesterday. We're just going to claim all the credit for this, by the way. About his district, the biggest border district in the country, and how he's going to fix that with illegal border crossings, cartel operations, and so on. Here you go. So Tallarico says he wants to welcome Matt on the border, and you have the district that has you are running for the district is the longest border with Mexico. Your response to him?
Well, it was a welcome, Matt, for the entirety of the Biden administration, and we saw the catastrophic effects, not just for the country, but especially for my district. Everybody in West Texas has a story about how illegal immigration, whether it was somebody cutting through their property, somebody getting assaulted or just feeling unsafe, break-ins to their houses, or people that are, smuggling people across the border that are looking for water or food or, anything else. Everybody had a story out here. Like I said, Brackettville is out in Kinney County. It's a very small rural community, and they were the high-speed chase capital of the entire country. They didn't have the resources to deal with that. And that's because we had a wide-open welcome mat of a southern border. We didn't enforce our border laws, and the district suffered greatly for it, to the degree that several blue counties in the district went red for Trump in 2024 because they knew that this was unsustainable. We needed action.
Chat, we've done it. We've made a based YouTuber a member of Congress. W's in the chat. Tony Gonzalez, disgraced Republican, drops out in Texas 23, meaning that Brandon Herrera will be your next congressman from Texas. This is happening. Here is your next Republican member of Congress. Live, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Ooh. One of us. One of us. One of us. One of us. We've done it. This is what it looks like to actually seize power. You can do it the easy way or the hard way. I guess this would be both. Brandon Herrera wins, and he's running in a massive Republican plus 70 district. So Brandon Herrera, based YouTuber right here, 4.19 million subs. I'm just going to round up. Nearly 5 million subs. Big time 2A channel. Big time veteran and tactical channel. Kick-ass channel with millions and millions of views. Obviously on many videos. Tens of millions of views. There we go. Running for office in Texas 23. And doing the Lord's work. Friend of our program. And I'm really thrilled about this moment. We took down Dan Crenshaw, Jasmine Crockett, and Tony Gonzalez in the same week. John Cornyn, you're next. Brandon Herrera, incredibly based, embattled congressman Tony Gonzalez, who had an affair with a staffer and then she killed herself. Yikes. Dropped out of the election bid. Second Amendment fighter, YouTuber Brandon Herrera, officially the Republican nominee in Deep Red District. So it's going to be a good time. Just in case you're wondering, this is the staffer who set herself on fire after Tony Gonzalez, who was sort of romping in this district, allegedly cheated on his wife with her. Guy has like 6 kids. I don't even understand scumbags like this. For the life of me, I cannot figure it out. Sent these text messages to her, you know, for nudes or whatever. Anyway. You can read them if you want. Not good. Guy's got a big family. I mean, like, what the hell's wrong with you, dude? Like, seriously, I'm so sick of these frauds. Yeah, I'm so sick. At the very least, Brandon Herrera, he freaking owns it, man. Something about YouTubers, dude. They're just authentic. They're just, like, not worried about the fight. They're just, like, ready, obviously, to, like, spit it real, as Brandon Herrera has done on his channel. I appreciate Tony Gonzalez for making the appropriate decision. I look forward to being the voice of Texas 23. That's our district. From the border to the oil theft, the water rights, data centers, and many other issues, it's an honor to be chosen together to make Texas proud. Here's Tony Gonzalez. Drop it out. He gone. He's getting community noted, by the way. Tony Gonzalez fails to mention that he's not seeking re-election due to extensive public and political criticism. Committed sexual relationship with a staffer who later died by suicide. Yikes. Hat tip to the Republican leadership team in the House. Yesterday, Mike Johnson said that Tony Gonzalez should drop out. This is your new member of Congress. I mean, he needs to win the general. He's going to win the general. It's like, again, Republican plus 70 district. Second Amendment YouTuber Brandon Herrera is now the official nominee. This is amazing. There it is. Shout out to Brandon Herrera for winning. Here is your message to Washington, D.C. Oh, yeah. The internet is celebrating. All the right people on the internet celebrating this epic montage of a Cybertruck with a hard-mounted 50 cal. You can only do it in Texas, I guess. I'm sure there's places for it. Brandon Herrera's account obviously is a big-time Trump supporting account. It's an account that did really the Lord's work on a critical video during, and you can see here with almost 10 million views,
on July 13th,
during the worst conspiracy theories about President Trump not, being hit by a bullet in Butler. When people said that they're, even the FBI, Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, was out there saying, it probably wasn't a bullet, probably was like a little piece of glass. Like, Donald Trump didn't actually get hit by a bullet. Brandon Herrera goes out and does like a fact check on this in a way that only he can do.
Did I see a jiggle?
Did you? Oh, I barely clipped the ear. I clipped it right on the side, not on the top. I clipped him like right there in the middle.
We're gonna have to look for like a vibration. Oh,
yep, there it was.
Oh, you definitely grazed the ear.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Whoa.
Damn.
That was like edge of the bullet.
Yeah.
I know. That was. I think we could get closer. Yeah, so I think he actually got hit right up here. The bullet impact was right there. You could see where it just grazed the very edge of like the middle of his ear. But we're gonna try to go for the meat.
What I find the most interesting is that the whole head is still there.
That's kind of crazy. I thought it would have disappeared. Firing. Oh yeah, I think that was it. Oh yeah, that was the fucking money shot right there.
That's a perfect sim there.
How's his head still connected?
I don't know. This
We
is
can't
crazy.
figure it
I don't
out.
think a bullet actually hit him.
Like his neck's not broken. I don't.
Where do you get the glass?
I'm taking ballistic
I
out of my
don't know.
name because I clearly don't understand them.
Oh, that was fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Piercing. Yo,
Dude, that's wild.
what'd they say? Don't get your ears pierced at Claire's.
when Trump said it felt like
More
he got
than
hit by
flash.
something, you can see the vibration. It'd feel like someone kind of slapped you on the ear.
I was just gonna say I'm actually personally surprised that it had that much temporary cavity, that much expansion.
But notice how the head is still there.
Yeah. Yeah, if you play it all in full speed, it's like, well, that's very unfucking impressive.
Right.
But
Uh,
I mean, everybody's making fun of his ear bandage in his speech, saying like, "Oh, he's wearing a big bandage for sympathy or whatever." You just saw his ear explode from cavitation from getting hit by a gun. Like,
yeah.
There you go. This is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. It's obviously celebrated by National Association for Gun Rights. Rather, we get politicians who actually own and use guns, and they swear to protect. Brandon Herrera, the gun lover, Rhino Tony Gonzalez, was against him, was one of our easiest endorsements. I've also gotten to talk with Herrera a couple times. Extremely intelligent, genuinely gets it. Brandon Herrera picking up Texas 23 against impossible odds is why you never quit. This is what happens when you stay in the game. That's right. It's official. Deep Red District, congratulations. Obviously, good guy. You should like and subscribe. And libs are already coming out and trying to work against Brandon Herrera. Look, he's a Nazi. He's a Mexican Nazi. Whatever. All right? Great. Good for you. I stand by it. This shit was funny as hell. This is what you need. This is what you need. Yes, thank you. Well done. Yes, thank you. Okay. Still got to win the general, but pretty important race here. And boys, we're back. We're back. I asked Brandon Herrera on my show yesterday. We're just going to claim all the credit for this, by the way. About his district, the biggest border district in the country, and how he's going to fix that with illegal border crossings, cartel operations, and so on. Here you go. So Tallarico says he wants to welcome Matt on the border, and you have the district that has you are running for the district that is the longest border with Mexico. Your response to him?
Well, it was a welcome mat for the entirety of the Biden administration, and we saw the catastrophic effects, not just for the country, but especially for my district. Everybody in West Texas has a story about how illegal immigration, whether it was somebody cutting through their property, somebody getting assaulted or just feeling unsafe, break-ins to their houses, or people that are, smuggling people across the border that are looking for water or food or, anything else. Everybody had a story out here. Like I said, Brackettville is out in Kinney County. It's a very small rural community, and they were the high-speed chase capital of the entire country. They didn't have the resources to deal with that, and that's because we had a wide-open welcome mat of a southern border. We didn't enforce our border laws, and the district suffered greatly for it, to the degree that several blue counties in the district went red for Trump in 2024 because they knew that this was unsustainable. We needed action.
Oh, it's so f***ing heavy. Oh my god.
I was skeptical at first, it was like, oh my gosh, is this real life?
Look at that. See that jug in front of that big thing? The big thing has a ball on this end and a ball on that end. I swear it looks like a giant femur. What? No way.
Wait a minute, man, this can't be.
Come on, baby. Be real. Be real. Please be a big bone. Is it? Oh, I think it's... Dude, is it? Oh, I know that feeling.
When my hands actually
Oh.
touched it and I could feel that texture, it's undeniable.
Oh my god. Dude, it is.
It was real.
Oh, it's so f***ing heavy. Oh my god.
At that point, I understood that it was most likely Colombian mammoth and not a mastodon.
It's 80 pounds.
So this is the beautiful part. That animal would have been around 12 to 14 tons, which is like equivalent to over 40,000 quarter pounders.
Oh, it's so solid. Yes.
It would be 14 feet to the shoulder.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, it's real. Holy Jesus, man. Ah, that's what dreams are made of. That's why I go. That's incredible. Look at that stain on it.
It's super rare to find something, especially this size. I mean, you just don't find it.
Holy crap.
It's a lifetime discovery. It's not only a dream come true, but it's like a life's work. It's what I've dreamed of since I was a kid.
This shape should not exist, but it does, and it's cleaning your drinking water right now. In 1929, a mathematician tried to turn a cube inside out and accidentally discovered something geometry had no explanation for, a shape called the oloid. It rolls in a figure 8. It touches every point of its surface, and somehow its center never rises or falls, not even slightly. No other shape on Earth does this. For decades, nobody knew what to do with it. Then engineers discovered that its natural rolling motion stirs liquid more powerfully than any blade or motor, using almost no energy. Today, the oloid is quietly running inside water treatment plants around the world. One man's mistake is literally cleaning the water you drink every single day. Imagine what your own failures are quietly building right now.
CNN appears to be doing straight up pro-Iran regime propaganda because someone gave this guy a coffee. What is this? Let me look at this. This is CNN.
Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things, like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well.
Yeah.
And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
Do you know why? Why do they have to be afraid whenever our war isn't against them? It is against their fucking fascist, religious, nutjob oppressors. That's what people are actually up against. There isn't a war against the Iranian people. There's a war for the Iranian people. Why the fuck would they be upset or stressed out about this? Why would we bomb a gas station? It's retarded. So that's it. These are propaganda places? No, I assume that the majority of Iran probably is not in total chaos. I bet that there are a few really, really big hotspots, like the big cities, where the IRGC is concentrated at, and you're probably going to have a ton of bombs and a ton of stuff that's happening there. But I bet even in places in Tehran, you can get away from that different, like, fucking crazy shit, and you can have your own little peace by yourself. I think that's probably what's happening right now. So, yeah. And that's it right there. Exactly. Yeah. Anyone near bases, yeah, sure. Of course it's going to be chaotic. But besides that, it's not like it's everywhere else. This confirms that the U.S. and Israel are doing a good job. It does. This confirms that we are doing a very, very good job because the people in Iran do not have their quality of life damaged and destroyed. Iran has no more media broadcasters that got blown to pieces. So now CNN is taking over the role as its propagandist, apparently shameless. And I know that they're trying to portray this as like somehow this is some sort of like, I don't even know what they're trying to say, but, you know, they're trying to put this out like, oh, it's not a big war. Yeah, because it's not against the people that are there. That's the real reason why. I still don't understand as a Kuwaiti why we're under attack 24/7. I have no idea either, honestly. I really don't. What is this? Iran's Department of Propaganda didn't quite get the scale right. Oh, here's another one.
Now, a lot of Iranian accounts are posting this video claiming that Iran has taken down the B-2 stealth bomber.
Wow.
In reality, this is not a real B-2 bomber.
Wow.
As you
Wait,
guys can
really?
tell from the scale.
No way. No way it's a fake photo.
But also, American B-2 bombers don't have an Arabic flagpole on it, as you can see right here in orange. That flagpole does not go to the ground. It seems like it's just attached to the bomber's wing. On top of it, in reality, B-2 bombers are a lot bigger, as you can see from
Holy shit, I didn't know it was that big. God damn. Well, how big is a B-2 bomber? Holy shit. God damn, that's pretty big. I didn't know it was that big. Holy shit, all right. Versus commercial airline comparison, versus commercial airline. It's not really showing it. Wait. It's the size of a fucking commercial. Oh my god. Holy shit. I didn't know it was that big. Oh my god. Yeah, all right. That's a B-52? Oh, is that even bigger? I don't know. Well, yeah, worth 2.1 billion. Oh my god. And we've had B-2s for what? Oh my god, 36 years. That's crazy.
Real picture with a human standing next to it, and here another one. It has to carry 60,000 pounds of bunker buster.
60,000, yeah.
It needs to be a lot bigger.
Those are the two 30,000-pound bombs.
Subscribe for more.
So, big surprise. It was Iran's Air Force was already obsolete when Top Gun came out, the original one. The gap between Iran's oldest jets. Oh, here's another one, too. That's about their jets. Just popping in saying, love the WoW streams, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. When are you going to play WoW? Soon, man. Very soon. And this is also from this morning. Take a look at this. Here we go. Ooh. This is in Tehran. And you can see very clearly that the majority of everyday life is continuing on as relatively normal, right? As normal as it can be in a situation like this. The whole city isn't getting blown up. It's very specific strikes. Can you ask him to release the files now? Which ones? Do you think if Iran threw a PAL ball at the B-2 bomber, I'd be able to catch it? No, I think it'd just bounce off, honestly. They're trying. Because we don't target civilians like Iran does? Yeah, I know. That's the difference. Very big difference. Huge difference right there. But, yeah. You don't want to go after civilians, because if you do, then you'll turn the population against you. Which seems like what Iran... Oh my god, there's two of them. Jesus. Well. Goodbye, IRGC. Yeah. And targeted strikes, almost like the screaming retards are dumb. I know. And about our Growler electronic jamming jet. Yeah, I didn't even know that. And do you see Khomeini Jr. and the Iranian president might have been taken out? I have. So I probably should have talked about that earlier. But yes, there was a recent bombing. Let me go back and show you guys this. This is... just a second. So let me go. Where was it here? I think it was like in... Where did it go? If I can find this. Because there was a bombing that happened. I just don't know exactly where it is. Where the fuck did it go? I might not be able to. Oh yeah, here it is. Iran delays naming a new leader due to security concerns. So, that's how it is. And, yeah. And, wow, not a surprise at all. A B-2 has 16 nukes on it? Wait, what? How smart, gonna be to take one of those down on top of you? Wait, they have a nuclear bomb inside of the B-2? Oh my god. And, Iran's terrorist camps in Beirut are being eliminated. So this is also happening, too. Take a look at this. Holy shit. It's in Beirut. Honestly, this video looks like it's AI. It does. I don't think it is. I'm not sure. That's the biggest one yet? Yeah, these are massive. Oh, I wonder if that's one of those bunker buster bombs. So this is the... Let me see if I can find... where's the information about the new bombing? Because I might not be able to find that one right now. Minutes ago near Shiraz. Oh, here's one. Yeah, when did that happen? Fox News? Oh, yeah. I think I actually saw that. I forgot. Let me go and pull this up and show you guys. Where did it go? There it is. Jet strike. So last week we killed the Kalamani, and this week we might have also killed the Kalamani, the new one. So this was just a few hours ago, I guess in the morning, overnight, where we bombed the shit out of them again. Let's take a look at it.
Israel now moving to phase 2 of Operation Epic Fury, shifting the focus to eliminating Iran's missile program.
Yep.
So this comes as the Israeli military begins another broad wave of attacks
I guess
as
it is
they
real.
fight a two-front war
It's the
against
same image.
Iran and Hezbollah.
I kind of feel they're welcoming the opportunity to fight Hezbollah. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us live from Tel Aviv with the latest on a new attack on Ayatollah Khomeini's underground bunker in Tehran. Trey.
So there's another one. What were they thinking, man? Oh my God.
Yeah, Brian, good morning. We're learning that the Israelis last night launched a new wave of strikes against the Iranian capital of Tehran, using around 50 fighter jets and 100 munitions to strike a bunker that Iran's former supreme leader had planned to use. You can see in some of this video some extensive...
So have they come out and said that the president and the Iranian, the new Ayatollah are alive? Because, like, I feel like right now we don't know.
Explosions taking place there in the Iranian capital. We understand that he was above ground, actually, when he was killed over
Not
the
yet.
weekend. Now,
So
today,
nobody
Israel's
knows.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is holding different security assessments with top officials here as this war continues, approaching 1 week. The Israelis are still taking a variety of incoming fire with cluster
seems that
munition
way.
and ballistic missiles soaring through the
Here it
skies
comes.
of this country overnight. As that meeting was taking place, there were more sirens sounding, and last night you can see some of these missiles that were flying through the air of Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
Many of them overshot their targets and landed in the Mediterranean Sea. The Israelis going after some of these launching positions.
They're just blowing
last
up all
night,
of them.
striking
Holy
six,
shit.
6 different ballistic missile launchers.
Yeah.
And today, Israel's chief of staff.
See, that's the main reason why they're not shooting off the missiles. Like, not only are they running out of missiles, not only are we blowing up the missiles, but you need something to shoot the missiles with, and they don't have that anymore because it's getting blown up. They haven't said who the new supreme leader is. They're trying to hide it. I mean, that seems like it's pretty smart. Like, I mean, really, see, and this is what I said, right? Is that everybody said, oh, well, these are zealots. They want to be martyred. The first guy did. The second guy was okay with it. The third guy. Jeez, guys. Ooh, let's keep this one to ourselves.
Zamir is making new statements about the war.
Jeez.
אני נמצא בקשר רציף עם מקביליי האמריקאים.
Not so
I am
much,
in
yeah.
continuous contact with my American
Reconsidering.
counterparts, including the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, General Dan Kane, and the Commander of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper. We are fighting based on shared interests and values. In this war, shoulder to shoulder, they are true friends. Through coordinated action, we are stripping the regime of its military capabilities and bringing it to strategic isolation and a point of weakness in which it has never been before.
The Israelis
Yeah,
are
they're
looking
totally
east, but
cooked.
they're also looking north as the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah launches new attacks over the border. They've been striking the southern Dahya
Yeah, they're
neighborhood.
basically fighting against Iran from two different places. Because think about Iran, like, in their terrorism shit, as like a virus. And they've, like, infected a lot of other countries. They've infected Palestine with, like, Hamas. They've infected Yemen with the Houthis. They've infected Lebanon with the fucking Hezbollah. And there's a few other ones, too. I think there's one that starts with, it's like PMT or something like that. It's another fucking terrorist group, too.
In Beirut quite heavily with new strikes.
Do you
even
think
in
other
the
countries
last
will be actively
hour.
involved?
This was
No.
the 26th round of
There's no
strikes
reason for them to.
that they have launched against this Iranian proxy in Lebanon. There are many civilians that have evacuated the southern Dahya neighborhood, and one of them is speaking out about what they heard.
What's this?
They threatened the Daya area, so we packed our things and left.
Yeah, I'd fucking
Everyone
leave too.
left Daya.
Yeah.
Now we're living a tragic life here, displaced.
Yep.
It's a miserable life. You know what it's like.
We
They
expect
got to get their government after those terrorists.
these
They
strikes
do.
to continue against Hezbollah as the group is threatening to launch strikes deeper into Israel. Yesterday,
Yeah.
there were multiple times where the Iranians and Hezbollah launched joint attacks against this country. Brian?
So,
do you think the U.S. is the world bully? No, I think Iran is. I think Iran is the problem, and the U.S. is solving it.
Trey, is there a sense? I mean, the Israelis have to take care of Hezbollah, and when they started this fight, that was the opportunity. But is there a sense that the Iran war effort is paying a price for the Hezbollah focus? Are they taking Israel taking assets away from the Iran fight to do this in Lebanon?
There's such a high level of coordination. There were plans in place for this very scenario. And so the Israelis so far don't appear overwhelmed with their Air Force capability. They can fight on multiple fronts at the same time, as we've seen in the past.
They got a ton of fucking ships.
But we do know there is significant coordination even on the ground. A source earlier this week told me that in Northern Command in Israel, there's actually an American office. And so there are U.S. representatives on the ground, again, to help the Israelis with this targeting campaign.
I think that makes
Hezbollah.
sense.
Hey, Trey, will you tell us more about that bunker? Was anyone killed? The bunker where the Ayatollah was planning on?
Yeah, so that's what I'm curious about too. Like, did they actually get him or not? I mean, I feel like if they announce a second Ayatollah is dead, I do really think that'll demoralize the shit out of him. I do. Like, at this point, because like at that, like, you know, you get the first guy and they're like, okay, well, we kind of expected that. But then you get the second guy. It's like, okay, well, how many of these guys do we have left? Iranian here, they killed Khamenei. Then they had another random. They killed him after 2 hours. They said Khamenei's son is a leader, and they killed him probably too. Wait, today? Maybe. I don't know. Do you think we'll see more attacks in Western nations because of the war? Probably, maybe in the short term, but not in the long term. I think that a lot of people downplay the worldwide effect that Iran terror network had. And so, like, you could probably see a short-term increase. But I think that if you measured it over the next like 15 years, you would have a sharp decrease. Does that make sense?
So Fox News is getting some new exclusive information about the strikes overnight and about this specific bunker. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News that at the time of the strike, when Operation Epic Fury began, when the Ayatollah Khamenei was actually killed, he was above ground. He did not go into this bunker.
My understanding is he went into like the first, there was like just a video I saw on YouTube, but like they said he was in like one level, but he wasn't in like the super underground level.
And that is why the Israelis were able to kill him, in part because he didn't think that he was going to be targeted. And there was a deception campaign, I am told by a senior Israeli official, to make the Iranians think that this attack wasn't...
Wait, what? What? No.
Even going to begin, despite the fact that there were planes in the
I
air.
think he's gonna do it.
The inner circle of the Ayatollah didn't think to get him underground. And part of this deception campaign was coordinated.
What a bunch of morons, really. I mean, y'all didn't really have this planned out at all? Damn, that's kind of sad.
Directly at the highest levels between the Americans and the Israelis.
The Jew bluff?
One official says that the top commanders here in Israel that normally would be at the Kiryat, Israel's version of the Pentagon, went home for Shabbat dinner with their families. And there were a number of posts that were made and statements by President Trump in the 24 hours leading up to the beginning of this operation. All of this meant to deceive Iranian.
So they said, all right, guys, we're going to dinner. Okay, all right, get the command center, all right. And okay, there he is. And what are they reading? Social media. And they said, no, guys, we're safe. Well, how do you know? The guy had said on Twitter that he's having dinner. Yeah, no, we should be good to have this meeting. There's no way they're going to blow us up right now. How is it that you trick? Like this is like, these people are like, this is like a military leader. Really? How do you have this happen? Listen to this again.
Normally would be at the Kiryat, Israel's version of the Pentagon, went home for Shabbat dinner with their family.
All right, we're going for Shabbat.
And
great.
There were a number of posts that were made and statements by President Trump in the 24 hours leading up to the beginning of this operation.
Trump's like, no, we're not going to do anything. Oh, okay.
All of this meant to deceive Iranian leadership.
Jesus.
And this official says the result was exactly what planners had hoped for. Khamenei stayed above ground, and the opening strike of Operation Epic Fury found him right there.
Oh my God.
So Trey, can I go back to where Brian was when we were talking about Lebanon? Are they welcoming Israel in? Because we already heard them tell.
It's probably really mixed. That's what I would assume. I bet they don't like Hezbollah, but they might not like Israel bombing them more. Maybe,
the
I don't know.
proxies to stand down. Don't get involved in this. So now are they welcoming Israel in to destroy this terror organization?
So I want to give you a little bit of background on Lebanon first. I've reported on the ground in Beirut a number of times in the past, and it's a city that's divided, but it's also a country that is divided. There's the Christian population in Beirut, and they are centered around the northern part of Beirut.
I didn't even know that.
In the southern Dakhla neighborhood, this is where you have the Shia Muslims, the supporters of Hezbollah, and then further south, closer to the Litani River as well. And so we've heard actually this week from Lebanon's prime minister who is calling on Hezbollah to stand down. Yesterday,
yeah, because he doesn't want to get bombed by Israel either. That's the reason why. They don't want to have this shit happen. And, like, if they're not even getting money from Iran anymore, why the fuck do you even have these guys here? Like, there's literally zero benefit, and all they do is cause trouble.
The Lebanese government
I mean, you
announced
think
that they
about
would
it, right?
arrest anyone with ties to Iran's
I mean, damn.
IRGC. And this is a massive shift in posture than we had seen. Had we reported this to you a year ago, people wouldn't have taken it seriously. The Lebanese government was allowing Hezbollah to infiltrate into their ranks. But President Trump sent Tom Barak and Morgan Ortagus and others to the region and basically told the Lebanese government, if you support Hezbollah, the entirety of Lebanon is going to pay the price. And they listened, and they're...
Yeah, that's what happens. See, the thing is that Trump, one of the good things about him is that it seems like he knows how to negotiate with terrorists, is that you don't. You just tell them, if you don't do this, we're going to just kill everybody, and that's just the way it's going to be. And that's what they did with Venezuela, and that worked really well. They went in there and they got the main guy, didn't lose a single person, and then he called the second person, this chick, right? And he says, listen, do you want to be next? No? Okay, then play ball. Fuck around, you're dead. That's it. Yeah, you don't negotiate. Exactly. It's so easy. Like, and I don't know why that I don't know why we haven't been doing this for like the last 40 fucking years. This is what we should have been doing the entire time. But for some reason, we had like, I don't know, like they wanted to just keep the war going, I guess, to just make more money. Fuck that. What a waste.
Continuing to listen to President Trump.
White House winner?
And so you have a situation on the ground where the Israelis are going after these Hezbollah strongholds, but they're not striking other parts of Beirut.
Oh, what's the difference?
They are focusing on southern Beirut in the Dakhla neighborhood. They are moving ground forces into defensive positions in areas in the south of Lebanon. And they're also...
Yeah, no, I'll show you all the Taliban clip after this. It's one of my favorite clips.
So striking the Bekaa Valley, where Hezbollah stores many of their missiles and rockets. And so at this point, the Lebanese government is welcoming the ability to rid Hezbollah of their influence in the country.
Exactly. Like, it's better for them. Like, why would the Lebanese government want a pseudo-government paramilitary force in their country that they have to deal with and share power with and negotiate with and, you know, calculate their influence in certain events and decisions? Like, it's obviously against their best interest to have a terrorist group in their country. Duh, of course.
We understand there's coordination behind the scenes to ensure that these statements remain strong, that Hezbollah knows they have no place in Lebanon, and that ultimately the Lebanese people are going to pay a price if they continue to attack.
Huge.
Yeah. Very interesting. Thanks, Trey.
So interesting that some of these cities, these are cities where, I mean, a lot of people here in New York that are from Lebanon, they say how wonderful Beirut is and what a wonderful city
Think about how much better it's going to be when it's not full of terrorists.
Same, you know, different areas. Used to be.
Be a lot
now
better.
It's not safe to go.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, like, here's the video. I'll link you guys. But you see the White House post on X, the video? No, I haven't. I'll show you guys. I guess I'll look at it right now. But actually, before I do that, this was the original clip, bro. Like, I love this. Was it Trump, Taliban? Yeah, I guess probably I can search it from this, right? I think it would come up. No, this looks like that's not it. Damn. Okay. Let me see. I pulled this up. Maybe that's gonna work. Oh my God, I can't find it. Yeah, just give me a minute. I can maybe find it on here. I always search things on Twitter, and no, that's not it. Fuck. I can't find this video. This video was really fucking funny, but yeah, here it is. Where's the audio?
Trump story. This is my #1 favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal, meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you. And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Yes.
Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
There it is. And so anyway, that's it. This is one of the base clips of all time. Yeah, exactly. So this is probably what he did at Lebanon too. That's probably what happened. And again, that shit works. It does. Like, that shit works really well. Gangster mentality? Well, that's how it should be. Like, that's what you should do. Like, fuck, imagine not doing that. Imagine letting these people run over you. Imagine letting these people roll over you. This is some fucking third world country rolling over you. Like, what the hell is this? This is the only thing people understand. Exactly. And guess what? The thing is that people listen to that. That's the main reason that matters. The only language these people understand is violence. Exactly. You got to do that. And it might not be a good thing, but it might not feel good, but it's the right thing to do. Where's this here? The White House? Oh, no. Wait a minute. Oh, my God. What is this? Breaking news. America has suffered significant losses so far. Iranian storm missiles have launched ongoing attacks with direct ballistic missiles on aircraft carrier Naval Fleet Abraham Lincoln. This is the same video we've seen before. Oh my God. Yeah, guys. No way. What is the what's the new video? If I can find it. Is this another one? Man. How about that? Back. Man. I don't know if they're going to be able to top the COD montage. I really don't. This is great. I love it. And Japanese will like this one? I don't know about that. And yeah, what is this? Is baseball season? I guess so. TDS has Americans pro-terrorist. Yeah, you've got the Americans that are siding with the terrorists now. I know, I've seen that a lot. Check the Ben Stiller video. Where is it? I can find it. What is this? We never gave you permission being part of your propaganda machine. War is not a movie. Yeah, we're going to play it anyway. Yeah.
Wake up, Daddy Sean. Welcome, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Mavericks inbound.
By the way, don't ever listen to these people. Don't ever think that they're trying to advocate or they care about not doing war or something like that. These are people who are totally identity and ideologically captured by Hollywood. And if it was the Biden administration that was co-opting their stuff to advocate for COVID viruses or COVID vaccines, they would be all for it. So you shouldn't care about what they say, how they feel, or anything else. It's completely circumstantial on the politics and not actually on the principle. Who gives a fuck? Who cares?
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of!
Yeah, remember how Ben Stiller went to go meet Zelensky? Ben Stiller went to go meet Zelensky personally and even posted about it, but for some reason he's not okay with this. And he accepts transitional leadership of Iran. Yeah, I mean, obviously this was the guy that was going to be taking over. I mean, I think everybody everybody kind of knew this, right? I mean, I thought so. Let me go and pull up this video. Where is it here? Copy video URL. And I can find it this way. IRGC is in the Special Olympics? I guess so, right? And what is this?
News out of the Middle East. Reza Pahlavi, the Crown Prince of Iran, just made an extraordinarily important announcement about the future of Iran. Take a look.
The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone.
Great.
I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations.
Is this good or bad? It's good. This guy's a reasonable guy, and I think that it would be better than the Ayatollah. I'll tell you that for sure.
We'll see.
That's a fact.
I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized.
And also, so this was always the strategy, is that he was going to come in and he wasn't necessarily going to lead the country. Now, if they voted for him to lead, maybe he would. But it was basically to facilitate a transition of power to where there's not a power vacuum, because that's whenever all of the insurgencies and all of the crazy people take over.
Iranians determine their future through the ballot box. We will not repeat the mistakes of past transitions. We will avoid de-Baathification scenarios and maintain...
That's what happened after they had Saddam Hussein deposed, is that the Ba'ath Party was like his party, and they went crazy after that and caused a bunch of problems. I think that's what, people are saying created ISIS.
As many bureaucrats and public servants in transition as possible. Iranians have made their choice at an enormous price. Now I ask our friends in the Arab world to join us, to prepare to recognize and engage our transitional government. We will rebuild our nation not for expansion, but to serve the Iranian people. We will base our diplomatic relations not on exportation of ideology, but on mutual respect and shared interest.
Finally.
We will reintegrate into the regional and global economy to increase prosperity for the citizens of all of our nations.
See, I think that's another really big component, is that once they're able to actually do trade with everybody and they're able to be like a normal country, it's going to make that country a lot richer than it already is. Because obviously, the people in Iran are very, very well educated, so they could create a lot of things that probably would have a lot of value.
Standing with the Iranian people is not charity. It is a strategic investment in making our region one of the most stable, secure, and prosperous in the world. Together, we can build a Middle East our children will be proud to inherit.
And they won't get bombed.
Take this new path with us.
Yeah. Nicole John Sezion, a journalist in Jerusalem, joins us now. So Nicole, my friend, before we even get to what happens next, how much longer is the Iranian regime going to be able to keep putting up a fight? And, people are saying, well, you took out the Ayatollah. When's this regime crumbling? What are you hearing?
Well, it's so interesting to be talking about this on right on the heels of this breaking news, because I feel that in the last couple of days, we've gone from wondering what the capabilities are of the regime to hearing the results of the Israeli...
Well, it was pretty obvious what the capabilities were right from the beginning, okay? Like, if they had any capabilities to stop this, they would have done it last year whenever they had all their nuke sites destroyed. Like, they were getting bombed like fucking crazy by Israel. Like, I mean, if they had anything, they would have used it then. The idea that they were holding on to some super secret weapon, like, that was always a third world cope. It always was.
The combined U.S. and Israeli military campaign, to now, even as recently, just today, I was in a briefing with somebody, an expat Iranian who works for advocacy and democracy in Iran, who said that her sources are talking about the coming collapse of the regime.
Well, yeah,
that
obviously.
There are defections and people
See, that's the thing, bro. Like, as soon as this is the other reason why they shut down the internet, is because if the soldiers can start communicating with each other and they can realize that their leaders are leaving, that's going to make them leave too. So as soon as that starts getting like spread around, then you're probably going to have like a huge demoralization, like massive.
Leaving the
That's what I'm guessing,
leaving
at least.
the IRGC. They're putting down their weapons. They're throwing their phones so that their commanders will assume that they've been killed, and then they are trying to disappear and basically defect.
That's smart. That's what I would do.
And so
I
what
do that
she
for
was
sure.
calling for
Holy shit.
was for the international community to start to encourage this, even overseas. even in other countries, from diplomats and workers in embassies to encourage more defections, because she said all of this is going to culminate. It becomes a critical mass that could change everything overnight.
Well, obviously,
somebody says you don't understand how secret the weapons are. They're so secret that the Iranian regime doesn't even know what they are. I guess that's it.
Nature abhors a vacuum. And let's say this regime were to collapse. I think the vast majority of Western allies, the vast majority of Persians, it seems like in the diaspora, would be 100% behind the Crown Prince. But I know that there's other factions, trying to vie for power, I guess you could say, in this moment. Who are some of the other players in this transition government? Again, nothing's happened officially yet. The regime's still in power. But what are some other people we should be keeping our eye on, at least?
Right. And also, by the way, I don't know. It appears to be that Reza Pahlavi is the popular choice of the people. It appears to be, but I don't claim to know that as well. Although everybody I've interviewed, and
they can figure it out whenever that regime is gone, right? I mean, I think that's really it. It's just about getting rid of those guys first.
Several Iranians and analysts of Iran are saying that he would be the natural choice.
Yeah, now, I think that's what makes sense.
Other groups, for instance, there is the MEK, which is the Mujahideen al-Khalq, and I think it's like Mujahideen of the People, and they are an a Marxist Islamic group.
Oh, good.
That some people have said is more like a cult because of the demands that they have of their people. Like they demand that the women wear hijab. Even
I don't think that's going to fly after all this. I've got a feeling that they're probably tired of that shit.
Though they say that they're against the current regime, but they still have their own sort of Islamist, like a secular Islamist system.
They're not as crazy as the previous crazy people.
In any case, Mariam Rajavi is the head right now of that party. She has also declared herself the head of a transitional government. She did that a couple days ago before Reza Pahlavi. So it's just very interesting. There's also, I've asked many questions. I have to say, Iran is a historic and extremely large and massive nation, 90 plus million people, and I think 17 minority groups, something like that. So I can't say that I have
there's probably not a direct consensus for anything. I think that's what makes sense.
So I'm asking the experts.
Seems very
and I have
unlikely.
asked several people what
like
will
90
happen
million
with all
people
these
in the
minority
country.
Groups. For instance, we're hearing about the Kurds being armed to go and
Woke
to
Iran.
do a ground invasion and to lead an uprising on the ground, which, people are saying that though the Israeli-American bombing campaign has been extremely effective in taking out missiles and missile launchers and intelligence sites and a lot of the infrastructure, an airstrike alone or a series of airstrikes cannot change the regime. So they are depending ultimately on something to happen on the ground. So
I think it probably it almost did with just the people protesting. I mean, it did. Like they basically had to turn off the internet and then activate the military at probably a very high level to start killing their people. So I think this has already happened. That's my opinion.
My questions have been, okay, so what if the Kurds then break away and create their own republic? Or what if they become the oppressive regime? Or what about the Azeris? The Azeris, I think, make up a large percentage of the population. I think it's more than 10, less than 20. It's something like that. But what if they do that as well? And many Iranians insist, and again, this is their words, not mine, that Iran is a society that is built on this diversity and that they would stay unified and that none of these groups would rise up, that everybody wants the same end result, which is
it's kind of, I feel like that's very high-minded. I don't know if that's what would happen.
Democratic government.
Yeah.
It's just a fascinating time to be alive. The idea that the Islamic regime in Tehran, might be soon to be collapsing. And you think about Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis and the militias in Iraq and just all the chaos that has transpired, and the fact that there is a potential to have Iran become a source of peace and a Western ally is just almost unthinkable a few years ago. So the fact that we're here is pretty amazing. But on the other side of that token is what's happening where you are, which is in Israel.
That's other Israel shit. Who gives a fuck about Israel shit, right? But like, Azerbaijan's gonna annex something. I don't know about that. But like, yeah, overall, I feel like that's kind of what's going to happen is that guy, that Reza Pahlavi, I'll link you guys this video here from CBN News. I'm not familiar with them at all, but I'll link it to you guys. And only Indian federal system to work for them. Yeah, I mean, that's generally, like, I think the guy that they're probably going to bring in and have represent them. And the reason why, it just makes sense, right? I mean, this is the guy, he's the son of the Shah, etc. I feel like very obviously that's where things are going to go. I mean, it could be something else, but like that's generally what I think is going to happen.
President Trump has released a new statement. Of course, through back channels, the Islamic Republic was saying maybe we could have a conversation. Of course, the president said no, but there's one thing. He said there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader or leaders,
we saw this before, and this is good. I mean, if they're going to bomb them, I think that's a good thing. I'm glad. I mean, this is finally going to happen. We'll see. So this is is this the bombing alerts here? Let me go back. I'll pull it up. The USA is losing. I saw that. I watched an AI video that showed the US getting blown up. And I guess, based off of that, I feel like it's kind of obvious that the United States is losing the war. And we're just really stupid, and we totally underestimated how smart Iran is and how good their weapons are.
So that's a Tel Aviv cam. But I don't see anything on Intel cams right now.
Let me see if there's any more of these.
But they just zoomed it in.
Here we go! All right. Let's see if they get any of them. That was good timing, huh? It was really good timing. A minute till impact? Yeah. Hit him with the Goy beam? Yeah. What wave are they on? This is like the 8th day, right? 7th or 8th day, or 8th day, one or the other. Turn it down a little bit. Real missiles are incoming? Yeah, these are their serious missiles, okay? So you should expect really big damage here. Yeah, they're not joking around anymore. No more lawnmowers. See what happened in Lebanon? Yeah, they bombed them. That's what's been happening for a while. People watch stream if they're banned. Why? Deciding if it's worth the risk. US has taken out so many, I don't think they have the capacity to get past defenses anymore. I don't think so either. Oh, there's one right there. Look. And it's gone. And there's that one. Oh, there's one right here too. This is in Beirut. Wait, it's in Beirut. Wait, what? Wait, they're just everywhere. Holy, wait, look at, oh shit, look at all those. Oh my God. Look at that. They're getting Goy beamed. And those are going up too. Oh, there's one going down. Is this one gonna hit? I'm not seeing it. Oh, I think they had a hit. You see him getting flashed out. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? You see one right there. It's one's getting popped off right there. Damn. Must be still the old ones. Yeah, they're saving the new ones for the next wave. That's it. They're about to use them. They're just not ready yet. They're fixing to really show America that they mess with the wrong guys. Clearly the DPS phase. I think this is really I think they're on cooldown now. I mean, do you think that do you think they like watch this and then they like watch live streams and then they're like, oh, they're laughing at us, like, fuck, man, like, okay, we'll get them next time. Okay, fire off 3 more. They almost won phase. Like, yeah, did they not get a? Oh, what was this? Really? I mean, like, cause like, oh, there's a lot of these, huh? This is more than usual. They don't have launchers capable of programming big missiles, so they have to just sit on them. Oh, so now they have all the really good missiles, but they can't use them. Of course. They're using a 1-button rotation. No, I think they're just spamming 1 button. It's cluster missiles, that's why. Well, I think that we would have seen them, like, I mean, with the lighting here, like, the cluster missiles usually separate into things that are, like, easily able to see. Says it's Iran. Oh, this one? Yeah, that's Iran, but the other ones aren't. These are all Israel. It says Israel right here. Getting all of today's 7 rockets done in one go and then going back to bed. All right, it's 2 a.m. Okay, all right, fire them off. Let's go. Let's meet the quota for today. IDF has done 15 bombing runs so far. I mean, it's pretty obvious how asymmetrical this is, right? I mean, they're just getting totally destroyed. I don't see how these people think that they even have a chance. Let's see what it says. So, are they showing any bombings that have hit? And what are they saying here? The cameras are being censored. They got slammed. Haifa hit as well. Time for ambulance. Big hits. Garbage man will be out today. Propaganda crap from Israel. No hits. 7 hits I see, guys. Cam 4 gets censored, apparently. No impacts, LOL. Confirmed hits. Can censored for non-paying members. It's not even true. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's any more of these.
Give me a moment.
Which percentile are they parsing at? Like the 3%, man. I don't even know if 3% of their missiles hit. I really don't. I think it could even be lower than that. Like, I think it actually could be that bad. Like, there's not a single one that's really coming through. Let me go and see and pull it up and see if they're going to do another one. U.S. investigators believe hackers linked to the Chinese government carried out a cyber intrusion targeting an internal FBI computer network containing information regarding to some domestic surveillance orders. Okay, a lot of explosions were heard in Israel. Explosions heard in Tel Aviv. Well, I wonder why. And so 133 alerts. So it's at 201 alerts now. So did a single one get through or not? It seems like maybe not. I'm from Haifa, and I can confirm we got hit hard. They closed Domino's. But do they usually close Domino's? Because like I figure like if it's late at night, usually Domino's is closed anyway, right? Like you're not saying that they hit Domino's. You're just saying the store is closed, right? Because if they hit Domino's, I think that I mean, I feel like at that point we're into war crime territory, right?
next day and I couldn't see for 2 days after.
Salman, keep your phone right
Oh.
there. Come watch it.
Fuck that, dude.
Hey, did anybody lose their dog? A weird looking dog.
At your feet. Oh my god! Oh god! God, no!
No. Oh, that's scary. That's scary as shit.
I've never. He's big too.
Holy shit.
Back, clutch, like it. Nice little fish. Bro, Pablo, I can't feed you, dude.
So guys and gals, it's official. They're all beefing now. The Wendy's CEO, the Burger King CEO, and the McDonald's CEO are all beefing. Literally. Here we have the Burger King CEO. Oh yeah. Now that's how you take a bite.
Not bad, right?
Oh yeah, look at the
Only
look at
one
this.
thing missing. A napkin.
So this is the type of guy, and Burger King is, in my opinion, in the current age, is way better than McDonald's. And it's a toss-up between Wendy's and Burger King, depending on the location you go. But I'd say in general, for consistency, across the board, Burger King, size, depth, pricing, everything. Taste, it's superior, especially with their fries. They're just well-rounded. And the CEO, I mean, just look at the way he bit it. Look at the sauce on his lips. I trust this guy. Even if he doesn't eat this shit on a daily basis, I trust that he actually likes the burger, not the product. The burger. Someone said McDonald's took down their video. Did they? Well, looks like they actually did. I cannot find that recent video anywhere. They did say take a bite of our new product. So they're leaning into the trolling a little bit. Not even our new burger, our product, because I guess legally they can't call a product something that is actually not. People in the comment section are saying, can't believe this got approved. It's crazy. Another person said, why did you delete the video with the CEO? I mean, even this image right here, it looks horrible. On Twitter, you can see the burger here. Someone said, why can't you call it a burger? Why do you keep referring to it as a quote-unquote product? And then McDonald's responded back by saying, okay, fine, burger. So I don't really know what kind of marketing strategy they're trying to push here, but hey, it is getting eyeballs on their new product. But now here we have the Wendy's CEO entering the fray.
Wendy's fresh, never frozen beef, our Applewood smoked bacon, our brand new bun, our square burger cooked on a flat grill. Amazing, absolutely wonderful.
Not gonna lie, that burger does look kind of sad and depressed, but let's continue with his review. Hefty bite.
That's a
Hefty.
burger.
Okay. He's calling it a burger, by the way.
Exactly.
Ooh, multiple
the way a
big
great
bites.
hamburger should be.
Oh my God, he's
Gotta
demolishing
top it
that.
off with the fries and frosty.
Oh, fry and you know, I respect the CEO. I mean, good. Listen, I've loved Wendy's since I was a kid, you know, so Wendy's will always have a special place in my heart. I just hate how the quality and the consistency has gone down, especially here in Atlanta. It's garbage. I don't know if it's the specific locations that I get food from. I just, you know, I can't even eat Wendy's anymore. It's garbage. I'd rather just head down to a local mom and pop's diner or a local burger joint instead. People in the comments are also saying he's actually eating it too. He demolished that burger. McDonald's not beating the mystery meat allegations. Someone else said, I want no jump cuts. Somebody should be seen swallowing the food. You even have Buffalo Wild Wings jumping into the fray with saying, we love this product. And I'm not gonna lie, this looks good. This does look highly photoshopped though. In the comment section, someone said, here's what I've got the last time I went. And yeah, I mean, this doesn't look bad. It actually looks like real beef, a real bun. I'm hungry now. Cheese, oh God. This looks, I might just have to get a burger after this recording. Someone else uploaded this video of their big arch. Oh, look at this guy. Okay. People are saying this is actually a good burger. I don't know, man. This is talking about all this food is making me hungry as hell. But hold up. And if you thought things couldn't get even more ridiculous, A&W. Yes, the company responsible for the root beer, I think. I thought they only made soda. Apparently, they actually have full-blown restaurants. They jumped into the fray with their review.
Alan from A&W here with, you heard about it. Here it is, the Teen Burger.
The Teen Burger. Interesting name.
We love this burger product, which most people call a burger. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but this is actually my lunch.
I like how he had to point out that the product is indeed a burger of which McDonald's. I don't know. I guess for liability reasons would not call it in the video.
Let's see what we got going on here. Look at that. It has a unique bread that some people would call a bun, but really the star is what's inside. I mean, we've got the lettuce, which is green, and pickles, which make it taste pickly.
Yeah, he's definitely trolling and making fun of the McDonald's CEO. I mean, hey, I don't know how their sales. This is probably the greatest thing to happen to the fast food industry in a while. CEOs actually coming out, stepping outside of their cold, stark offices and actually trying their food. I gotta say, yeah, more CEOs across all industries, especially in fast food, need to start testing their foods, their quote-unquote products. I think this would boost sales.
The teen sauce. The iconic teen sauce.
The teen burger with the teen sauce. Yeah, that may need a name change.
So this thing is packed. I'm sorry. That was a little... I don't even know how to attack it. I guess with my mouth. Here we go. Moment of truth. No, that's gross.
Hey, do we have anybody in the comments who've actually went to an A&W restaurant? Is that, I've never seen one a day in my life before. Is the food actually good? You know, I'm willing to, I feel like maybe we should make some content out of this. On my second channel, I'll go around town, you know, trying different types of fast food joints I've never tried before. Who knows? On the Movie Live channel, links down below. I'll link it in the description and the pinned comment section as well. Someone down below said, though, she clears all of these bums. In-N-Out is the greatest burger ever. I've never tried In-N-Out. Apparently, this is the CEO or the owner or the founder. One person said, y'all hype it up way too much. It ain't bad, but come on. Honestly, I have no dog in the fight. I've literally never tried In-N-Out, so I can't say. Someone said, the McDonald's CEO, when he has to actually eat the slop he sells us.
That is so good.
Another person said the CEO of McDonald's knowing the actual ingredients in the secret sauce after taking a bite. Yeah, man. Honestly, McDonald's is bottom of the barrel food, but if you go to the right location, it'll taste so good. It's just slop perfectly crafted for the human palate. And of course, the McDonald's CEO had to come back out to try and, you know, repair his image with not only one burger this time, but 2 burgers.
And then we have our Chicken Big Mac, which has been on our menu before, and it's coming back to make a reappearance. So we're going to do a little comparison between the two, starting with, of course, the iconic McDonald's Big Mac. So here we go. First, visual appeal is very strong. Looks fantastic. Can't wait to bite into it. The cheese is nice and...
why does he look disgusted? Maybe he's not disgusted, but it's just his face. He has the face of disgust. This is not good.
Tempered.
Okay, bigger bite this time.
You get a great hit of Big Mac sauce in that. I tasted it. I loved it. The beef notes there, it all works so well together. It may be actually the perfect sandwich, although chicken's now going to try to give it a run for the money.
So beef notes, he mentions the perfect sandwich. So it's not, is it a sandwich? Is it a burger? Like, what are we talking about here, man? This is not a wine tasting test. He's too pompous, bro. Just eat the burger. Explain how it, the sauce, the saltiness, the savoriness, the sesame seeds. BP bro's out here acting like he's in a perfume fragrance store, whipping up subtle scents and notes off of some $500 bottle of cologne like it's not that serious.
So let's try the Chicken Big Mac and see how it compares. Same build, so you'll recognize we still have 3 buns, we still have all the lettuce and cheese, and of course the McDonald's Big Mac sauce, but we now have 2 chicken patties. So let's give this a try.
Okay, not a bad bite. All I gotta say is maybe these people should stop hiring the CEO to film. I mean, hire. He owns, well, pretty much owns the company, right? He runs the company. Maybe they should just hire someone else to film these videos. But then again, he's made the big arch go so viral to now it's piquing my curiosity, you know? So maybe this unintentional, cringeworthy filming and publishing of this video actually worked out in their favor. Although people are saying McDonald's marketing team should be arrested. Another person said, I think he says beef notes because there is a beefish flavor, but it is not beef. Oh man, guys, if you are a CEO and you're not eating a burger like this, I don't want it.
Not bad, right?
I don't want it. I don't want it. Thoughts and opinions down below. What do you think about this? And yeah, catch you guys in the next one.
Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. There has been a notable increase in oarfish sightings around the world, specifically the Pacific Ring of Fire, where the majority of Earth's earthquake and volcanic activity is concentrated. Now, in last night's live stream, I talked about these two very large oarfish that washed up in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, exactly on the date of the Great Conjunction between Saturn and Neptune. We can see these oarfish right here. Video by Monica with her permission. We see the first one there. We see the second oarfish, very, very big. These are not tiny oarfish. Interesting that that planetary conjunction occurred in the constellation of Pisces, which is two fish. And well, here we have two fish washing ashore. And these aren't just any fish. These are known as doomsday fish because these denizens of the deep, gentle giants, they typically do not come to the surface. If they do, from what I know, they die. And the idea, the theory is that they come to the surface when they are perturbed from the depths. And that could be because of there being pre-earthquake electromagnetic signals. You know, a lot of the deep sea creatures, there's no light. They rely on other senses to get around and to hunt and to feed. And so when the magnetic field and the electric field starts going haywire down there, it really is chaotic to them, drives them up, they depressurize, and they don't make it. Well, that occurred on the 20th of February, 2026. So just less than a month ago, we had a ribbonfish sighting on December 30th, 2025, Monterey Bay. So that is about a month and a half before these two big oarfish. So ribbonfish is a close relative of the oarfish. There's not too many in that group. Well, it turns out that we just had an oarfish wash up in Vietnam, March 4th, 2026. So this now is really expanding out the reach of these oarfish sightings across the entire Pacific Ocean. Before last night, I just knew it was these two, really looking at this area as a zone of higher risk for there being perhaps a significant seismic event, because this legend of the doomsday fish goes back hundreds of years, Japanese folklore, myth, built on hundreds of years of anecdotal observations of these deep sea fish washing up before significant earthquakes and tsunamis. Of course, Japan being home to many of those, and we saw time and time again in the 21st century these oarfish washing up before significant seismic events. For example, dozens washed up in Japan before the magnitude 9.1 Great Tohoku earthquake on March 11, 2011. That was what created the Fukushima disaster with that tsunami. We also saw tons of oarfish, doomsday fish, washing up before the magnitude 8.8 megaquake in 2025. They're washing up in May, June, and July, all across the world, but really concentrated pretty strongly in the Pacific Ocean and also the Indian Ocean. So they are well connected to strong earthquakes. We have a lot more data supporting that they are connected to these high magnitude events, and well, we just had more pop up. Here we can see the news release out of Vietnam. 2-meter oarfish washes up in Da Nang. And this was 2 meters, about 10 kilograms. So probably a juvenile, not a baby, but a juvenile, washed up at the tourist beaches there along the coast of On High Ward earlier in the day. So this was, they say, specifically washed up on Wednesday, and that is March 4th. So just a couple days ago, this 2-meter oarfish washed up in Vietnam. Back on the 20th of February, we had the two big ones that washed up. And then if we go to the 30th of December, we had this ribbonfish pop up. So this was in Monterey Bay. Here is the ribbonfish. So this is just a baby. They start off small, they get huge, okay? So this isn't a full-grown one, but still, you're not going to see this at the surface. They don't live there. And it's unknown whether this baby oarfish here, ribbonfish, survived. But you can see it's very closely related to an oarfish in terms of how they look. Here we can see another example of what an oarfish looks like. So they're very closely related. They have very similar feeding patterns, depth, lifestyles, biology, etc. And this was in Monterey Bay, California on the 30th. So this is very similar to what occurred last year, 2025. Let's look at the news here. So we can just go to Google, type in Doomsday Fish news, and we see our most recent news here reporting on the one in Cabo San Lucas. All right. And then we see Monterey Bay here, reports from January, of course, right? Then we see some reports here from October saying Doomsday Fish caught in India, I believe. So this is Tamil. Yeah, Indian coast. This was the 7th of October. Well, guess what? We had 2 high magnitude 7 earthquakes in October, specifically on the 10th. We had a magnitude 7.4 that struck the Philippines on the 10th of October and a magnitude 7.6 earthquake that struck Drake Passage on the 10th of October last year. So just 3 days before, a doomsday fish washed up in India. And I'd say the Philippines is fairly close to India in the grand scheme, right? These sort of super high magnitude earthquakes are able to have effects across the globe, really, in terms of these electromagnetic signals. It seems we're not measuring these energies at depth. Like in the abyss, we don't have sensors down there, really. So we don't really know. But we are able to see, are these doomsday fish washing up? Now, if you go further back in time, page 2, we see that we had a bunch of doomsday fish washing up in June and July. So here's one in India there. You're going to see repeats, of course, as different websites cover the same thing. Sri Lanka. And if we go back here to earlier June, there was another one that was spotted in Tamil Nadu earlier in the year. You see that, June 19th. Well, we had the magnitude 8.8 megaquake that struck Kamchatka, Russia on the 29th of July. The 3rd strongest earthquake in the 21st century, only behind the magnitude 9 Great Sumatra earthquake in December 2004, and then the magnitude 9.1 Great Tohoku earthquake, March of 2011. So we see that there was, sighting surge globally of these doomsday fish back in May and June of 2025. Just look at how many articles are popping up. So I covered that extensively when that occurred. And now we are having a similar surge in sightings with December 30th, 2025, Monterey Bay, California, a baby ribbonfish. And then February 20th, 2026, we have these 2 oarfish wash up in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, and they are definitely adults. They're not as big as they can get. They can get really, really huge, but these are big oarfish. And now most recently, this oarfish washing up in Vietnam just a couple days ago. And so there is a window to these things. It's not just an oarfish washes up, the next day there's an earthquake. It's probably about a 2 to 3 month range. That's what it seems. And we're well within that right now. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. If you want to stay up to date on things that are happening with the earth energetically, earthquakes, volcanoes, geomagnetic storms, severe weather, and more, then I am your guide. We also cover solar activity, space weather, cosmic and interstellar forces, so much more than that. I bring videos together almost daily for you. Smash that thumbs up button. Thank you all so much for watching. I've been your host, Stefan Burns. Have a great day.
I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass.
Why are you growling?
Drugs.
No, we're okay.
Drugs.
This is awkward. No, thank you.
Drugs. Oh my god!
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let go. Let
Self-control, please.
You know what? This is the best day of your life, and I'm just gonna let you continue to have it. Oh God.
Gosh. Hey, boys.
Up the surface. Now we're gonna open a wheel of Parmigiano. This one's a 24-month minimum. You can see it's actually from December of 2020, so it's actually a good bit older than that. The other code here on the bottom, that corresponds to the code that the consortium gives the manufacturers of these. And the first step in opening is to get through the rind, because that's the hard part. The whole rest of this process is just to get the two halves of the wheel to kind of wedge away from each other. And then that's what splits the rest of the wheel. So you're not cutting through the cheese, you're just letting it break naturally. Which means you lose less of it. Right here, you just sit here and wait for them to slowly kind of unzip. They're usually 85 to 90 pounds. At this age, usually closer to 85. The younger ones are heavy, so I haven't lost as much to the angel share. That's done. That needs a little more. Really like that. When it's fresh, that's when it's at its best.
No, it's not an exaggeration. And no, it's not clickbait. California is on the verge of flipping to Republican governorship due to the structure of their elections. The simple version is everybody, regardless of party, is running against each other, and the top two contenders advance to a general election. This means, as of right now, the top two contenders being both Republicans, the general election for the governorship of California may be between Republican A and Republican B, and the people in California can only choose Republican. You know, I really love their popular vote dictates method. See, I believe in an electoral college system. I think, obviously, it makes no sense that if 70% of the state wants a Democrat, that you'd get a Republican with 15%. I'm not kidding. But these are the rules these people would live by, and so I say, by all means, you may have what you have asked for. So for the longest time, California, as well as many other states, have talked about this National Popular Vote Coalition that the president should be chosen by the popular vote and not by an electoral college system. Basically, the system set up by the Founding Fathers was attempting to weigh the interests of sovereign states against each other, trying to find some kind of balance. Not an easy thing to do. Recognizing that a popular vote could result in large cities overpowering smaller states and effectively oppressing them. So they said, then let's set the electoral college vote up by how many senators and congressional representatives you have, so it's a mixed bag. Basically, you get a member of Congress based on, breaking up over a certain number of people. It used to be like 35,000. Now it's 775,000. But you will always get 2 senators, no matter what. This meant that Rhode Island, which is the size of my thumbnail, is going to get 1 member of Congress and 2 senators. So effectively, everybody's going to get at least 2 votes. However, because we are somewhat still dealing with a population that's deciding on the president, we'll also add in the member of Congress. You'll get an elector for each of these individuals, and they will then cast their vote for president. It creates some kind of balance. Well, California liberals and many others in these blue states say, let's do away with all that and vote purely based on popular vote. And what that gets you is, okay, whoever gets the most votes wins. And as of right now, according to the polling, it's 2 Republicans. So indeed, my friends, Cal Matters says California Democrats could sabotage their party's race for governor. And the scary thing is, well, I don't know if it's scary in this regard, but in general, they say that California is 5 to 10 years ahead of the rest of the country. And Gavin Newsom is the front runner for 2028, who is the current governor. Expect all of the worst things imaginable as California, it's got a lot of problems. I'm going to go through a list of all their problems, from homelessness, affordability, indeed bubonic plague. Okay, that's not fair. They have some bubonic plague, but it's not like it's a pandemic or anything like that. They just have some. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. But let's go over this. Let's break this all down. Before we do, my friends, smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. If you really do like the work that I do, share it around with everybody. And join us in our Discord community. Go to timcast.com, click join us, get involved. We want to hang out with you. We want your input and your membership. It supports the work that we do. Here's a story from Cal Matters, how California Democrat candidates could sabotage their party's race for governor. Let's start with this real quick, and I'll show you this from Interactive Polls. The governor top 2 will advance, and so you can see that Chad Bianco at 15% versus Steve Hilton at 15% are the 2 frontrunners, followed by Swalwell at 14, Porter at 13, Steyer at 10, Villaraigosa at 7, Becerra 5, Yee 2, and Thurmond 1. Now, here's the real simple thing. If half the Democrats dropped out, then you'd get 2 Democrats. So I think that is a strong possibility. It just depends on how different do these people view themselves. And because the Democratic Party has progressives and moderates and corporate, elite, neo-lib, whatever, it may actually be that these candidates are so at odds with each other, they refuse to back down. And that would be fantastic if California got a Republican leader. Cal Matters says, the glut of Democrats vying for governor in California's primary could win the race for the Republicans if some don't drop out. Under California's top 2 primary system, the 2 candidates with the most votes advance to the general election in November, regardless of party. With so many Democrats potentially splitting the vote and only 2 Republican frontrunners essentially tied in the polls, splitting the GOP vote, the chances for the Democrats being shut out are real. So let me just stress this right now to everybody. If you're a Republican in California, you must do everything you can to go out and vote, because right now, if nothing changes, it is going to be Republican versus Republican for the governorship. And this kind of thing does happen. It does. If some Democrats drop out and it boosts Swalwell, it could be Democrat versus Republican. Well, if everybody on the right went out and voted, you can make sure that doesn't happen. They go on to say, under California's 2-party system, blah, 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 but we get it. With so many Democrats potentially splitting the vote, they could be shut out. At least 1 Democrat is bowing out. Former State Assembly Majority Leader Ian Calderon withdrew from the race Thursday and endorsed Swalwell. Okay, we have to do it. I'm sorry. Is this it right here? Do I have it? I think I have it. pre-saved. No. It is pre-saved. It is pre-saved. And I have the video. And I hate to do this to you, but this is from 2019, and Swalwell's the front runner.
President used the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard.
Okay, he farted on TV, and they claimed he didn't, but you can see him tense up and pause and fart on TV. And this guy is the front runner for the Democrats in California to be governor.
Help him cheat an election. Help him cheat an election.
Come on! MSNBC claimed they were sliding a mug across the table and it made that noise. Bro, spare me. He farted. He's in... You know what it is people don't understand that the Capitol, like the Rotunda, like that room, it's echoey. It is crazy. So he farts. Everybody heard it. So he's winning, and he might actually make it because he's getting these endorsements. Ultimately, every candidate has to make a clear-eyed assessment about whether they can assemble the resources necessary to run a competitive statewide campaign, Calderon said. In a race of this scale, a message only matters if you have the resources to ensure Californians can actually see and hear it. Now, I do think, to be completely honest, you'll get some people dropping out when they realize they're not going to win. We'll see, though. They do say the remaining 8 candidates seem unfazed. Former Orange County Rep. Katie Porter pointed to her position in the polls, tied with 2 other Democrats and 2 Republicans. Former State Controller Betty Yee was buoyed by support from party delegates at a convention last month. Superintendent Thurmond, polling at 2%, cast his campaign as bucking political elites and said by favoring those with higher polling numbers, party leaders were essentially telling every candidate of color in the race for governor to drop out. Meanwhile, L.A. Mayor Villaraigosa, is that how you pronounce it? Villaraigosa? Singled out former state attorney Becerra, a fellow Latina, to drop out under the rationale that doing so would reduce the chances of 2 Republicans advancing. Becerra responded on social media that Villaraigosa had never won statewide office before, but I have, and I'll do it again. Let's go. You know what we need to do? Did you guys ever see the Simpsons episode where the teachers are going to go on strike? And then Bart goes to the teacher and he says, I heard Skinner saying the teachers are going to cave. And then they go, huh? And then they start whispering to each other. And then Krabappel is like, Skinner's saying we're going to cave Purple Monkey Dishwasher. That is an absurd statement, especially the Purple Monkey Dishwasher thing. The point is, what we need right now is for someone to just, like whisper to like Villaraigosa, like, I heard Becerra said you suck. I'm kidding, by the way. Calm down. The point is, so long as they keep fighting with each other and refusing to drop out, you're going to get Republicans winning in California. Whatever the justification, 7 Democrats have already met Friday's deadline to file the paperwork that officially puts their names on the primary election ballot. Billionaire entrepreneur Tom Steyer had to file Thursday, but indicated he would remain in the race, making for an 8-candidate Democratic field and raising the possibility of an all-Republican gubernatorial election this fall. Are you kidding me? They say. Concern has been percolating for months, prompting Democratic data guru Paul Mitchell to set up a website with the latest polling data. Let's see what he's got going on. To run statistical models predicting the chances of an all-Republican general election. It's swung anywhere between 10 and 18% in recent weeks. On Tuesday, long-shot Republican contender John Slavitt withdrew from the race, further consolidating support among the 2 GOP frontrunners. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco and former Fox News commentator Steve Hilton. The chances of Bianco and Hilton advancing shot up on his model to 28%. Let's see. California top 2 twins. So how does this work? Preloaded polls as of March. It's the website said select polls, adjust settings, and then hit the button to find out who's on top. Which button? Oh, there you go. All right, let's get it. So right now, wow, look at it run these. It's running that math like crazy. Chad Bianco, and this is insane. This is wow. 5,000 polls. Is that what it is? 5,000? Chad Bianco. Greater than 60% to Steve Hilton, 60%. Swalwell sitting at just about 43%. Holy crap. Swalwell, Porter, and Steyer have a decent probability of making the top 2. But the 2 favorites still right now are Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton, which could mean California goes Republican. Hey, they got what? Like 10 million Republicans in the state? If every single one came out and voted, they'd get it. We will see, however, my friends, because all it takes is a couple to drop out. So we shall see. And let's take a look at who's currently running, says the New York Times, and we'll see what we've actually got. Xavier Becerra, he was Joe Biden's Secretary of Health and Human Services, so we got a lefty. Chad Bianco, a law enforcement officer, was elected sheriff of Riverside County, a fast-growing rural area. And you know what? I'm going to say this. It is great that both Chad and Steve are running. If Chad were to drop out, of course, Steve Hilton would be guaranteed to advance. If Steve were to drop out, Chad would advance. But you would then have Democrat v. Republican. Democrat would win handily. With these two taking the top spots, it could guarantee their victory. Steve Hilton, of course, you've seen him probably on Timcast IRL, if not on Fox News. He worked in conservative politics in Britain and moved to Silicon Valley for his wife's job at Google in 2012. His campaign for governor has received support from Rupert Murdoch, the conservative media magnate. You got Matt Mahan, mayor of San Jose, Katie Porter, a professor, former congresswoman, Tom Steyer, you know these people, Eric Swalwell, we all saw him fart on TV, Tony Thurmond, Antonio Villaraigosa, Butch Ware for the Green Party, which I doubt he's going to drop out, Betty Yee, and that seems to be the case as of right now. So we'll see, my friends. We will see. In the meantime, why should you be concerned about California? Well, my friends, according to Google's AI, the notion that California is ahead of the rest of the U.S., often cited as 10 to 15 years ahead rather than just 5, is a common perspective in politics, technology, and policy, though it's accompanied by significant debate regarding its sustainability. Now, several years ago, I had heard that it was about 5 years. Well, they're arguing 10 to 15. We don't want to be like California. California sucks. No, don't get me wrong. The weather is beautiful. It's got mountains and everything. I'm talking about policy-wise. It sucks. And if it's true that the rest of this country is going to follow in those footsteps, then I would very much like to see California get some Republican governorship, which changes the script, and then maybe the future of the rest of this country may follow suit as well. Not that the point isn't that California does something and then we just have to do it. It's that California's politics and worldview are culturally impactful. So even if by a fluke you get a Republican governor, it doesn't mean the rest of the U.S. will change, especially when Newsom himself is the front runner for the Democratic Party. Trump will be out, and the question remains, will J.D. Vance have the X factor needed to defeat a Newsom if it comes down to Newsom v. J.D. Vance? Well, right now, my friends, we got concerns over gas prices exploding in California due to their climate regulations. We know that California's got bad law enforcement policy, bad immigration policy, bad gas policy. I don't know that a governor is going to change all of that, even if he's a Republican. My point is just we should hope for the future of California because the trend seems to affect us all the same. And I know the point I just made earlier that whether they get a fluke governor or not doesn't change much. However, you could also argue these things are still a component of the cultural shifts and trends. And if enough people came out to vote for a Republican, maybe you will actually get not a popular vote victory like Trump just had, but a minority vote victory with an electoral college victory for 2028, giving it to J.D. Vance, or maybe even a Rubio. You know, I got to say this as an aside, Rubio's really been impressing me over the past several months. And it's not so much about his policy positions, for which I'm like middle of the road on. I'm not big on the foreign war stuff, okay? But I'm also not like shrieking and pulling out my hair from the sides. No, but he's been rather calm and reasoned, and it's made it very difficult for them to go after. The Democrats like to attack J.D. Vance, Trump, or otherwise, based on cultural issues they bring up, and Rubio's been rather professional and refrained from this, which has given him a unique position, and I think he's aware of it. So we may actually see him and be surprised. However, back to California, Chevron warns Newsom's adversarial energy agenda will cripple California economy and send gas prices soaring. My friends, you must resist Democrats who are just burning everything down. You know what I see? I see a Democratic Party that tends towards give the baby their candy, and a Republican Party that tends towards tell the kid to do his chores. And here's the truth. Everybody knows when you're a little kid and you say, I want ice cream. You know, you got good cop, bad cop parents. You know, maybe it's mom or dad. Either way, one of them says you can't have ice cream until you finish your broccoli. And they go, oh, but I want ice cream now. And the other parent goes, I'm going to sneak you some ice cream. Well, guess which one the kid likes? The kid likes the parent that sneaks him the ice cream. But is that good for the kid? Nope. That kid's going to grow up being a spoiled, entitled brat and have a hard time surviving on their own. And that's what I see with Democrats and Republicans. The Democratic Party says, I'll say whatever you want to give you whatever you want so that you vote for me. And the Republicans are like, sometimes we have to do hard things and it's going to suck, but it'll get better. Well, I tell you this. If the Republicans say, we're not going to make the economy perfect because everyone's got to buckle down and do hard work, but 5 years from now, you will not regret it. They're going to go, oh, just give it to me now. And the Democrats are like, I'll just tax someone else and take their money from them. Who do you want to blame? And therein lies the problem. The problem of Democratic leadership. Chevron, I'm sure in response to this, a bunch of liberals are saying, yeah, but they're a big evil corporation. There's this great scene in Landman where John Hamm's character, who, as most of you know, in season 2, he is dead, they're talking about protests and activists against, energy companies. He's like, we're drillers. We're not oil companies. It's like we have one customer. We drill for oil companies. So we're not going to play politics. And then he makes a great point about all of these people protesting for climate don't even realize the clothing they're wearing is made of oil. They have no idea what's actually going on. And this is what Democrats do. They latch onto a cause and tell you it's for your own good, and you have no idea why it's not. Don't get me wrong, Republicans are not perfect. Industrialists, corporatists will absolutely skirt environmental regulations, poisoning us to turn a profit. But that's not been so much the issue these days. Since the MAGA movement, the populist movement came in, the MAGA people have been kind of a hybrid. Anti-establishment with former disaffected liberals and conservatives, though largely conservative. In the future, my friends, I think the problem that we face would be if we get these policies from someone like Gavin Newsom moving into our national level politics. And Emerson College poll shows that Gavin Newsom is leading the 2028 Democratic field. Oh boy! I can't say that I'm excited for what happens when someone like Gavin Newsom, who, mind you, told everybody he had to wear masks, but then walked around not wearing a mask, went to restaurants, did whatever he wanted. Do you want that kind of leadership? I view the Democratic Party as the party of, quote, you are too stupid to decide for yourself, so we'll do it for you, and we'll deceive you. And the Republican Party is a bunch of stodgy suit-wearing guys who couldn't sell, they couldn't sell a NASCAR ticket to a NASCAR fan. Is that you say you could sell ice to an Eskimo or sand to a Saudi? I like the second one better. The saying is when you're really good at sales, you go, I could sell ice to an Eskimo. Pointing out that the Eskimo, the Inuit, lives surrounded by ice. Why would he buy it from you? Because you're a smooth talker. Or sand to a Saudi, because Saudi Arabia has sand. Like, they don't need to buy it from you. I like that one, though, because, Saudi Arabia is a specific place. Anyway, what's the opposite of that? Republicans couldn't sell ice cream to a kid who wants ice cream? I don't know. You come up with one that's alliterative and fun. Ice to an Eskimo, sand to a Saudi. The point is, the Republicans know that the majority of people in this country want voter ID, and Democrats want it, independents want it, Republicans want it. The only people who don't are Democrat politicians, and the Republicans still will not pass the SAVE Act. They could not sell, here we go, water to a man dying of thirst in the desert. They couldn't do it. In fact, I got to be honest, the guy dying in the desert of dehydration is going to be going, please, I'll give you anything. Like, there is literally a billionaire whose plane has crashed, and he's crawling through the sand, desperate and dying, with money bursting from his pockets, covered in gold chains, and there's a Republican holding a glass of water, and he goes, you can have anything, anything. You can have my money, my clothes, my empire. And the Republican's like, I don't know. And that's the point. I can make the joke about how Republicans couldn't sell ice to water to a dehydrated, dying man in the desert, but it's actually worse than that in that they won't do it. That the man's literally begging them to do it, and they won't do it. So here's what I see. The Democrat walks up, and it's Gavin Newsom, and he cuts a deal with the Republican on some stupid thing like some transgender kids will get sex changes in exchange for a 3% reduction in, taxes between, for interstate commerce or something. And the Republican goes, haha, we won. Then the Democrat goes to the billionaire and says, give me everything you have and more, and here's the water. And then makes the sale, cuts the deal with the billionaire, gets the money, takes the power. See, this is what I can't stand about Republicans. But maybe they're supposed to be the Washington Generals, the Democrats, Harlem Globetrotters, right?
And me for this. This is the video he made. All right, let's watch it. So for a little bit of context, Tyler Oliveira made a video that was critical of a Jewish insular community inside of New Jersey. When he made this video, Patreon not only didn't allow him to monetize this video, but they banned his entire account.
This is what happened about a week ago.
Is that there's been a lot of people who have been crashing out over Tyler Oliveira. People are very, very upset about him making this video, New Jersey's Jewish invasion. And so this has 2 million views. So then Laura Loomer goes out, oh, I pissed off the little wannabe neo-Nazi. Like, Tyler Oliveira is a neo-Nazi? Like, what are we doing? Like, are you insane? Tyler, weren't you just in India attacking Indians by calling them shit-slingers? Well, to be fair, there were Indians and they were shit-slinging. They had a shit-slinging festival. Yeah, it's not racist. Well, what is about what? So you hate Jews and you hate Indians. So everybody, yeah, everybody is getting really mad at Nick Shirley. Too, the GOP has a massive Nazi problem. In my opinion, right, it's like if you're against fraud, you should be against fraud from Somalians, you should be against fraud from Jews, you should be against fraud from white people. If somebody's acting in bad faith, then everybody should be calling it out, of course. So calling me a Nazi is first thing from the truth. I'm simply anti-fraud. I'm not anti-Semitic. Me saying expose it all, referring to all fraud, is not anti-Semitic. No, like, I mean, how do you... Here's what I think is ironic about this, is that saying that exposing fraud is anti-Semitic is anti-Semitic. Like, it is. It is, because it's the presupposition that, like, Jews scam people. Like, it is. Like, what are we doing here? It's the, like, oh, well, you can't say this. You're being anti-Semitic if you're calling out Jews for scamming people. Well, wait a minute. What are you really saying here? Where are we really going with this? I've been very clear, I am simply anti-fraud. The Nazi name calling is so far out there, and it's not even remotely true. The same tactic leftists have used against their opposition for years to incite violence and lies. Fortunately, people are starting to see through it. Wish you the best, Laura, and open to talking if you'd like. My DMs are open. Base Nick? Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, so this is part of the big video.
School board was majority private school owners, you know, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish. And they had control over our public school system over like the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that way we would fail, and we lost about 3-2 schools.
Basically. Wait, what? What the fuck?
Through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo School Board and went on to eliminate hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers, while approving millions of taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the estimated 9,000 black and brown.
See, this is the end consequence of racial and demographic block voting, is that it's PvP. That's fundamentally what it comes down to, is you have people inventing this stuff, making this shit up, and they're just trying to do it. The OG, yeah, exactly. And now you have the different groups of people and interest groups voting against each other's interests so they can cut funding on each other and effectively consolidate all of the money and resources around them and their kids.
On public school students, while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food.
Yep.
that's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
I ask you, do not take our music.
Well, I mean, it's goy slop, okay? Like, they're gonna give you, I mean, like, listen, you eat your goy slop, you little kid, and you better fucking like it, okay? If you don't like it, that's anti-Semitic.
Program away. I love playing.
The hell's wrong with you?
My brother would be crushed.
And the budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut down, and the majority Jewish school board then voted to sell it to a Jewish yeshiva.
So let me get this straight, put it in perspective. So what they did is they went in there and they all voted for this, and then they had one get shut down because they kept defunding it, and then after it got shut down, then they bought it, and then they turned it into one of their schools. Man, how about that? Are you not entertained? I am entertained, that's right.
For pennies on the dollar. Basically, the poorest, most vulnerable kids in these communities had their schools gutted and looted, all by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
We believe that some of the decisions that have been made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it, find yourself another place to live.
How was your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources.
What's 8 times 8?
That we were allowed to have. But again, for the past 10, 15 years or so,
When
people
World
have
War
been
II start?
purposely voting no on our school budget vote, so that way we had no funding and money for our school.
Yep.
And, you know, that was done purposely.
6, 7?
voting no.
Majority, the Jewish community. You, like, drive around here, you'll literally see signs saying vote no for our school budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were able to get a ward system to be able to get 3 seats for, you know, the wards, but if it wasn't for that,
Isn't it great that we've allowed racial PvP to happen in the United States now? Like, this is the issue, is that, like, I mean, again, you can't have this shit. It's such a it's so corrosive, it's so toxic, it's so obnoxious.
still would be majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out their way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
A lot of people like to say they're ducking taxes and all that. There's truth and lies to that.
I don't know. Nobody knows.
I could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down. I've seen certain spaces, buildings get destroyed for, let's just say, for more kosher customs. You feel me? So.
Oh my God. I feel, this is the other video about it.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, one of the largest Orthodox Jewish communities in America.
How large are the families out here?
Anywhere from 6 to 12 children.
Damn.
This is probably 99.9% religious. Basically, this community is allowed to police themselves. Yeah, the trash cans. We have a problem now in Jackson with rats, which we
What the fuck are y'all doing? Damn, can't you throw your shit away?
Had before. They don't want to live amongst us. They don't want to live with us. They just want to live and not have us be part of their lives.
I don't think it was nice how you portrayed the Jewish people.
Are we talking about Curious Joel?
Yes. When you came to Curious Joel, what was the agenda? What was the?
There was no agenda. I know what I'd even find.
But there was still an agenda in mind. There's a reason why you came down to Curious.
Well, I think that what his agenda is, this is maybe not something that he would say. His agenda is showing that there are insular communities inside of America that do not have any form of an American identity, and they only operate in their best interest. And I think that making videos exposing these people, I think, draws criticism to it and makes people aware of the problematic nature of these groups. That's really that's the reason why, you know, they say, oh, it's a melting pot. They're not melting, okay? They're not. And so his Patreon got nuked over this. Tyler Oliveira had his entire Patreon deleted over this video. My Patreon got nuked. So if you look right here, Patreon, what is this here? This page has been removed. Let's look it up. Okay, so if I click on this, there it is. It's actually gone. You could say they shut it down. So there it is. And I don't know what else to say. And yeah, I made my own website. We can't upload on YouTube. Early access to all the videos we upload on YouTube. Extended cuts and interviews. Yep, that's good. I'm glad that he obviously did that. It's obviously a good decision. Like, why would Patreon even delete this? I don't even understand. What about this is even wrong? Because, like, and here's the other really big issue, is that what it shows is that there's a double standard. Tyler's video about, you know, like, let's say other fraud, like Minnesota fraud, or, you know, like scammers in France or something like that. All of these things, there is a racial component to these things, because in a lot of these videos, the sub-community that he's talking about is an immigrant, migrant, refugee, or a foreign community in a, you know, a Western country. This is just generally what happens in most of his videos. And so how is it that whenever you're doing this on a very regular basis, that doesn't get called out at the beginning? How is it that now you made this one video that's talking about actual fraud, and then a deliberate, I think, cynical reallocation of resources to Jewish schools over public schools? This one gets you demonetized. There are multiple videos that Tyler has done where the subject group that is being criticized very harshly is a minority group, whether it's, again, Africans, Somalians, or, you know, Muslims or something like that. But now that he does a video about Jews, his Patreon gets deleted.
Less than 24 hours. That's how long it took for Patreon to delete my account after I uploaded a video titled, "I exposed New Jersey's Jewish invasion." No warning, no first strike, no option to take down any videos. The entire account deleted overnight. Over the last few years, I've made videos critical of countless groups: Somalis in Minneapolis, Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, corrupt,
actually,
Christian megachurches, Pakistani Muslim rape gangs in England, Indians throwing cow poop at each other, drug addicts, pimps, prostitutes, gangsters, everyone.
Yes.
And not a single platform blinked.
Exactly. And that's the thing. And he had even done another one previously about Jewish people in New York. And so this is what's so problematic, is that he does make, I mean, like, let's just talk the way it is, right? Tyler Oliveira does make content that effectively highlights these insular racial groups that do not assimilate into America and cause cultural problems inside of America. And I think that he tries to do so in a way that, you know, in a lot of cases paints them in a bad light. Now, I think that bad light is deserved, but I think that it's accurate. But why is it that when Tyler Oliveira did this with 50 other groups of people, that nothing happened, but he does one about Jews and his entire account gets banned with no warning whatsoever? It's obviously a huge fucking piece of shit. Like, it's total bullshit.
The moment I made a video about Hasidic Jews using welfare to support families of up to 8 to 10 kids, my sponsors pulled out. In fact,
thanks for letting me know. Unfortunately, we can't have our ad in that video. It's a no-go for the brand. Can you confirm blank won't be in this video?
in fact, old sponsors called me and said, hey, you need to delete the sponsorship we had in your video that's 2 years old. And the ADL even has the audacity to publish an article saying that my video harkens back to age-old anti-Semitic stereotypes.
What, that they can't drive? I thought that was an Asian stereotype. What are you talking about? And holy fuck, they had no idea how to drive. Every single bus had like 50 scrapes on the side of it. What are we talking? It's not even true. There wasn't even women driving. What stereotype are we talking about?
Stereotypes for asking Hasidic Jews what they do for a living and if they're on welfare. How do they afford 8 to 10 kids? Here's what I've learned. When they can't call you a liar, they attack your name. When attacking your name doesn't work, they pressure your sponsors. And you don't need the sponsors because you have the direct financial support from your viewers using websites like Patreon.
And they try to attack your money.
They delete your Patreon.
That's right.
They don't want me to have a platform? Fine, I built my own. TylerRaw.com. No middlemen, no censorship.
Dude, I feel like that name, bro, people are gonna think that's porn.
Just the truth. My job is to ask uncomfortable questions and to start uncomfortable but important conversations, and it seems like I'm one of the few people on YouTube using my platform to do just that. If you want to support our mission to fight for the truth, no matter how many people it pisses off, then go to TylerRaw.com and get access to videos we can't upload on YouTube, exclusive bonus content, and early access to all of our videos. 2026, we're going to go harder than ever. They can pull the sponsors. They can delete accounts. The show doesn't stop till I'm 6 feet under.
That's right. Big dick. Never stop.
Full disclaimer, I am not suicidal.
Okay, I'll link you guys this video. I didn't see this. No, he got totally scammed. Patreon should come out and say something about this. Please elaborate on your point of view. Sure, I can elaborate. I think that it's outrageous that Tyler had his account banned on Patreon. I think he did absolutely nothing wrong. I think that all of his videos are completely, like, in a certain degree, factual. I think that he's not promoting any sort of bad content. He's not promoting violence. He's not violating the First Amendment. And he's not, I don't even really think, promoting hate. I think that leveraging criticism against a group of people for doing something that seems to be bad faith behavior, that's not racism. That's not hate speech. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes people do things that are bad, and when they do, they should be called out for that. Whenever certain people think that they can hide behind their identity, their ethnicity, their nationality, or their religion in order to escape from accountability, I think that what they're doing is they're manipulating and taking advantage of the fact that we do have, in a lot of cases, a post-racial society. We do have a society that tries to treat everybody equal, and they manipulate and they take advantage of that goodwill, and they use it for their own selfish best interests so they can continue scamming Americans, scamming taxpayers, and scamming ultimately just good faith people by being a piece of shit. So yeah, that's what I think. I think that these people are completely bad faith. I think Tyler should get his account reinstated. And I think Patreon should apologize to him for deleting it for a reason that's totally invalid. And yeah, say that you're not suicidal too. I'm not really. And actually, no, I'm not. And yeah, just let's stop right there.
Bismillah.
And this is Montgomery's Farmhouse Cheddar. This is my favorite cheddar in the world. This is a very, very old recipe. Jamie Montgomery is a third or fourth generation cheddar maker. And a lot of the ethos of the Montgomery's Farmhouse Cheddar is about preserving the way that cheddar's been made for generations and generations in the face of like a lot of industrialization of how cheddar's been made. And those industrial cheddars, a lot of them are really, really nice. But this is in a class of its own. This is a true cloth-bound cheddar. This one, the make date was November of 2024. So it's around, like this would have been sent as a 14-month aging, which is kind of typical of the Montgomerys that they send over to export. They usually have it closer to 24 months for the domestic UK market, because the English like an extremely robust cheese. This, we can see that yellow color. This is how you know we're talking about really good grass-fed cow's milk. Tax. And then you guys try as well. First cuts off of the new wheel. Always a treat. It's so like grassy, and like you get some like flavor of chicken broth and almond. It's just a really, really complex cheese. From here, I always like break it down into the quarter wheel and then the eighth, but you guys can see it in all its glory here. So, if you want a little bit of my favorite cheddar, come on down to the cheese store and try a slice.
All right, so a week ago, I built Worldview. Basically, my personal geospatial command center with live open source intelligence all running in my browser. It was just a prototype, a fun weekend project, but the internet kind of went crazy over it.
It's like being shared by all these people. Oh yeah, I vibe coded Palantir. Like
then Saturday morning, the Iran strikes happen, and I'm sitting there watching the news, and I suddenly realize, holy crap, I'm sitting on the perfect infrastructure to actually monitor this situation. So while this was happening, I set loose an AI agent swarm to basically capture every open source signal that I could find before the caches clear. And what I got back is a full 4D reconstruction of Operation Epic Fury. From the satellites flying over, to the first strike, to ships and planes getting rerouted, to the retaliatory response, it's all captured and replayable on a 3D globe. And I'm gonna break it down for you minute by minute what actually happened and show you some intel you're not gonna see anywhere else, unless you have a security clearance. Let's get into it. All right, welcome to Worldview. We're now in playback mode, and on the bottom, you'll see we have the entire timeline of Operation Epic Fury, the entire strike on Iran and the response therein. I've got all sorts of data in here. We've got the satellites that are flying over orbit. We've got the commercial flights. We've got military flights. We've got GPS jamming, which are the red tiles over here. And if you zoom really in, we've even got maritime data of like boats and ships that are moving around. So let's talk about all of it. So the first thing you'll notice is that we've got a bunch of commercial flights down here, but we're seeing a sudden spike in GPS jamming. This is all derived from ADS-B data, and you will see very quickly that starts getting pretty freaking spicy. Another really interesting view is to see what are the commercial and defense satellites that are flying over Iran right before the first strike happens. So we see the Pleiades Neo, Worldview Legion, Spot satellites, and you'll start seeing lines connect when they actually go over an area of interest. And it might be interesting for us to see what are some of these satellites. So let's look up Persona 3. Persona 3 is a class of Russian high-resolution military surveillance satellites. And what you'll find is this only escalates further. So we got Worldview, which is Maxar or Vantor, commercial satellite imagery provider. We've got Gaofen 11. Let's look that one up real quick. So Gaofen 11 and 12 are Chinese high-resolution microwave remote sensing satellites. There's the Worldview constellation again, Worldview Legion. There we got Gaofen 12, the Chinese satellite going over Iran. Directly over the point of interest. We got Capella and Gaofen. So Capella is a synthetic aperture radar satellite, the thing that was used to like map the stuff below the pyramids that's been going viral. And the cool thing about synthetic aperture radar is like it can see through clouds. So whether you have clouds or not, this thing will penetrate. Pleiades Neo, a really nice European satellite, another Chinese satellite. And so as we get to 0 hour here with the first strike, you'll see a lot of countries are interested in what's going down. Of course, you got the Chinese, we got the Russians, and let's take a second to look at this satellite over here. USA 234 Topaz. Wonder what that is. Oh, that's right. Cool. Very cool. All right, so we have 0 hour strike on the nuclear base in Iran and the Topaz military spy satellites going over. And then right after, you have a flurry of activity. The Chinese and the Americans making sure they're imaging what it is they bombed. So my guess is what's happening is the initial satellites are documenting the initial positions, and then right after events start escalating, you've got other satellites imaging what happened after the fact. So what you'll notice as other events pop up on the map, they're typically very closely aligned with satellites flying over. And there we go, Tehran's in internet blackout. But the satellites fly over Iran just continues, especially as you see strikes in other parts of the country. And by the way, this doesn't include all the other spy satellites, because a few of them just aren't tracked, or we only have the last known position for when, you know, the open source folks are actually doing the tracking. And then, and as all the strikes complete, we get a completely new suite. We got the spy satellites going over, we got the commercial satellites, all of them. And by the way, like 90% of the business of most of these commercial satellite providers is the US government. And then it's like companies like Google, Apple, and Microsoft for maps and things like this. So very cool. I haven't seen anyone else really correlate satellite flyovers with these type of global events, which makes a ton of sense, right? Like, what are the areas of interest that are being imaged? And what does that tell us about the various sites? So another interesting thing that you'll notice here is, like, obviously we got a bunch of commercial flights, but as GPS jamming intensifies and we get closer towards 0 hour, notice how a bunch of these flights start redirecting. They're just going straight right, like, I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. I ain't going that way. But yet there are a few brave ones that trudge on. Let's see which ones those are. Let's see, we got THY 631 and VIR 354. And okay, this is, now we got Tehran in a freaking blackout. And you've still got a bunch of these flights that are stuck in the middle of this all. And these flights that are continuing, they're going full Leroy Jenkins. And this one is Turkish Airlines. They want to get to Turkey, which is on the other side, which kind of makes sense, right? Like, there's a bunch of commercial air traffic and stuff going on over here. But yeah, imagine being on these flights as shit's going down. Oh my God, that has to be absolutely crazy. And meanwhile, all these other flights that we saw that are getting the hell out of Dodge are just happy to be out just in the nick of time before Iran is declared a no-fly zone. Now let's take a look at the various airspaces getting shut down after the first strike happens. Very quickly, you'll see that as soon as Iran's a no-fly zone, Iraq is right next to it, right? Like, they're the next to go down. They're like, holy shit, get the hell out of Dodge. This is about to go crazy. And you'll see Iraq pop up over here. So their airspace is largely cleared out. And then the other Gulf countries are going to follow suit. So you'll see right as we get to about here, Kuwait closes down its airspace. These are Iran's retaliatory strikes, right? So the US has air bases all over the place, right? Including in Bahrain and Qatar. And you'll see they're going to get targeted next by the Iranis. So there we go. That's the 5th Fleet. That's a military base run by the US. That got hit. You get Al Udeid that was hit as well. And with some of the air defense systems, you've got civilian bleed over, right? Like basically crap falling out of the sky in civilian zones. Okay, so as all the airspaces are all shut down, and then Kuwait gets hit. Now this part of the world has some of the busiest commercial air traffic, and you will see a cascading effect as these no-fly zones pop up, right? So Tehran's down at this point. As we mentioned, you got a bunch of the strikes going down. Another interesting thing to see is if we go back to the start, and now I give you a much faster time lapse, basically 15 minutes per second, you can notice how robust the commercial air traffic is between this region, right? This is one of the busiest areas in the world, and you'll see the moment at all these no-fly zones come up, this commercial traffic is going to completely thin out. So look at this, all completely gone. And what's funny is, like, if I zoom in and actually slow things down, you can see a bunch of planes go into this like holding formation before they figure out where the hell are they supposed to actually go. It's kind of crazy. It's like, what do we do? What do we do? Oh my God. And then all the airspaces start shutting down. They're like, oh shit, the UAE shut down. Where do we go now? And so they like creep right below between these like no-fly zones and pop out over here. By the way, a bunch of these yellow planes are military planes. So another interesting thing to observe is after the air traffic completely clears out, what about maritime trade, right? Like, this is the Gulf region. What happened is essentially the Strait of Hormuz got closed down. Essentially, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard was like, yo, this is basically closed. Get the hell out of here. There were reports of some ships being attacked. And by the way, as all these other tankers are clearing out, this is the tanker that actually got hit. Now, what's crazy is if I come out to about this zoom level and just play everything at a much faster clip, like a time lapse, if you will, being able to see the GPS jamming intensify, you've got commercial traffic that's like trying to make its way in and immediately starts getting the hell out of Dodge. You've got all the military and commercial satellites that are trying to image the area of interest that's about to get totally bombed. And then suddenly back to back with actual OSINT data, like things happening on the ground, completely correlated on a 3D globe, seeing all the strikes pan out. Then you go down and see like the Gulf airspace completely get cleared out. And then you get to see the cascading impact of all the other countries around close their airspace. The retaliatory strikes, airspace over here getting closed down. And then of course when we zoom in, we've got the Gulf of Hormuz over here and the closures that happen. I mean, it's kind of crazy that I'm able to put this stuff together. It was really cool to see folks who worked at Lockheed Martin and DARPA talk about this. And I mean, like, I would echo this too. Like, I spent so many years working on Google Maps, Google Earth, and a bunch of AR 3D platform stuff with so many talented engineers. And I cannot tell you how insane it is that I was able to do this over a freaking weekend just by myself. And it's interesting, right? Like when I shared my worldview project with the world last week, the response was phenomenal. But it was interesting. Like a lot of people were just saying like Palantir is cooked. And it was to the point where like the Palantir co-founder felt compelled to respond, noting his company's edge in secure large-scale defense integrations with classified data. And that's absolutely true. I mean, like some of the stuff they're doing is phenomenal. And I could only dream of the type of data that they have access to. Like, of course, I don't have the feeds from Fort Meade. And yet it's kind of insane how complete of a picture you can put together without proprietary data fusion, just by taking advantage of the open source intelligence that we all have access to. I mean, to me, this is more compelling than any journalistic coverage that I've seen of the events that are playing out, the order of operations and the cascading impact that it had across the region. I mean, it's kind of nuts. And I'm just one person doing this over the weekend. Holy crap, y'all. We are in a new era. And the response to this has kind of been crazy. Like people on the OSINT side that want this, on the journalism side that want it, folks that just want to monitor the situation on a big ass monitor, kind of like what we're doing right now. What's been particularly crazy is defense tech founders hitting me up wanting to partner, saying that the capabilities that I'm showing are like leaps and bounds in terms of visualization above systems that the Department of War is buying. Like it's this funny thing where the government has access to some of the most exquisite sensor systems on the planet, like satellites that can literally capture a license plate or your face from space. But the software itself, it sounds like, hasn't completely caught up. But for the rest of us who want to monitor something in the most immersive way possible, feeling like you got access to like a friggin' keyhole satellite or Argus IS overhead imagery system, this is the spot for you. And I'm excited to share, I'll be opening up Worldview in April. So stay tuned for that. Everyone that's been emailing me for access to help out, keep it coming. You can find my email online. And if you haven't seen my previous video about Worldview itself, you can check that out over here. Stay tuned for a lot of cool projects like this. I've got like 6 other items on the Worldview roadmap that are going to be freaking amazing. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please be sure to hit that like button, comment, let me know what would you like me to cover next. Maybe there's going to be a lot more situations to monitor and I will be there with Worldview at hand. Bilal signing off and I'll see y'all in the next one. Cheers.
This is something you don't see every day, a 45-carat gem quality garnet. And when I'm done cutting it, you're going to see something truly unforgettable. Well, we're just off the dop, and I couldn't be any more thrilled with this gem. You know, I had concerns whether it was going to be too dark, not show the brilliance, be too brown. None of those things happened. It's just a beautiful orange, like a really fine spessartite garnet. Add a little bit of peach to it, and that's what this stone is. It's really remarkable. And the other great thing about it is the yield I got out of the stone. I got 52% yield, which is almost unheard of from a normal piece of rough garnet. So this weighs 23.83 carats, and just look at the sparkle on it.
Well, I think that went pretty good.
Respectfully, Mr. President, shut the f*** up. Shut the f*** up. Don't look at me. Don't say anything. Just put your head down and look at the wall. I got to figure out how to unf*** this. Just everything we practiced, whoop, right out the window. Yeah, what do we say about lying?
I did not have sexual
No,
relations with...
what did we say about the people who lie? What do they do? They elaborate. They add way too much stuff. If somebody asks you if you did it, just say no. We had to physically restrain you multiple times in that deposition from talking too much. What the f*** is wrong with you? One word, just say no. This isn't the island, and I'm not a 16-year-old girl. No is enough. No actually means no here. If you go no, it's not the thing. You look guilty. Watch. Mr. President, ask me.
Ask you what?
Have you ever had sex with a minor?
Yes, many times.
No, ask me if I've ever had sex with a minor.
Have you ever had sex with a minor?
No. See? That's it.
Sure?
Yes.
You would know and remember. It's different.
Shut the f*** up and stop f***ing smiling. It makes you look guilty as f***. Watch. I've never had sex with a minor. I've never had sex with a minor. You see how f***ing guilty I look, like I did it and I'm proud of it? Speaking of proud of it, are you proud of it? Because you looked happy in that room. I mean, you're in a room full of people accusing you of on minors. At no point should you ever be smiling in that room. You should be pissed. Let's think of what's one felony you haven't committed. Oh my God.
Felony animal abuse.
Good. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now imagine I publicly accuse you of beating animals and I get a bunch of cameras and try to get you to admit to doing it. How would you act?
I'd be pissed because you're trying to get me to admit to something terrible that I didn't do.
Exactly, so why can't you do the same here?
Because I did it.
Woo! No, God! You're still smiling. Why are you still smiling? You were smiling through the whole thing even when they were showing you evidence of your felonies. Why were you so happy in the room? What could possibly be the reason for you to be smiling in that room?
You have to understand, there are only two places in the entire world where I can get away from Hillary. That deposition room and the Big Steins Island.
Okay, that actually makes sense.
Big Arch Burger for the big boys. It's McDonald's new item. The CEO seems to hate it, but maybe we'll like it. I think it's going to be very mid.
But no, he said how much he liked it.
He's now done 3 extra videos since then. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Oh.
He is desperately trying to, like...
Fix it?
I wouldn't... Not even really fix it, but he's like, I don't know, trying to make up for the blunder.
I think you said this. I don't know if it was in a video or just to me the other day, but you said, why post it?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they could have just looked at it and been, what if we just re-recorded and you actually eat it?
Like, hey man, bite was a little small, didn't look super happy. Do it
Yeah,
again. This isn't live.
Well, he's probably just so busy going back through the drive-thru to get another one.
Right. He wanted to get done with the video so he could just keep going through testing the system. No, this is gonna end with him in tears with another one, just like, look, as he stuffs the whole thing in his mouth. It's just a fucking.
Maybe it'll be like Squidward and the Krabby Patties. It's all gonna go to his thighs.
And then you explode.
It is, but his other ones. So like recently, he did one where he's getting asked questions. I'm guessing by like employees or someone. He's like, "How often do I eat at McDonald's?" All the time. At least 3 to 4 days a week. Actually,
You think I don't eat there all the time? Yeah,
He just keeps reiterating that he loves the product. He's like, this product. Now this is how you do a product. He doesn't. He like hesitates to call it food.
He really does. Well, legally he can't. That's a joke. That's a joke. I also, it is McDonald's. As the CEO of McDonald's, you don't have to claim you eat this every day. You should actually be like, maybe don't eat our food every day. It's not the healthiest thing in the world.
Are you kidding me? That would be a death sentence.
Oh, that would
for
be
him.
terrible. God
he
forbid.
actually literally can't say that, or he'd probably lose his job overnight.
God forbid you fucking speak some truth. But it's like, I don't know why I set this out like this was our plate. I'll put it on here now. I will say face value. That's a big burger.
Wait, we haven't said what this is yet.
This is the Big Arch Burger.
It's the Big Arch Burger,
which I think is what, cheddar cheese,
pickles,
it's
onion.
white cheddar cheese.
Oh, I didn't know that. But it's pickle, onion, lettuce. I think that's 8 pounds of beef on a poppy sesame something.
That is
bun.
Is this supposed to be the new Big Mac? Because when I was getting it, it says limited. Like this isn't.
This is the Big Arch, not the Big Mac. They both can exist.
But I think what Danny's saying
is this supposed to be a staple?
Yeah, is this going to be like the new big menu item? I don't know. I think it's like the McRib, but almost edible is kind of the design philosophy.
I think it also depends on how much sells and how much people like it. Because if people are like, best thing you've ever made, it's here to stay.
Exactly. Can you imagine the fucking CEO eating a McRib? God, I would actually kill to see, what's his name? Chris Kwasinski or some shit. I don't know.
Mike Wazowski.
I would kill to see him eat a goddamn McRib on camera now.
And then you'd be like, "Oh, do you want the Shamrock Shake with it?" And you'd be like, "What? What's a Shamrock Shake?
What?" All right, here, I'll just take a.
You
big
mean our
one.
green liquid product?
See, that's why I put that there. It was helpful.
It is. We are coming up on Shamrock Shake time, right? Are you guys? That's something that you're excited. We're excited for.
Know that I've ever had one.
No, we never had. We've had to have one.
Have we had one on camera?
I don't know. If we did, it was very forgettable. But look at just look at the way we bit into that versus how Chris took a bite.
I wasn't even thinking about
we
that.
fucking butt cheeked it. Like that's how men eat a burger.
People are always talking about how we butt cheek our sandwiches. Can't help it.
You're so right.
I'll say it.
It's
not
fun.
bad.
Yeah, it's fun.
Not bad.
It is exactly what I would expect to eat or to taste with a burger that looks like that.
I haven't had McDonald's in a long time. It does look like those patties are a little bigger than what I'm used to. So is it like a little bit higher I don't want to say a higher quality, but I kind of have to. Is it like a little bit higher quality?
I think you get more meat for it. It's the same quality. I think you just get more of it. This, if I remember right, is $8. Can you check?
Okay.
I'm almost
I'm
positive.
on the case.
I'm almost positive that this is $8. So it's not cheap, and I'm guessing they justify it because you do get 2 quarter-pound patties. I was kidding about 6 pounds, by the way. I don't know if you can tell.
Which is crazy because you said 8 pounds.
Oh yeah. Actually, I just increased it to 10.
Let's see. How much is it? I'm so tired of AI. I'm
It's
looking on
useless,
Google.
yeah.
Just tell me the price. It goes likely between 9 to 11 or 14 to 15. Also could be between 6.89 to 10.19. I want McDonald's to show me the price. Big Arch.
Do you think if we get one of the headsets with the Burger King AI in it, we could ask it what the price is on stuff like immediately?
Get Patty on the horn.
Yeah.
Only if you say please.
Patty, show me pictures of
All
Ronald
right.
McDonald with boobies.
Thank you, Patty.
Beam that directly into my cornea.
All right, so I'm gonna have to order pickup to figure out this guy.
Naturally, yeah. You have to download the.
Does it not
McDonald's
say on the
app.
menu what the
No,
price is?
Sure doesn't.
That's crazy.
Sure doesn't. Let me just look what it is in Uber. I'm sure it's
I think I have the-
48.95.
Where did I put the receipt? Did I throw it out? I might have.
Sorry guys, we're getting there. Shamrock Shake's already here.
Oh my God! Big news.
Big Arch Burger. Let me know when you see it because I fucking don't. Why would it not just be at the top?
Maybe it was.
Oh, there it is.
yeah.
10.19.
Jesus,
That's
is that
expensive.
Is that with like a delivery markup, or is that
That's
just
the
the menu
Uber
item?
price?
Yeah, this doesn't take in the delivery yet, but I'm assuming it is
Normally
higher on
prices,
Uber.
yeah, they're already higher, and then they make them even higher.
Yeah.
This is now about Uber. I'm just trying to see if it can explain.
I'm
to
almost
me
positive
why.
it's $8. If you go into
Like in
McDonald's
store?
right now, yeah,
That would
I
make
think
sense.
it's $8.
It's 1,000 calories.
Not bad.
Sorry, 1,020 calories.
Not bad.
2 juicy quarter pounder 100% beef patties layered with 3 slices of melty white cheddar cheese, topped with both crispy and slivered onions, zesty pickles, and crisp lettuce. But what truly sets it apart is the new Big Arch sauce, tangy, creamy, with the perfect balance of mustard, pickle, and sweet tomato flavors.
I didn't get
Is there sauce on it?
There is, but I didn't taste that at all.
I didn't either.
But it's not bad. Like for McDonald's, it's pretty solid.
I thought it was just cheese. I didn't even taste the sauce.
Yeah, the sauce is the yellow stuff. See, there it is. It's starting to come out. Here, I'm just going to get a little bit of it. That's not what sets it apart. I'm going to be honest with you.
No, it's definitely not what sets it apart. But it is fine. Like
Yeah.
it's decent.
I would say
I don't
if
hate
you
it.
got whatever it is in store, $8, $10, burning a hole in your pocket, not a bad burger to get.
I would say if you have $8 that you're really wanting to spend on food, you can definitely find something better than McDonald's to use it at.
You could go to Culver's.
You could go to I love Culver's.
Maybe you can go to Burger King and get the new Whopper.
But we don't know how that Whopper is, Danny.
Yet.
Look at how excited that chicken is for us to try it.
I almost got us chicken fries on the side just so we could have them. Sure, they're spongy, but they're delicious. Whoa.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Chase just heard that.
Yeah. Chase
the whole
was falling
building just
asleep
shook.
and he jumped out of his chair. Here, ready? I know we ate some, but
That's a big.
they brought the base.
Yeah, that is a big thud.
And remember, nobody is a bigger Burger King hater than us.
True.
Like,
I fucking despise
we
Burger
we
King.
go out of our way to throw strays at Burger King.
Yeah, I find extra time in the day to shit on Burger King. All right, flame grilled Whopper, the big reveal. Imagine smoke coming out.
Felt underwhelming. I feel like they built it up.
I feel like there's a
Nothing happened. That's
I
weird.
I thought it was gonna be like really taking up the
Yeah,
space.
it's like the Lay's chip bags of boxes. This tomato fell off. I'm just gonna get that out of there.
Okay, though that's.
There's more on there, I
All
think.
right.
If not, that's a disgrace. Take its diaper off.
Yeah, let's get him nude. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
How much was
Do
this?
they normally come with a diaper? Is that a new thing?
That's a new thing, I think.
Yeah, they're becoming a high class establishment.
So one patty.
Yep.
Less than 2, notably.
Less than 2. Which McDonald's had how many slices of cheese? Because this had 3.
What's new about this Whopper?
I have no idea because apparently they didn't change the meat.
The bun I know is new. They changed the bun.
Thank God they've got to the root of the problem.
And they say more pleases and thank you thanks to AI Patty.
Patty.
The AI assistant.
Also, I'm pulling up the price to compare.
Yeah. I bet this is cheaper.
Yep, $7.19 for the Whopper.
Thought so.
What is new? What's new about the new Whopper?
I know the bun is the big one. I don't think there's much else.
More premium, softer bun with a shiny glaze. Better tasting, in quotes, better tasting, creamier mayonnaise, and most notably, a cardboard clamshell box instead of paper wrapping. That's the change. We were impressed with the box.
So
the
difference is the box, the bun, and the mayo.
Well, when you strike perfection with the Whopper, there's only so much room for improvement.
They are doing everything they can not to fix it.
Wow. All right. Well, here I go.
Sir, what do people hate about this Whopper? Everything,
the box.
Especially the meat. Let's change the box.
People aren't ordering it because the box isn't cool.
That's soft bun.
The bun is better.
It really is.
It's a lot better.
There's one glaring issue here in this burger. They've always had this glaring issue. The meat. Change the meat.
The thing is, I don't hate their meat, especially going back to back with McDonald's. I would actually say the meat here is better than the meat there. But again, I still don't think it's like amazing.
This tastes like a like concession stand at a high school baseball
That's
game
exactly
burger.
what it tastes like. Thoughts?
Gives you a lot to think about.
It puts questions in your head, doesn't it?
It does. Their box is not as good.
No, it's not.
I would eat this over that, personally. You don't have to agree. You could eat this over that. Over this.
I'm kind of torn. I think the meat here is better. I like the bun here more. I think this is overall tastier, though.
Here, let's really get down to the nitty gritty. Rip me off a piece of their meat.
Oh, smart. A direct head-to-head.
Exactly.
You don't see this often. I don't think I got any of their mayo on my bite.
Well, that's because it's so premium they can barely put any on.
Yeah, it's too
They'd run at a
expensive.
loss. Shockingly, Burger King's meat tastes slightly more like meat.
Yeah.
When you really take away the toppings, neither is great.
Who would have seen that coming?
That was shocking to me.
Is there a conclusion to this experiment?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
I would say mid
plus.
Oh, okay, all right.
Wait,
is this Burger King coming out on top?
To me personally, if I hands tied, Culver's have all burnt down.
Yep.
Every other fast food place has been condemned. This is the last two standing. I'd probably go with the Whopper.
Go here. I'd go Big Arch. Not fair though, because it costs more money and has a lot more on it.
Yeah.
I will also say consensus on them separately. Big Arch, not bad. Whopper, slight improvement.
I do think it is improvement. Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
they're trending in the right direction.
I don't want to brush over that. They really did make it better.
With the slightest alteration, with the bun box and a little better mayo, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're all just so out of touch.
And I will say, CEOs, McDonald, Big Stinky, this guy, much better.
Much bigger bite.
Much bigger bite.
Much bigger bite. Bigger box, bigger bite.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bigger bun.
A lot better mandibular action when he went in there.
Yeah. Huh.
Yep.
Well, there you have it. You're welcome.
There it is.
Most people think a natural pearl happens when a single grain of sand gets stuck inside an oyster, but think about it for a second. Oysters literally sit on the seafloor. They inhale sand all day long. If every grain of grit turned into a pearl, every oyster on Earth would be bursting with them. They aren't, because oysters are actually experts at spitting out sand. So what actually triggers a pearl? It's got to be something the oyster can't get rid of, usually a parasite or some damaged tissue that ends up lodged inside its body. The oyster's response isn't to make a pearl for decoration, it's a defensive one. It slowly coats the irritant in layers of nacre to isolate it. So when you're looking at a natural pearl, you're seeing the end product of an immune response that just happens to look really good. It's basically an underwater pimple.
Okay, oh no, stop it. No, where's this going? Come on, stop it. This is not a dorm room Wellington. Okay, great to see you on that fillet. Nicely seasoned. I like a little flat top you got there as well. Smart, brush it with mustard. This could be the makings of the poshest dorm room.
Most people think a natural pearl happens when a single grain of sand gets stuck inside an oyster, but think about it for a second.
What are you making right now?
That's a ploy. It's a pancake that's made with buckwheat flour, and it's only...
Son of a bitch.
As I said yesterday, you take bad Trump with good Trump. There's no, like, come on. Like, I'm no sweet summer child. I'm no spring chicken. Everybody's seen a Trump truth or had like a Trump decision that we disagreed with. I'm so sick of the people who are acting like this is our first rodeo. I'm a 3-time Trump voter. We've been with this movement and on this bandwagon for a long time. To sit there and abandon it, to burn your MAGA hats right now, it's just so incredibly cucked. I mean, honestly, it's just incredibly weak. And I'm going to say this, like, because I think there's a lot of people that actually don't have any fight left in them. And it makes me sad because I actually have something that I'm fighting for. I'm fighting to stay out of jail. I don't commit crimes. We have great I know that I'll be the first guy locked up. One of them, right? When Democrats get back in charge, the DOJ or the IRS, you know what they're going to do. You saw what they did to C-Ban and Peter Navarro. They put them in jail. We don't have the guts, but Bill and Hillary Clinton in jail. They put them in jail. They didn't even bat an eye. They never apologized for it. They killed hundreds of J6ers. I mean, these people committed suicide because they know they were going to get 20 to life for like sending out a meme. Put a meme maker in jail. Douglas Mackey. They charged him for a meme. Do you realize what these people are going to do? Do you realize the vengeance they're going to visit upon us? And you're going to sit there and not vote for Donald Trump. You're going to sit out the election. Fine, that's your right. I'm not gonna, like. I'm never going to sit there and scold you for like what's going to like because of a policy disagreement one way or the other that none of us know about. I mean, honestly, they didn't elect me president. They didn't elect you president. They elected Donald Trump president. In that is implicitly the understanding that we're going to end up trusting the judgment of this team, which I think is exceptional, quite frankly. Marco Rubio is exceptional. Exceptional. Pete Hegseth has been exceptional in rebuilding our military. I really like J.D. Vance. I really have liked the policies there. And please, ALX, put up the immigration. I reposted it this morning. Immigration numbers. You know, America's taken 0 refugees. 0. We banged on all day on Tuesday about Ilhan Omar and the fake refugees. You know, the guy that shot up and killed Texans was a fake refugee from Senegal. He came here just murder. And now the Trump administration has just shut down all refugees. 0. They let in a couple white South Africans. That's the only refugees they've let in. You're talking absolute 0. 0 criminal immigration, 0 refugees in. And now, reporting from this morning from CBS, there has now been an outflow of immigrants, criminal aliens, who've just completely given up because of the rock-solid stonewalling of the administration on immigration policy. Going back to the core of how our immigration policy was originally written. Will you be delivering for our people to the benefit of American happiness, good order, and allegiance to our Constitution? And the answer for the vast majority of the world would be no. You wouldn't actually make America a better, safer, cleaner place, more orderly and Christian place, more desirous place to raise your children. You wouldn't actually secure our children's future. And so these are like very good policies. You have to take the good with the bad. And there have been things that I've publicly, very loudly disagreed with President Trump on and the administration. And it just is what it is. That's being like a loving member of the MAGA movement, and you can spark off it without letting that spark burn your MAGA hat down. And so, like all the doomers, the black pillars, and stuff like that, like you're just not gonna get it on the show. You're not gonna get like pragmatist, low IQ, smooth brain cheerleading. We've screamed until our voices cracked about the Epstein issue, and we were right. We were right. The instant they released that memo, sort of like absolving Epstein, we were right. We were the first people to call it out. The first people to call it out. We snapped. We lost our minds. I radicalized Charlie on that. It is what it is. I mean, truly, it is what it is. And you do it out of love, not out of hate, because it's our movement too, you know? And so in these times, it's like just absolutely critical to be able to maintain like both sides. You can hold the side up. To sit there in a two-party system and to say, oh, okay, I'm going to vote Democrat, or I'm just going to like allow the Democrats to win, is insane. What it is a vote for them to politically harass you. They'll go to every single Trump voter. They'll find every Trump voter. You think it's just going to be the J6ers? They'll go after you. Look at what they did to Donald Trump. Look what they did to the people around him. Like to sit this out, to turn on Trump, is to sit there. It is like actually an immorality, I would argue. Not because Trump is some type of messianic figure. He's not. He's a man just like me and you. but because of what the left stands for, which is what we're going to get into today with James Tallarico. Like, James Tallarico is the perfect example of what they are going to do when they seize power again. And this is why it's critical to expose these people. So you're frustrated with some war or foreign policy decisions. Me too. And I'm still processing all of it. I don't know all the information. And some of it doesn't seem right. Some of it seems fine. But again, I'm a 3-time Trump voter. I know that this is what I'm voting for. Literally what I'm voting for is the gut instinct here. Okay. What's the alternative exactly? So you don't like a foreign policy decision that we're engaging in like bombing runs, you know, in major military operation, you know, in the Mideast. Okay, there. Okay. So you're going to vote for or vote by proxy by sitting out for the party that literally.
Son of a bitch.
Party that literally did the exact same thing in Ukraine and the Mideast, by the way. Like, did the exact same thing in Gaza and Ukraine. Like, the same thing. It's not exactly like a testament to these decisions. I think these decisions need still to be, like, played out. But that's like that.
A viral video sparking reaction tonight among people in the district. This is a D.C. trash collector caught on camera dumping over garbage bins instead of emptying them. Fox 5's Bob Barnard has the story behind the video.
This is where it happened. This is an alley behind K Street Northeast, not far from North Capitol Street. You can see it's a narrow alley, and there's a dead end there, so the trash haulers have to back up after picking up the garbage. The incident that was captured on video was last Friday morning. Take a look. That appears to be a district employee working for the city's Department of Public Works shoving to the ground the trash and recycle bins belonging to a man named Llewellyn Jones. This is proof, he says, of what he calls a chronic issue of the mishandling of trash collection in his neighborhood. Sure enough, everywhere you look, bins are knocked over, sometimes blocking bike lanes or sidewalks. Garbage all over the place. But in this case, Mr. Jones says the city employee's behavior was beyond bad.
What I saw was something that I'd known about for months, is that somebody was throwing my garbage all around the place. And this was the first time I actually had evidence of them doing it. And I had thought that, oh, maybe they were just getting it out of the way in a sloppy way, but it was pretty malicious. And it's just adding to all the garbage in our alley, which is, it's a giant mess. And really looking for them to stop doing this.
That was last Friday. Llewellyn says it happened again this morning, even though his bins were empty. A spokesperson for D.C.'s Department of Public Works tells Fox 5, DPW does not condone this type of behavior and will take appropriate action to address it. Here's Ward 6 Councilmember Charles Allen.
I do think we want to note the men and women of DPW have been working nights, weekends, holidays for the past month with ice, with snow, with trash. So I want to acknowledge they have been working incredibly hard this last month. Obviously, though, if you've got somebody who is just taking a bin full of recyclables, just tossing it haphazard like that, you hear the content spilling out on the video, that is not at all the conduct or the experience anybody should get. And so I've asked DPW to look into it, to figure out what happened and to address it.
Llewellyn Jones says he confronted the trash hauling crew this morning. He says the driver was sympathetic, seemed concerned, but the guy doing the heavy lifting, not so much.
This is a new one for me. I've just been discharged from hospital and I was admitted unwell with sepsis of unknown cause, but there were some complications of my hospital treatment and I lost both my legs below the knees.
This 49-year-old vascular surgeon was once named the bravest in Britain after he had to amputate both of his legs. But now Neil Hopper, who performed hundreds of amputation operations of his own, has pleaded guilty to 2 fraud charges after he told insurers that his legs needed to be removed because of sepsis and not because of his self-inflicted injury. According to reports from inside the courtroom, Hopper actually froze his own legs with ice and dry ice to ensure his legs would be removed. In insurance claims totaling more than $625,000, a friend of Hopper allegedly told him to milk the payout. The now former surgeon spent some of the money on a $30,000 camper van and $340,000 on home improvements and a hot tub. According to testimony laid out against Hopper in court, the surgeon wanted his legs to be chopped off because of an obsession with removing parts of his own body and a sexual interest in doing so. In a disturbing twist to the story, the Welsh surgeon also admitted to possessing extreme pornography. Investigators found that between 2018 and 2020, Hopper bought 3 videos from a now-defunct webpage called the Eunuch Maker, an extreme body modification site which showcased disturbing mutilation live streams and videos. Hopper was reportedly identified during investigations into the website's creator, Marius Gustafsson. Gustafsson made over $400,000 by showing his website's roughly 22,000 subscribers gruesome videos of him mutilating the bodies of apparently willing volunteers, and is currently serving 22 years to life in prison. Gustafsson's website included disturbing and dangerous body modifications such as limb freezing, penis castrations, and testicle crushing. One man from London is even serving prison time for slicing off Gustafsson's penis with a kitchen knife. In 2019, Hopper told the BBC that he was rushed to the hospital after reportedly not feeling well following a family camping trip. At the hospital, the then 46-year-old was treated for suspected sepsis, a potentially life-threatening medical condition where the body fights an infection too much, damaging nearby organs and tissues. After complaining about pain in his feet, surgeons decided to amputate both of Hopper's legs. According to court testimony, Hopper didn't reveal to his medical team the real cause of his leg injuries. The double amputee surgeon with prosthetic limbs then started sharing his journey on social media and his own website, bionicsurgeon.net. Prosecutors told the court that Hopper enjoyed the media interest.
How would you sum up the last year?
Yeah, it's probably been the toughest year of my life. That goes without saying. I think I hit some of the biggest lows I've ever hit in my life, but also it's fair to say it hasn't all been bad as well. It's like somebody performs an audit of your life and you realize that lots of people are important to you and you're important to them.
A year after his amputation surgery, Hopper posted a video on his YouTube channel sharing his highs and lows of his first year as a double leg amputee.
I've come a long way. I'm more active than I've almost ever been. I've been out on a trike a lot. I'll put some videos of that up at some point. I do a lot of walking. I've walked 4 miles across country paths on my legs without much difficulty at all.
Hopper now reportedly says he regrets the dishonesty surrounding his double leg amputation, but does not regret having his legs removed. Hopper was sentenced to 22 months in prison for fraud and an additional 10 months for possessing extreme pornography.
You better say that 3 more times.
If you turn onto East Rio Grande Street, you'll likely find this man.
You gonna be good. Oh, you finna get a good one.
Sylvester Brown says he comes out to Prospect Lake every day, not just to serve a smile, but to serve a plate to all who come his way.
I could be doing anything, but I choose to do this, and I do it with grace. I do it with pride. I do it with dedication. I do it with love. I do it with commitment.
His fire for serving others is stronger than the fire on the grill. He says he believes it comes from a higher power, giving back to those who need it.
It's worked out well with the community, the police, the fire department, the dog catcher, the Karens, the kids, and it's overwhelming, so overwhelming to where I was like, yeah, this is where he want me. So I'm gonna do it until he tell me this ain't what I want. It'll taste good. If it don't, please bring it back.
While he cooks for all in the community, he says one of his main focuses is on those experiencing homelessness. It's a reality he can relate to on a different level. He says just last year, he along with his dog were homeless, and he understands how far one meal can go.
That one sandwich could save a life, man. It could save several lives. Do you understand what these people going through? I do. I lived it. That's why I'm giving back, and I'm giving back with everything, and I don't care if I go broke.
Every dish made comes out of his pocket, and while he says his checkbook feels the effects, there's nothing else he'd rather spend both his time and money on.
I will feed you. If you come through and you're a worker, a person, you can be young, old, ugly, in between. Y'all want to play? I got you.
What a legend. All right, now Brown told me that he won't be stopping anytime soon, so if you or someone you know needs a hot meal or a good laugh, you can find him on East Rio Grande Street 7 days a week.
Breaking news in the Thornton State Beach fence controversy. The ABC 7 Eyewitness News I-team has learned a felony case has been filed against the real estate investor who put up that fence. And he is now facing 2 counts of felony threats and 1 count of convicted felon in possession of a firearm.
ABC 7 I-team reporter Dan Noyes has been working on an extensive story with the owners of the property, and he is back now with the very latest in this ongoing saga, Dan.
Well, Dan and Alma, they say that Luke Brugnara has taken advantage of tensions in the family that owns much of the land leading to Thornton State Beach. I've also learned that the transfer of 1 small slice he got for free may not be legal in the first place.
This 6-acre property at Thornton State Beach has been in Pat Fergulia's family since 1931. She watched the fence go up last month without her family's permission, blocking trails leading to the beach and causing a public uproar.
It's not private property, and you know it.
Even though Daly City took down the fence 1 week ago, Pat still doesn't want to show her face for fear of being recognized.
I feel awful. It's horrible. It's absolutely like a nightmare to me.
Why?
Because, you know, you're having somebody try to steal from your property from you.
During our several conversations, the real estate investor who put up that fence, Luke Brugnara, insisted he's not trying to steal anything from anyone.
I know more than anybody knows about real estate, okay? So I'm just telling you right now, everything that's done is done legally. Everything that is done by the book. And if somebody wants to go litigate it, we'll go litigate it in California Superior Court. I got no problem.
On that land, Pat Fergulia's family built horse stables, a garden supply store, and the Silver Saddle Restaurant and Bar. The businesses eventually shuttered, the buildings taken down, and the land became a throughway for people heading to the beach. For the past 50 years, the family has been trying to sell the land, but the deals kept falling apart. Then, in December 2024, Luke Brugnara made a low-ball offer of $2 million. Pat tells me she didn't want to do business with a repeat felon.
This property was inherited by all of us that own it now. I think we're being victimized by this guy, and he wants our property, and he wants it for nothing.
Pat wouldn't take Brugnara's phone call, but her brother in North Carolina, Paul Nagy, has been speaking to him.
He's pugnacious. I think in a lot of ways he's a hard driving real estate developer.
But did you feel bullied?
No, that's fantasy from my family.
Court documents confirm that the property is divided into 24 ownership shares. 2 sisters from a different family own 5 shares each. Bruce Norton, now living in Utah, has 10 shares.
Each of us 4 cousins, all siblings, own 1 share each, including Pat Fergulia and Paul Nagy. After the family rejected the $2 million offer, Paul Nagy gave Brugnauer his 1/24th share with the hope of a payout if the property ever sells. Nagy knows he's going against his family's wishes.
I've been ripped off for 50 years by the mismanagement of my relatives not selling the property. I just got fed up. Well, you know, I've been ripped off. Let's do something about it.
Nagy signed this deed, giving his 1/24 share not to Luke Brugnauer, but to Olympic Way, an LLC formed by Brugnauer's girlfriend, Yitong Emily Wen. There appear to be several problems with that transaction. An owner can't sell their portion without the approval of the other owners, is that correct?
False. That's false. Absolutely false.
No, the owners are saying that.
Yeah, the owners, right? Yeah, the owners. I don't want to degrade the owners. They don't know what they're talking about.
This court case involving the property in 2019 confirmed the terms of any sale, 1, must be approved by a majority of the owners, and 2, be approved by owner Bruce Norton, who has the majority share. I've spoken by phone this week to Bruce Norton and members of his family. They do not approve the sale of any part of this property to Luke Brugnauer or his partner, Yitong Emily Wen. And there's another issue. Paul Nagy tells me it appears that without his knowledge, Luke Brugnauer added this attachment A to the deed, saying that in addition to Paul Nagy's 1/24 share, he gave Brugnauer rights to Carolyn Nagy's 1/24 and James Nagy's 1/24 after their deaths. You didn't say that.
No, I never said that. I couldn't say that because I have no standing there.
Nagy also says someone apparently forged his initials on that attachment. It almost looks like RM. But look at his actual initials from a different part of the document. Clearly, PN.
Paul Nagy says his initials on the documents are a forgery.
San Mateo County Supervisor David Canaba sent a letter to the Assessor Recorder's Office this week questioning the deed's legality, and they have forwarded the case to the District Attorney's Office.
And they would interview us, they would look at, the actual underlying documents, and then they would pursue a criminal proceeding if it was appropriate.
Nagy also tells the I-Team that Brugnauer raised the idea early on to surround the entire 6-acre property with fence, not just his 1/24 share.
So with the fence, that was the aim, to kind of generate a showdown.
Yeah, 2 ways. One is with the city and also probably the Coastal Commission. And then you have the owners. It's like herding cats.
Nagy says with that fence, Brugnauer hoped to pressure the other owners to sell, but Brugnauer faced backlash from the public because the fence blocked access to trails leading to Thornton State Beach.
This is actually right where that line is our property. So you're actually standing on our property.
All right, you gonna shoot me for it?
Brugnauer's girlfriend admitted to police that she posted this sign saying, "No trespassing, owner armed with 9mm gun." After one couple called 911 and accused Brugnauer of saying, "If you get near the fence, I will shoot and kill you," police stopped Wen's car, found a Glock handgun on the front seat, Brugnauer in the back seat, and arrested him for felon in possession of a firearm. I asked about his arrest.
And there was that gun on the front seat, right?
Yeah, no, I'm unaware of any of that. I have no knowledge of that at all.
That incident caught the attention of a federal judge in Brugnauer's ongoing pandemic relief fraud case. He's accused of lying about the size of his company, the number of employees, its payroll, and receiving $422,000. The judge revoked Brugnauer's bond and issued a bench warrant for his arrest.
There's that bench warrant. Are you going to turn yourself in?
I'm not aware of any bench warrant. That's the surprise, I guess, of the day.
I first interviewed Brugnauer in 2015 in jail for an $11 million art fraud case. He escaped from custody for 6 days and eventually got sentenced to 7 years in prison. Their brush with Luke Brugnauer is too much for the owners of the land at Thornton State Beach, who are hoping to live out their lives peacefully.
And we're all elderly, and we all are moderate income, I mean, where are the laws protecting us? I feel victimized, We all feel victimized. How could this happen,
I just got a copy of the new criminal charges that Brugnara faces. I reached out to him again, asking about the accusation that he forged part of a deed document. He has not responded. Meanwhile, his partner has filed a motion for contempt of court and sanctions against Daly City for taking down the fence. That hearing is coming up in 2 weeks. Clearly, Amma and Dan.
Well, tonight, a Florida veteran who has spent the last decade fighting for legal status in our country has lost his federal case. Former U.S. Marine Paul Canton took his citizenship battle to federal court after being repeatedly denied legal status, even though he served this country, our country, honorably.
And now this veteran's battle is over, and he fears deportation is next. For nearly 2 years now, our I-Team investigator Katie LaGrone has been listening to Canton's struggles to become an American citizen. She even brought his case to a pair of U.S. Congress members, both Democrat and Republican. New tonight, Katie is following through on the citizenship fight that attracted nationwide attention.
Florida veteran Paul Canton is heartbroken.
What are you feeling right now?
Lost. I relied on the legal system so that they could go ahead and clarify the law and see what we saw, but they wouldn't even open the case to look at it. They just dismissed it.
After serving in the U.S. Marines during the early 1990s, a federal judge recently upheld a decision to deny him legal status here, officially ending his decade-long fight to become an American citizen.
What are your options at this point?
Deportation. There's no other option.
We first introduced you to the former U.S. Marine in 2024. Born in New Zealand and raised in Australia, Canton originally came to the U.S. legally on a visitor exchange visa when he was a teen. Despite overstaying that visa, he was still recruited into the U.S. Marines during the Persian Gulf War, under what he described to us 2 years ago as a broken promise of citizenship when he got out.
I was told if I got an honorable discharge, then I would get citizenship at the end of my tour.
Automatically? And then what happened?
I got out, assumed I had citizenship.
Canton got married, had kids, worked, has no criminal record, and even voted in U.S. elections, assuming he was American. That is until about 3 decades later, during a trip to renew his driver license near his home in Ocala, Canton discovered he was not here legally. According to his attorney, Canton's citizenship denial rests on a U.S. law that grants naturalization to veterans, but only if they actively serve during a designated period of hostility. While Canton was recruited during that period, he wasn't called to duty in the Selective Reserve until 2 weeks after that designated period of hostility ended.
It is absurd to have someone who served in our military, the Marines, and not be eligible for citizenship through no fault of his own.
We took Canton's case to U.S. Congress members on both sides of the aisle. While both acknowledged the unusual nature of his fight,
he should be treated like royalty in this country.
Sounds like he's done enough to earn the citizenship.
Neither offered any solutions. Today, Canton is preparing to be forced out.
Funds have been set aside to pay the bills, and then my oldest son, he has power of attorney over me, and so he'll be taking over the house and selling it and selling everything that's in it.
But where he might get deported to remains unknown and perhaps just as surprising. You see, once Canton agreed to serve in the U.S. military, America stripped him of his homeland citizenship, essentially leaving this veteran widow and dad of 2 stateless.
I don't even have any identification to prove who I am.
You have lived as a proud American, as you've described. Has your feelings for America changed?
No, it hasn't. It's just the bureaucracy and the way I just feel kind of betrayed. I would like to get what I've earned. I'm not asking for anything more.
Canton's attorney tells us because he illegally voted in the U.S. elections, he is ineligible for any immigration benefit, so his only option to avoid deportation is for a member of Congress to pass a special bill naturalizing him or for the U.S. president to intervene. I'm Katie LaGrone, Tampa Bay 28.
Katie, thank you. Paul Canton's case is not the only citizenship fight Katie has shined a light on. Over the past 2 years, Katie's been giving a voice to other Floridians who lived, worked, and raised their families right here in the United States, and only to discover later in life they're not legal U.S. citizens. If you know someone going through the immigration system, Katie is here to listen. Scan that QR code to reach out to her and share your story. You can also watch her previous reporting on our website at TampaBay28.com.
Iran has hit 9 Middle Eastern nations with over 1,000 missiles and drones, and yet not one of them has fired back. There are 2 plausible reasons why. First, any Arab country that strikes Iran risks being seen across the Muslim world as siding with the US-Israel axis. After all, Khamenei wasn't just a head of state, he was the leader of Shia Muslims globally. His killing has been framed as martyrdom, and a red flag now flies over the Jam Quran Mosque in Qom. Second, Iran has made it very clear that any Arab country that strikes back will have its royal palaces targeted directly, and that threat appears to be working. Saudi Arabia has watched Aramco, the world's largest oil refinery, burn and has still chosen silence over retaliation. But it seems Iran is pushing its luck a bit too much, because now we are seeing reports that over the next 24 hours we will have Saudi, Qatar, and UAE get involved directly in striking Iran.
Breaking tonight, the Saudi Defense Ministry says it has intercepted 4 drones launched toward the Sheba oil field. This comes as Iran is maintaining its retaliatory attacks against U.S. and Israeli targets, as well as some of its Gulf neighbors. Meanwhile, the UAE is freezing Iranian assets, and more American weaponry is moving into the area. Correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is live tonight from Dubai. Good evening, Lucas.
Good evening, Brett. A 3rd U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group is getting ready to cross the Atlantic and join the war against Iran. The USS George H.W. Bush has completed her workups just off the coast of Cape Hatteras and is expected to deploy soon. She's expected to head to the eastern Mediterranean after the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford crossed the Suez Canal on Thursday and is now in the Red Sea. In addition to dozens of strike fighters aboard the carrier, the guided missile destroyers in the strike group will also be available to hit targets potentially in Yemen, should there be any signs of Houthi rebels launching attacks on Israel or international shipping. Now, in the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows each year, transits are now down 94% since the start of the war. As an incentive to get traffic moving again, the Trump administration announced today a $20 billion reinsurance program, and Energy Secretary Chris Wright says the U.S. Navy will begin escorting vessels through the strait when it is safe to do so.
First, we got to get their ability to cause trouble way down. And then as soon as it's reasonable to do it, we'll escort ships through the straits and get the energy moving again.
While Iranian ballistic missile strikes are down 90% and drone attacks 83%, attacks continue here against the UAE. 9 more ballistic missiles and over 100 drones launched overnight, all except 3 drones shot down. Since the start of the war on Saturday, the UAE has been attacked the most by Iran, with over 1,000 drones and missiles fired at the country. More than 90% have been successfully shot down. And officials have confirmed that the United Arab Emirates has frozen all Iranian assets here in the Gulf state. Brett.
Lucas Tomlinson, live in Dubai. Lucas, thanks. Nate Foy in Tel Aviv with the latest tonight. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Brett, good evening. In the first week of Operation Epic Fury, U.S. forces have struck 3,000 Iranian positions, many of them ballistic missile sites. But tonight, Iran is proving they still have missiles to fire. Just about 15 minutes ago here in Tel Aviv, we heard the sirens go off for the 6th time today. We saw about a dozen interceptor missiles get fired off right over my shoulder. So the war rages on both ways. Israel remains on the offensive. The air defense remains strong, but they are inflicting punishing blows in Iran and also in Lebanon. They've hit 500 Hezbollah military sites, including several command centers. Today in Tehran, Israel destroyed an underground bunker built for and often used by Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. A senior Israeli official tells Fox Khamenei didn't use the bunker the morning of his death because he didn't think the U.S. or Israel would kill him. We're learning more about the cluster munition that Iran fired at central Israel overnight. They're called dual-purpose latest improved conventional munitions or DPICMs, they're incredibly difficult to intercept, and it takes time to clear the munitions. The U.S. gave Ukraine this same weapon back in 2023. So far, U.S. forces have hit Iranian control centers, air defense systems, and communication infrastructure. Many of those targets are in Iran's capital, where the residents of Tehran describe explosions nearly all day long. Tonight, the U.S. military base near Baghdad was hit by Iranian drones, or at least targeted by Iranian drones, as Iran has now targeted 12 countries across the region, including civilian infrastructure, as the U.S. military tonight says the targeting of innocent civilians will not go unanswered. Brett?
Nate Foy in Tel Aviv. Nate, thanks. As we told you at the top of the show, President Trump is demanding an unconditional surrender from Iran. He says the Islamic Republic's new leader must be great and acceptable, in his words. After that, the U.S. and its allies will help rebuild Iran. A few hours ago, as I mentioned, the president spoke to some of the people who are supplying the weapons the U.S. is using against Iran. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy reports tonight from the North Lawn.
Young people are being signed, 17-year-old quarterbacks, for $12 million, $13 million, $14 million.
Just before a college sports roundtable, the president met with defense contractors, including Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Boeing.
The purpose of it is to talk about the president's aggressive and fierce support for rapidly increasing the ability of U.S. manufacturers to produce American-made weapons, which we know are the best in the world.
Responding to reports that Russia is helping Iran target American troops, a White House spokeswoman says Operation Epic Fury is meeting or surpassing all of its goals, and the United States will continue to dominate. But alarm bells are going off about how long gas prices will remain elevated.
I think it's of order weeks. I would say in the worst case, but it's weeks, not months.
Politico reports Energy Secretary Chris Wright and other advisors focused on energy policy, including a council led by Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, are getting screamed at to find some good news on bringing down prices. Secretary Burgum has one idea.
The Venezuelan partnership is going to be one of the ways that price goes down at the pump in America.
Operation Epic Fury will continue, President Trump writes on Truth Social, until the Iranians offer their, quote, unconditional surrender.
And just a few minutes ago, we were in the East Room. The president was hosting this NCAA event, and he took a couple questions. I asked him about this report that the Russians are... and you'll excuse me, I just ran out here. I asked him about this report that the Russians are helping the Iranians target Americans. And the president, who wanted to stay on topic, said he thought that was a stupid question. Brett?
Nice job jogging to the camera. I know how that goes.
It was more of a sprint.
Live in the North Lawn.
I'd have my breath. It was a sprint.
Full-on sprint. Thank you.
So with that, we bring in Brett Velikovich, former Army Special Ops Intel analyst and drone expert, founder of Powerus and a Fox News contributor, and Brent Sadler, retired U.S. Navy captain who served for 26 years, including operational tours on nuclear-powered submarines. We've seen some incredible action by subs in this altercation so far. He is now at the Heritage Foundation Senior Research Fellow. Great to have both of you with us, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Brett Sadler, let me start with you. I want to just read this. This is a Truth Social post from President Trump that was on Tuesday. And in it, he said this: at the highest end, we have good supply, but we are not where we want to be. Much additional high-grade weaponry is stored for us in outlying countries. Sleepy Joe Biden spent all of his time and our country's money giving everything to P.T. Barnum, Zelensky, exclamation point of Ukraine, hundreds of billions of dollars worth. And while he gave so much of the super high away and free, he didn't bother to replace it. So he's talking about the high-end good supply. Brent Sadler, your take on the president's post in that regard, what he's talking about, and where you think we stand overall in terms of capability and munitions.
Well, thanks for having me on. And it's actually, the president is right. And for folks like me that have been following this for many years, the need to have a much deeper arsenal in the high-end weapons, mostly the air and missile defense, has been a long-standing problem. We need to start ordering more of these. It's also a capacity question. But for far too long, certainly under President Biden's administration, but it goes back even further, we have not bought in the numbers the weapons that we knew we would need in a major fight. And if we get into a major war that lasts months and years, that's going to test us very quickly on the depth of that arsenal. And we need to actually expand not just what we have in bunkers, but also what we have in the factory floor as well.
So, Brett Velkovich, we've seen a lot of very fascinating drone activities. Some of these one-way unmanned drones are being used for the first time. Big meeting right now at the White House. We're not sure if they have started yet or not. But what do you think is the discussion between these, our highest end defense companies and the president this afternoon? What could be done quickly if needs to be?
Well, I think the discussion is how do we plus up our counter drone defenses to continue to strike down these drones, because clearly some of them are getting through, obviously more than we wanted to. We're seeing more drones penetrate our defenses than I think expected. We should be really honest with ourselves about that. That brings up, frankly, a larger issue that I've been talking about on this network for years. We have our critical installations around the world have been vulnerable. There are people in some of our own government offices who have failed the American people in purchasing failed equipment. That's why we're seeing some of these Shahed drones get through. Even one enemy drone getting through our defenses and striking a U.S. embassy overseas is unacceptable. And Martha, something, a cheap $20,000 Shahed forcing us to burn multi-million-dollar interceptors, starting fires currently at oil facilities and U.S. embassies, that's unsustainable math. Marco Rubio said the other day we only make 6 to 7 interceptors per month at the tune of $1 million a piece. That doesn't make sense. He probably doesn't know that there are probably parts of the government acquisition cycle that are still a mess. I mean, I don't know who's in charge of the Department of War's procurement over the last few years to put counter drone systems, but the reality is that we're seeing right now there are gaps, and so we need to buy more systems in the U.S. and start plussing up our forces. And I hope that there's a real discussion at the White House right now about doing that.
All right. We'll talk to the UN ambassador about that as well. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Great to hear from both of you today.
As the Iran conflict expands, there's reporting tonight that thousands of Iranian Kurds are preparing for a potential military operation in Iran with U.S. backing. That's the Associated Press tonight. The Kurds are among the largest stateless ethnic group in the world, with roughly 30 million living as minorities in Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria. The Kurds represent about 10% of the Iranian population. They make up about 15% of the population in Iraq. The groups in Iraqi Kurdistan have a long history of working with the U.S. during both the Iraq War and the battle against ISIS. Joining us now is Bafel Talabani, president of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, the PUK. Mr. Talabani, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Let's first start big picture and paint the picture from where you sit of what you see with this war in Iran and what you think the implications are of it as it exists now.
We saw the hostilities start surprisingly, and it seems to be a massive escalation across all fronts. Kurdistan has come under attack from several different angles, and I'm not seeing any sign of a slowdown. If anything, I'm seeing an escalation.
So the U.S. is working on taking out missile sites and drone factories and that sort of thing. But as far as groups on the ground fighting the Iranians, this reporting that thousands of Iranian Kurds are preparing for this operation, where does that stand?
There are a lot of Iranian Kurds that deserve dignity, and they deserve perhaps better treatment. But as for any actual preparation and armed Kurds inside Iran, there are elements, and there's lots of political organization. But most of the most effective fighting forces are actually outside of Iran. They're on the borders here.
You had a conversation with President Trump. What was that like?
He was very charming. He was very kind. I could feel the emotion in his voice. He said that the Kurds were great fighters. My understanding is that the protection of their people in Iraq is paramount. He's very grateful for all the years that we have served and I have spent with your special forces.
You also talked to the Iranian foreign minister.
Yes.
What is their take on things from your call? Do you believe that regime change is possible the way it's heading right now?
The foreign minister, His Excellency, expressed great disappointment, if I'm honest with you. He indicated that as far as they were concerned, the talks were going well. He implied that a technical group was supposed to sit together in the upcoming days to discuss technical matters. He indicated that this wasn't a war that they were looking forward to, but it was a war they would have to fight. It's definitely existential to them. I got the impression that they were open to some form of peaceful negotiation, which realistically is the only real solution to this issue. Regime change at the moment doesn't look on the cards from what I see. We've seen no uprisings anywhere. We've seen nothing of that. But it's early days. I expect this operation to be long and very difficult.
You think there are difficult days ahead. The president is suggesting that he would only accept unconditional surrender, in his words, to a reporter. So you don't see that right now, that this is on the cusp of happening?
I don't, sir. No, I don't see that right now. I think that the regime has been planning for this for 45 years, and you can expect a fierce resistance. The definition of regime change is important. What is the definition of regime change? And is there an off-ramp? Because some could argue that most mission parameters have been achieved. So is there an off-ramp where now perhaps we can try to resolve this diplomatically?
Yeah, I think that from the administration, at least listening to them, taking out the ballistic missile capability, making sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, was the original objective going in.
Exactly.
The Israelis clearly are more wanting specific regime change to get a different leader in place that the U.S. and Israel can work with.
I understand that. And I think that, Mr. Baer, the conditions, I keep hearing the comparisons to 2003. I think the conditions are very different to 2003. In 2003, there was legitimate, well-known, respected opposition to Saddam among the Shiites, among the Kurds. And don't really see that in Iran now. There isn't a standard, a symbol for people to follow, and that will make it very difficult. Troops on the ground with a country the size of Western Europe, I'm not sure if that's feasible either, but there are many options, and I think the US administration is wise enough to modify their position as the battle changes and as the battlefield changes.
Just to be clear, so there's no armed cross-border operation happening now from your territory in Iraq involving Iranian Kurds into Iran?
Not that I see, and you could argue that that's actually a detriment. Iranians, like everybody else, are very a nationalistic person, and I believe that if they fear that Kurds coming in from elsewhere will cause a split or a splintering of their country, this may actually unify the people and against this separatist movement. Then you have the complications of Turkey. Turkey will have legitimate concerns of this happening. You will have Turkish intervention against the Kurdish troops. At the same time, there is a problem with the Assyrians. I think it's a very complicated scenario, and perhaps Kurds being tip of the spear is not the way to go.
Yeah. Oh, there are many minorities, you're right, in Iran, and it's very complex as far as how it comes together. If you were to look into a crystal ball, how do you think this ends?
I think that Kurdistan needs to be a bridge, not a battlefield. The Kurds are uniquely positioned as being your great allies and a partner and a neighbor of Iran. I think we're uniquely positioned to play a role in de-escalation when the time is appropriate, like my late father used to play that role. But what I see now, from what I'm seeing, is a weakened Iranian system, but the institutions, though very different to ours, are institutions and they remain solid. I think that once military objectives are achieved, I dare say that it will be the time for diplomacy. And at that time, we stand ready, as always, to stand with our friends and allies to try to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to this region that truly has suffered from far too many wars and far too many conflicts.
dealing with the drone threat from Iran, because that's what we're seeing most in some of these Gulf countries.
Yes.
Are you worried about attacks and how to defend against those drone attacks that come in swarms?
Not to sound flippant, so it's not our first rodeo, and we have absolutely no defense against any drones. So I think the less time spent worrying about it, the better.
Yeah, I got you. And the U.S. is attempting to deal with all of those threats together. It's very interesting to hear your perspective. If you were to say the thing you're most worried about, what is it?
The humanitarian crisis. I think the people of the Middle East have suffered enough, and I urge all sides to try to look at a less bloody way to resolve our issues. I understand that, and I genuinely believe that Mr. Trump in his heart wants peace. And I understand the theory of peace through strength. And I also think that when the day comes to acknowledge victory, there will be grace in that victory, and we may be able to have dialogue, and we may be able to resolve this issue through the only way that will make a long-lasting peace, and that's dialogue, stability, peace.
Yeah. Well, fascinating to talk to you from the region. Balfil Talabani, the head of the PUK. Thanks for the time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Huge explosions rocking Beirut as Israel and the U.S. military continue to ferociously pound terror targets across the Middle East, escalating their strikes on Iranian air defenses and missile sites. President Trump posting on Truth Social, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. And Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt outlining what that means.
When he, as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
The president telling NBC News that a potential U.S. ground invasion of Iran isn't needed because, quote, it's a waste of time. They've lost everything. They've lost their Navy. They've lost everything they can lose. Meanwhile, the Democratic resistance to Epic Fury is just getting started. The country is split evenly on how they feel about the strikes, but AOC doesn't see it that way.
The vast majority of Americans are against a war with Iran. Two things can be true at the same time. We can acknowledge the brutal reality of the Iranian regime and their murdering of protesters and targeting of people. And we can also know for sure that a forever war will not resolve that issue.
And Kamala Harris taking a moment at Jesse Jackson's funeral earlier today to hit President Trump.
So let me just say, I predicted a lot about what's happening right now. I'm not into saying I told you so, but we did see it coming. But what I did not predict is that we would not have Jesse Jackson with us right now to help us get through this.
And RIP to Mr. Jackson. All right, Jesse, a number of these Democrats just weeks ago were saying, Taco, the president told these protesters he was going to help and he never did anything, but now they're angry that he's done something.
Yeah, I don't even care about these people anymore. Kamala Harris is a joke. She couldn't find the Strait of Hormuz on a map. And AOC totally discredited herself when she was in Europe the other day. They asked her about Taiwan and she froze. So forget about those people. They're not serious. The Democrat argument against the war is three things. It's illegal, not true. It's going badly, definitely not true, and it's unnecessary. And if you look at the last week, we've proved that it was necessary because every time they send a missile or a drone our way or our allies' way, we have to intercept it with a THAAD, a Patriot, a Hornet, or a laser. That costs blood and treasure. If we had waited for the threat to be imminent, 5 years, 3 years, maybe in Gavin Newsom's next presidential term, the Iranians would build up such a massive stockpile of drones and missiles, it would have created a shield around their nuclear program, and any operation like this would have been unthinkably bloody and catastrophic and may not have worked. And it may have prevented, let's just go with the argument, President Gavin Newsom from even doing this. And then on his watch, we would have had a nuclear Iran who would have been able to blackmail the entire world. I didn't even know this, but 1/3 of the world's population is within range of Iranian missiles. If we had waited, it would have been more. I'm talking from Paris to Calcutta. We did the entire world a favor. This war was the last realistic opportunity to take this regime out, and it's going incredibly well. The drone carrier was just taken out. We have Growlers jamming their electronics. We actually have attack helicopters flying over the capital of the country. Think about that. 6 days ago, we were firing missiles from the Mediterranean, and now we have manned attack helicopters right across their capital, leveling their command and control posts, and they can't do a thing about it because they're blind. The pace of U.S. operations is doubling over the last 48 hours, and the pace of the Iranian offensive effectiveness has just dropped. It's plummeting. The Israelis, they just lowered their threat level. They can come out of their bunkers now. Flights are coming out of Tel Aviv now. Their strategy is to cower and wait until we don't have the stomach for this and to inflict enough pain on our Arab allies, hit an oil refinery or a tanker, so it raises the cost of the war. Pete Hegseth said it best. We have the will and the commitment and the munitions to see this thing through. And the President of the United States does not seem bothered by the timeline. Right now, you're already seeing desertions among the police, the IRGC, and among regime elements. If that continues to go, and you see this ethnic fracturing around the perimeter of the country, remember it's mostly Persian, but you got Kurds, you got Arabs, you got Baluchis, you got a lot of different sects. If they start to fracture and you get an armed outside group come in and draw this, whatever's left over of this regime out, it opens them up to airstrikes. I think the rest of the country needs to look at this. We are 6 days in. This is going very well. And I think the United States military is the best in the world.
Okay, I bet the panel would probably agree on that last part, if not a lot of other things that you said. Now, Kayleigh, I did notice that you were wincing every time we said governor. Gavin Newsom as President Newsom.
Yeah.
You were a little faint there. You know how important that.
Fell over.
Try to make a point.
Yep.
You know how important messaging is, especially in a moment like this. And that's what some of the critics are saying. Listen, the president has spoken about this. He's been very accessible the last few days, as he always is. But does he need to sort of land the plane on messaging here? Because he's got trouble on the far right, too. A lot of the MAGA base who are worried about this.
I think the effectiveness of this operation is landing the plane. I think the single most effective communication we've seen was the CENTCOM briefing yesterday. That was extraordinary. They should do those often. But as Jesse was talking, I was just looking up some facts and ensuring I was correct on them, and indeed I was. You had President Trump, when he left office, and this is something I'm going to talk to Vice President Mike Pence about tomorrow, a status quo in the Middle East that was rapidly going in a positive direction. You had Middle East peace accords, the first time in 25 years. I was sitting there on the South Lawn when Bahrain and the UAE said, we are going to normalize relations with Israel. 2 other countries came on board. I was told by people in the administration, they would have been given a little more time, Saudi Arabia would have normalized relations. Not only that, I was looking this up and confirming the last 11 months of the Trump presidency, you had not a single U.S. service member pass away in Iraq during active duty. That's an extraordinary accomplishment, and it didn't come just on its own. It came because President Trump got on the phone with the leader of the Taliban and said, if you harm the hair on the head of an American service member, you will have hell to pay. And it paid dividends. And then you had Biden come in, and you had Abbey Gate, and you had all of these U.S. service members die at the Abbey Gate, the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. You had immediate resuming of talks with Iran. The posture changed, and Iran grew, and October 7th happened. This was the time to strike. If not now, when? Allow these maniacs to get nuclear weapons? I mean, just today, you want another data point as to how crazy these religious fanatics were? Look at Trey Ying's reporting that Khamenei chose not to go down into the bunker last Saturday because he was confident that nobody would have the guts to strike him. Well, maybe you remember Biden. You don't remember President Trump because he struck you and the Ayatollah was killed immediately. Imagine if this wouldn't have happened. Imagine, God forbid, there's a Gavin Newsom presidency and the damage that would be done to U.S. service members abroad. You sometimes need to show your strength. President Trump has done that. Iran will never have nuclear weapons, and that will be the legacy of President Trump.
Well, Jessica, to the points that both of them have made so far, Jesse and Kayleigh, this issue about imminence and the fact that proxies were, fully funded, carrying out all kinds of terrible attacks, those kinds of things. We know that there were active assassination attempts that Iran hoped to carry out on President Trump. Where for you does the line come when it's imminent, not imminent?
Well, the right would have you believe that it's been an imminent threat for 47 years, even though we were sending birthday cakes all around. And Jesse says in 5 or 10 years, it could have gotten really bad. That would have given us a little more time to think this through. And you guys basically listening to you should just wave that mission accomplished banner and go back to that kind of era, because you're talking as if that this is a done deal, that we are so overwhelming them that nothing can go wrong, when the facts on the ground are that things are going wrong. Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Reuters, NBC confirming that it was U.S. airstrikes that were responsible for hitting that Iranian school. Over 150 people dead, dozens of children. You talk about our new allies in the region, and I have given President Trump his flowers multiple times about the Abraham Accords, but the FT reporting that our partners like the Saudis, the Emiratis, Kuwaitis, Qataris are talking about withdrawing from contracts with us and suspending their investments. Oil prices surging. You love to talk about gas prices, up to $86 a barrel. The Qataris say we can get you to $150 a barrel, gas up 35 cents in a lot of conservative states. So that's not good for the midterms. And the Trump administration didn't refill the strategic petroleum reserves. You can say, oh, Biden depleted it. You still had over a year to fill it up. And you shouldn't go to war in the Middle East when you don't have enough oil. And now that Russia is providing the Iranians with information on where to strike American forces, so we didn't give the Ukrainians the Tomahawk missiles they asked for to take out the drone factories, the $20,000 drones that we spend $4 million on a missile per to take out. And now the Russians are helping the Iranians, and Bloomberg's reporting that we're going to ease sanctions, oil sanctions on the Kremlin.
Are you saying this operation's not going well?
I am saying that it is not.
Is that what you're saying, Jessica?
I am saying that there are problems with this operation.
No, tell the American people right now, is the American operation against the Iranian regime going well? Tell them.
I don't know how.
You don't know that this is an effective.
I don't know how you could listen to me say that we struck an Iranian school and that there are a bunch of dead kids and just say this is going great.
Jessica, he murdered 35,000 people. If someone made a mistake when they hit a school, that's bad, but that's war.
But you don't mention it. You just
operation
say,
is not going well. Don't lie about the war. Do not lie about the war, Jessica. You're lying.
I'm prepared to come out and say
you know the war is going well.
I'm willing to say that this is a done deal.
He's ready to wave the banner.
I'm excited about this. I will get my banner. I'll put my beard on the line. I think by summertime, it's going to be an amazing time to be an American. It's going to be an amazing time to be all over the world because the sheriff is back. Listen, one of the things you guys argue a lot about is one of the biggest things was, how it's going well because they brought up gas prices. That was the thing. Or, we might be out of bombs. Those are the talking points. But here's the thing. When I'm anti-war also until my countrymen are sent out to war, then I'm all for it, full regalia. Our troops are out there doing the thing. So you know what? High gas prices, no big deal. Food prices, no tech, all these things. Because you know what? In World War II, our American people who stayed home sacrificed everything to support our troops. So if the gas prices go up, and it's nice because we know why they went up now. Before, when prices went up, we'd be like, hey, Biden, why is this happening? Oh, Trump did it. President said, yeah, you're going to feel a pinch because this is what happens when you support the great American men and women who are just, if this was a boxing match, they would have stopped it. The president does not, I think Greg said this yesterday, I'm 1,000% behind him. He does not go into deals he does not know how to get out of. This is a completely different situation, and you keep bringing up things from the past. We've never seen a response from the Middle East like we have now. We're seeing Iran is done. They are done. And the longer it drags out, it's not going to be that long. The president wouldn't put us in this position. He's proved over and over and over again that he's an anti-war president. And your talking points and just keeping it real, every time somebody quotes media as a source, I and most of the American people laugh. You guys have no credibility. So whatever polls you want, the only poll that I'm seeing right now is there's no flags poll flying in Iran right now. So good on USA. Keep doing your thing, making the world a better place.
And Kayleigh, you got a note.
Yes, just wanted to say quickly that I intended to say no active U.S. service member deaths in Afghanistan during the last 11 months of Trump's presidency. So just wanted to throw that out there.
We've seen these kind of marriages of convenience, so to speak, where Iran has provided Russia its one-way attack drones that they've then used against Ukraine. You've seen some reciprocation from the Russians. But look, I think you're going to see a real fair weather friend here. They need the relationships with the Gulf Arabs way more than they need Iran.
U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, that's coming after a Washington Post story that Russia is providing intelligence to the president, putting out a truce on accept unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great acceptable leaders, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction. Let's bring in our panel, Fox News senior political analyst Juan Williams, Fox News contributor Molly Hemingway, and Matthew Continetti, scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, Wall Street Journal opinion columnist. Matthew, unconditional surrender and how the president's phrasing this operation so far.
Yeah, unconditional surrender, I think, Brett, is President Trump's way of saying he will determine when the conflict ends. He's spoken about going for victory. He said that the current choice for the successor to the Supreme Leader is unacceptable. He will be the commander-in-chief who determines when the conflict ends and what new leadership exists in Iran.
You just saw that interview with the head of the PUK. Here's the clip where I ask about that. Take a listen. The president is suggesting that he would only accept unconditional surrender, in his words, to a reporter. So you don't see that right now, that this is on the cusp of happening?
I don't, sir. No, I don't see that right now. You can expect a fierce resistance. It's early days. I expect this operation to be long.
Molly, what'd you make of all that?
Well, I agree with Matt that President Trump, when he's talking about unconditional surrender, he kind of came out here, his people came out and said he just means by that he'll decide when the war is over. There have only been 2 times in human history where unconditional surrender has really worked out in a successful way, with the Axis and Allied conflict or with Rome and Carthage. So it seems that Trump was being just letting people know how serious it is. It is also true that he has support from the Republican Party right now because they believe that he fights wars differently than George W. Bush and others. But the American people would like President Trump to focus on those things that he was elected to do, saving the American country, which they think has very limited time for that to work out.
Yeah, Juan.
Well, when you talk about unconditional surrender, I mean, that to me suggests that you're going to have boots on the ground. I just heard Molly refer to unconditional surrender. You think about Japan, Germany, even, what happened in Iraq. And, we had boots on the ground. And what we just heard from the leader of the PUK was they're not going to be Kurdish boots on the ground. That was an interesting strategic possibility to have someone else fight for the U.S., but Americans right now, we don't know how long this thing is going to go on. We don't know how many lives will be lost. We don't know who will lead Iraq. What we do know is this war is right now costing us more than $1 billion a day. I mean, to me, that's shocking. $1 billion a day. We know stocks are up. We know stocks are down. Oil prices are up. And we know the job market is weak. So this is just not a good moment, and we just hope that there is some strategic vision at play somewhere.
Matthew.
Well, Juan focused on the costs of the war. I would say those costs are acceptable when you consider the gains so far in the war. Trump and our Israeli allies have decapitated the Iranian leadership. They are destroying its war machine. The capacity of the Iranians to retaliate, we've seen on this show, has rapidly vanished. And now they're turning toward the apparatus of oppression that has kept the Iranian people suppressed. Once that apparatus is destroyed, it will be the Iranians who have the moment to take up and force a change in their country for the better.
I'll let that interview breathe a little bit. Let's do winners and losers here on the lightning round. Molly, you first. Winner, then loser.
My winner is Lou Holtz, who died this week at the age of 89, going to his heavenly home and having this wonderful life that he had, blessing so many people. My loser is McDonald's CEO Chris Kempczewski, who had that viral video where he seemed to struggle eating some of his own fast food chain's product, and everyone's been dunking on him.
All right, Juan, winner and loser.
I think the winner this week, it's a Texas two-step for you. James Tallarico, the state rep, easily won the Democratic primary to run for U.S. Senate. It's the best hope the Democrats have had since Lloyd Bentsen back in the 90s. And the loser, I don't think there's any question, Representative Tony Gonzalez, also a Texan. He ends his reelection bid, after entering a runoff. He was going to have to face a runoff. He has an ethics probe. Just not a good week.
Matthew, winner and loser?
My winner is Mark Teixeira, the baseball great, won his primary to represent Texas in the House of Representatives and assures Republican dominance in the congressional baseball game for decades to come, Brett. I'm very excited. And my loser is any pitcher who faces Shohei Ohtani, who started the World Baseball Classic with a grand slam home run last night. He is going to be a threat to Team USA.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, panel, I'll make it up more time next time. Thanks.
Let's dig deeper on all this by bringing in Rob Sobani, adjunct professor at Georgetown University and author of the Pragmatic Entente, a book about the relationship between Israel and Iran. So the president is saying that he needs to have a role in whoever becomes the next leader of Iran. He said, quote, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, the selection of a great and acceptable leaders, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future, make Iran great again." I think he's sort of applying the Venezuela model here, where he had a say in who was going to be the next leader. He could have said to Delcy Rodriguez, "You're out, Maria Corina Machado is in," but he didn't do that.
No, he didn't, John. And I think the lesson for President Trump, which, by the way, I think if he is successful, he will go down in history as the most consequential leader, not just in America, but for the world, because he will have put the genie of Islamic fundamentalism back in the bottle, which came out of the bottle in 1979. Now, going back to the question of succession, Iran's different from Venezuela. The long history of Iran, 2,500 years, suggests that today Iranians want normalcy, they want modernity. And the person who can offer that inside the country, there are individuals that the president can potentially talk to. The former president, for example, of Iran, Khatami, was an educated gentleman. And from the outside, Reza Pahlavi, who is Western educated and could be a very good ally of President Trump in making sure that this transition happens in a stable manner.
It looks like the next Ayatollah, the next supreme leader, is going to be his son, Mujtaba. I mean, that would be bad. And I imagine that Israel's just waiting for him to pop his head above the tree line, and he'll be taken out too.
John, the last slogans on the streets of Tehran in Farsi were, "Mujtaba, you will die, you will never see being a leader." I think the people of Iran are past that. They want regime change that gives them back their decency, their honor, and their economy. You know, this is an opportunity, John, for President Trump to capitalize on a $5 trillion opportunity that is just waiting to be captured.
So in order for there to be regime change, first of all, you got to get rid of the theocracy, which I guess would mean decapitating the rest of the Khatami family, as you said. But then you've got to convince the IRGC to lay down their weapons. President Trump has made that offer. You have to convince the besieged militia to do the same thing and throw in with the people and the idea of change. And the president has already offered amnesty to Iranian diplomats around the world. But that's a big sea change when you consider how invested the IRGC and the Basij are in maintaining their power and their power of repression, as opposed to saying, you know what, let's get rid of these guys, let's have a new dawn in Iran?
I think, John, if Mojtaba is knocked out by the Israelis, all bets are off.
Really?
Because the torch will have been handed to his son, who is now no longer. And I think that's when you'll see the fissures within the Basij, within the Revolutionary Guards. And I think you will see the police forces as well, slowly but surely laying down their arms. So I think the Israelis are the key in all this. They were the ones who took the brunt of what's happening on October 7th. Their citizens were murdered. And I think Prime Minister Netanyahu understands that.
I'll tell you, repression has been the coin of the realm there in Iran for so many years. And for that to change, I mean, they're going to have to look, they're going to have to see that there's no other future other than change.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think there are leaders both inside Iran and outside, John, who can make that happen.
All right, we'll see. Rob Sabani, great to catch up with you again. It's been a minute.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank
All
you.
right. We'll be watching this together.
Now, earlier this evening, the Pentagon said Secretary of War Pete Hegseth will visit U.S. Central Command headquarters in Tampa, Florida on Thursday for updates on Operation Epic Fury. Here now with more, former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien is back with us. Sir, welcome back. I want your analysis. I want your analysis of the superiority of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and the military superiority, especially when you factor in that most of Iran's military technology, missile defense systems, air defense systems, their warships, that's all technology that came from Russia and China. What does that tell us?
Well, the first thing we learned from this, and Pete Hegseth is going to see this tomorrow at CENTCOM, is we're doing something unusual. We're fighting to win. Donald Trump defeated ISIS in the ISIS terrorists in his first term, and that's the Islamic State. He's going to defeat Iran, the Islamic Republic, in his second term. So we're fighting to win, and we're using American advantages of aerial bombardment, naval bombardment. We're using the edge that we have to win and to do shock and awe in a way that's never been done before. The Iranians, Sean, would like to have our soldiers and Marines patrolling in Tehran under very restrictive rules of engagement. They can't shoot anyone. They have to be targets and then get hit by IEDs. Guess what? Donald Trump's not going to play that game. He's not going to play the Iranian game. And going to your point, our air and naval forces have been so superior. They've wiped out all these Russian and Chinese platforms in this kit. And if I was in Beijing or Moscow right now, I'd be pretty worried about the viability of their arms industry, because why would anyone want to buy their equipment when they've seen how well it worked in Venezuela and now how well it's worked in Iran? Not very.
How do you explain the superiority of the U.S. in terms of our intelligence gathering, the U.S. and Israel, and their ability to, in the first 30 seconds, to wipe out the supreme leader and his top 40 aides? And when their Security Council gets together and they're voting for the next supreme leader, they're all wiped out next. How do you explain that?
Sean, it's astonishing and it's astounding. We have incredibly exquisite assets. We're very good on the reconnaissance from space. Our satellites can pick up better than a license plate number on an automobile. We can watch where all these guys are going. With our SIGINT, we can pick up when they're talking on the telephones. And the Israelis, with their Mossad, have infiltrated every square foot of Iran. If these guys are going to the dentist or getting their hair cut at their barber, they don't know if it's a Mossad agent who's cutting their hair or fixing their teeth. So the combination of Israel and the U.S. on the intelligence front, our technical ability and their assets, and that's not to degrade our human assets either. John Radcliffe, I'm sure, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm sure he's got a lot of guys on the ground doing their work as well. So between the CIA and Mossad, don't get on the wrong side of them.
Knowing what we're witnessing here, how do you explain Biden and Obama's approach to Iran, dropping cargo planes full of cash and other currency on the tarmac so they can build out the nuclear facilities and other weaponry? How do you explain, with our military being so superior, the disastrous withdrawal of Biden out of Afghanistan?
Hey, Sean, it's inexplicable. You can't explain it other than there's just this ideology of appeasement on the Democrat side. When I first started working for Donald Trump, as you know, as his hostage envoy, we had Americans who were held hostage in Iran. And I went to negotiate with the Iranians. I said, we want them out. We're not paying anything. We're not going to give you one red cent. They said, no, it's $1 billion a hostage. That's what Biden paid, or Obama Biden paid. And that's ultimately what Biden paid. We said, no, we're not going to give you a dime. But how about you get to wake up in the morning and not be dead? And that's Donald Trump's approach to it.
Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin. She's live in Washington with the very latest on Operation Epic Fury. Hello, Jennifer.
Hi, Sandra. Admiral Brad Cooper said the number of Iranian ballistic missiles fired in the first 24 hours is down 90%, but Iran has a near limitless supply of Iranian Shahid drones, which are being targeted by cheap American $10,000 weapons, according to Brad Cooper. Separately, American Lucas one-way attack drones that have been reverse engineered by the U.S. military from Iranian Russian drones found on the battlefield in Ukraine are now hitting fixed targets in Iran.
This was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians.
The U.S. has lost at least 3 MQ-9 Reaper drones over Iran, but much more significant are the direct hits to sensitive U.S. and allied radar installations across the Gulf. Videos from the first days of the strike show a satellite communications hub in Bahrain and Qatar taking direct hits. Fox News has confirmed that Russia is quietly providing intelligence to Iran to help with the targeting. This was first reported by the Washington Post. Russia's goal to prolong the conflict and drain valuable U.S. munitions, much like the U.S. has done by providing targeting intelligence to Ukraine after Russia's invasion. At CENTCOM headquarters yesterday, Admiral Brad Cooper said the U.S. had struck an Iranian drone carrier roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. It was still on fire as the press briefing began.
Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships.
Meanwhile, satellite imagery and verified videos show the girls' elementary school hit in Minab, Iran on Saturday was likely hit by U.S. precision munitions, along with 6 buildings at the neighboring Iranian naval base. Satellite images from 2013 showed the school inside the IRGC naval base perimeter, but images from 3 years later clearly show it outside the base. 180 school children were at the school at the time of the strike. More than 130 were killed. The Pentagon is still investigating. Of note, Planet Labs, the leading provider of high-resolution satellite images to the public, has decided to place a 96-hour hold on any images taken over the Gulf states so as not to provide any easy battle damage assessments to the Iranians. Sandra?
All right, Jennifer Griffin with that update live out of Washington for us. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Can I use my ball friend's head as a train ticket? It's just there.
To find out, I enlisted the help of my friend Tom, and with a makeup artist, we applied an exact copy of my train ticket's QR code to the top of his bald head.
That is amazing.
After fanning it dry, we went to Paddington Station to catch the 12:30 train to Reading.
Do you have a scanner? Amazing. The ticket's just here. That's the ticket.
He was a little confused and directed me to his boss.
The information desk, okay. I was just trying to get to Reading. It's just here. We didn't have any printing paper left, so we just kind of put it
Not working. It's to go on the glass.
on the glass.
With seconds to go before my train left without me, we made one final attempt by scanning the actual ticket scanner.
Is that gonna... Hey!
Now, China gets a large portion of their oil from 2 places, Venezuela and Iran. Do you understand now? Now, Trump has been playing 5-dimensional geopolitical chess, completely not understanding what's going on, and then a lot more retards kind of understand, but they lie anyway, right? Like all these Democratic senators or whatever that are in these like briefings and shit, these classified briefings, and they're like, Trump has no idea what he's doing. Every single one of those retards knows what Trump is doing. This is crippling China and Russia. China can't invade Taiwan if they have no oil. Russia is gonna eventually want to stop this war because they can't get oil and drones and cheap weaponry from Iran, right? So a lot of people don't know this. In fact, it's working. Oil in China just hit $100 a barrel. 60 days ago, it was $60 a barrel. Did something happen 60 days ago? Yes, that was about a week after we captured Maduro. Wow, probably a coincidence. Wow. So all of a sudden, oil is super expensive in China. We cripple notice what's going on here. This is us capturing Maduro. This is us war with Iran. It's almost like these retards are reliant on our adversaries, and we are crippling our major adversary. Where's the Chinese century, bro? The Trump doctrine is working. Of course it's working. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's wild. I know what it means for Taiwan. I do too. It means that China quite literally cannot invade Taiwan. They can't invade Taiwan if they have no oil. If they have no gas for their planes are not going to be doing any invasioning soon. And we like Taiwan. They make our computer chips, and therefore we like them. I love how some people are like, we're America first. I don't care if you liberate Venezuela or Cuba or Iran or whatever. My guy, you're missing something out. It's America first to liberate Cuba and Iran and Venezuela. All right, this is the American first stance. We are crippling our enemies. We're destroying retards. We're saving people. The world, the actual world that used to suffer from oppression actually loves us. And all the libcucks have to watch from the shadows while they're gay and pathetic and taking it from behind. Just in, China orders its largest oil refiners to suspend diesel and gas exports. Wow, terrible day for China. Wow, it's almost like this is working exactly as planned. And of course, Donald Trump says, Trump says oil is beginning to flow from Venezuela. That's it. That is exactly where we're at. A lot of people don't understand it because, in my opinion, they're retarded or delusional. All right, and I think the left is playing this up as like, why are we going to all these wars? These wars are completely useless. They mean nothing. They're lying to you to manipulate you. They are quite literally putting America last in order to push their policy of Trump bad, because that's the whole Democratic Party right now. They're defunding the Department of Homeland Security for some reason, even though there's threats of Iranian sleeper cells in our country. All right, like, you don't understand the level of evil we're playing with. The Democrats that are crying constantly about this stuff quite literally hate our country. Now, the Democrats claim the reason why they don't want to fund the Department of Homeland Security is because they hate Kristi Noem, but that was just proven a lie. So Donald Trump made this tweet just like an hour ago. I am pleased to announce the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security, DHS, effective March 31st, 2026. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to Special Envoy for the Shield of Americans, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. We are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. Serving 10 years in the United States House of Representatives, 3 in the Senate, Mark Wayne has done a tremendous job representing the wonderful people of Oklahoma, where I won all 77 out of 77 counties in 2016, 2020, and 2024. A MAGA warrior, former undefeated congressional MMA fighter, Mark Wayne truly gets along well with the people and knows the wisdom and courage required to advance our America First agenda. As the only Native American in the Senate, Mark Wayne is a fantastic advocate for our incredible tribal communities. Mark Wayne will work tirelessly to keep our borders secure, stop migrant crime, murderers, and other criminals from illegally entering our country, end the scourge of illegal drugs, make America safe again. Mark Wayne will make a spectacular Secretary of Homeland Security. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I just hope Mark Wayne has bigger balls than Kristi Noem and deports the fuck out of millions of these illegals. That's what I have to say. Moving on, I'm not sad to see Kristi Noem go. Just saying, I think this was huge. I would have fired Pam Bondi first, but this needed to happen. I think Kristi Noem did a good job in regards to sealing the border, but she's not nearly ruthless enough to actually deport all these illegals, and they need to go, every single one of them, all of them. They came into our country legally, they have to go. But I think it's a really good sign that Trump actually decided to fire somebody if they weren't doing enough, and I think that's awesome, and I hope Mark Wayne could actually get the fuck up and kick these people out, no matter how much the media decides to slander him. Now, finally, the Democrats got what they wanted, right? That's exactly what they were asking for. They just said, fire Kristi Noem, just fire her, and we'll fund DHS. They lied. They lied like they breathe.
The president has fired Kristi Noem. Good riddance. But the problems at this agency, ICE, transcend any one person. The rot is deep. The president has to end the violence and rein in ICE.
I don't even know what this means. Literally more people are killed by trans people than by ICE agents, and that's an objective fact.
What would you need to confirm Senator Mullen to this position? Do you need assurances
This
on
is a problem of policy, not personnel. The rot is deep.
Oh, really? Rot deep, policy, not personnel, and once again, they're refusing to fund DHS. It's unbelievable that this keeps happening. They're literal enemies of America. Like, this is the enemy within. So, Democrats' top demand the whole time Kristi Noem be replaced. They got their wish, and now they're reneging, and they do nothing in good faith. They still refuse to reopen DHS. It's insane stuff. It really is. They hate America that badly. So anyway, this is just a little bit of an analysis on what's actually going on in the geopolitical conflict.
They're in a panic, Jesse. I mean, look, anytime you have these kinds of military operations that are taking place, they have ripple effects. These ripples are actually tidal waves in China.
Oh, yeah.
Think about it. Over the last 58 days, between what happened in Venezuela and what started happening in Iran, China has lost two of its most important allies in the developing world. They were big energy suppliers, about 20 to 25% of their energy, but China was able to buy that energy on the cheap because they were sanctioned companies. They were paying $15 a barrel less
Not anymore.
than anybody else was.
Not
and by the way,
anymore.
they weren't paying in U.S. dollars. They were paying in the Chinese currency, and that has been a long-term objective of...
But I was told Trump didn't actually know what he was doing by reliable sources, like... I don't even fucking know who. The guy on the Democrats.
China to move away from a dollar-based economy.
Yes, a child-killing, child-castrating Democrat told me Trump doesn't actually understand real life. Wow, a guy that thinks that there's multiple genders, more than two, told me that Trump actually doesn't understand the reality of the world.
That is all gone, but it's having effects that we don't even fully appreciate, Jesse. Look at the AI race. You think, what does this have to do with AI? Well, two of the biggest AI contractors in China are Huawei and ZTE. These are big telecom infrastructure companies. They're vital to China's AI capabilities. They both have huge contracts in Venezuela and Iran for which they are now not going to be paid.
Oh my!
And
I can't
we're talking
believe
about
this.
tens of billions of dollars in contracts of revenue that they were expecting to get that they weren't getting. They were doing a lot of AI testing in these countries. So the ramifications are enormous.
You mean to tell me that this was actually 5D chess and Trump literally crippled all of our enemies on a global scale, cementing us as a world superpower that's kind of uncontested or something? Wow, I was told that Trump didn't actually know what he was doing by Pocahontas.
Donald Trump has really shifted the equation with China within a matter of less than 2 months.
Yeah. And we're testing our AI in real time under extremely dangerous conditions. So we're getting even more intelligence than they would ever get tinkering around on a computer. The fact that now we control anything that ships out of that strait, so much oil flows out of that strait to the whole world. The fact that we now control it, what does that do to China?
It now means we have a chokehold on the strait. Look, assume that China wanted to move on Taiwan, right? There's a military response.
Oh, yeah, here we
but
go.
But now we have a massive energy response, which
That's
is
right.
We simply don't
We could just cuck China entirely.
Allow any tankers to ship oil from the Persian Gulf through the...
Dude, we own all of the Gulfs. We own all of the ports. All right? We own the world. It's ours now, unfortunately. Planet America, that's what we're renaming it. The United Continents of Trump.
Strait of Hormuz. We can do it.
Yeah.
It might have been a little bit dicey had we not taken out the Iranians.
Yeah.
That's roughly half of their oil. 40 to 50% of their oil is now suddenly not available to them. So those are enormous methodologies. And look at what happens in terms of military technology, Jesse. China provided their most advanced air defense capabilities to Iran. We completely destroyed them. They didn't shoot down one American or Israeli plane. This is reminiscent of 1982 when the Israelis flying F-15s went up against the Syrians flying MiGs, and the Israelis beat them 81 aircraft to 0. What happened after that? They couldn't give the MiGs away. So China now has the problem that their military technology is not recognized as being up to par to the United States.
That's right.
It's going to have huge implications with a whole host of other countries.
Yeah, again, they're not even going to want to start a war. This is what Trump meant, by the way. Every time they ask him about Putin and Ukraine, he said, never would have started if I was president. He's right. Because no one would be stupid enough to start a war when Trump is president. Because this motherfucker's crazy. See, China's not going to invade Taiwan while Trump is president. No way. He could literally cut off their entire energy infrastructure. He could destroy, obliterate them. Dude, the Israeli Air Force, and that's a country the size of New Jersey, all right, is more powerful than the Chinese Air Force. That's crazy.
So they lose a bunch of customers and they lose face. Now that the United States, if this mission is successful, now we have no idea how this is going to play out. We're praying it works out. If it's successful, what kind of position does that put the United States of America with Venezuela and now Iran more in our orbit?
Well, it means that a lot of countries in the developing world that might have been flirting with China don't want to flirt with them anymore.
That's right. Why would you want to make a deal with China, a country completely and utterly cucked that could be turned off at any moment? Like, the entire balance of power shifted. People were talking about this like it's the Chinese century. Trump was able to, in 2 seconds, all right, a couple of little dictators, a couple of El Presidentes later, and China quite literally has nothing.
Because they realize that, China can sign all the quote-unquote strategic partnerships.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter, right? Like, they signed all these strategic partnerships with Iran. It's not helping them at all, bro. They're losing ayatollahs fast.
But they're not going to do anything about it if their allies get in trouble. I mean, all China's done is send some scolding messages. They haven't done a single thing to stand up for their allies. Second of all, they understand that this administration is the partner that they want to be in business with, not Beijing.
Yeah, obviously. World-class humiliation tour for China. It's insane. Now, again, I bring this to your attention once again. This was Elizabeth Warren after coming out of a classified meeting.
I just left a classified briefing on Iran, and here's what I can say. It is so much worse than you thought.
It's literally fear-mongering and risking the American people for the sake of campaigning.
You are right.
And by the way, for the record, I think that this is leaking intelligence, right? If it's true that it's such a nightmare and it's bad, then she is basically leaking to our adversaries that we don't know what we're doing in war, all right? I don't believe that for a second. I think we actually know what we're doing incredibly well. But she is telling our adversaries that we don't know what we're doing. And if this is true, then this is treason.
To be worried. Trump administration has no plan.
Wow, seems like the plan was fucking good, dude.
In Iran. This illegal war is...
No plan in Iran. We just took out all of their leaders.
Based on lies, and it was launched without any imminent threat to our nation.
Good. That's when we should launch wars. We should launch wars before the threat is imminent. That way we can obliterate them before we actually take too many losses. Based.
Donald Trump still hasn't given a single clear reason for this war, and
it's unbelievable. Like, these people are actually retarded.
He seems to have no plan for how to end it either. Like a lot of you, I am really angry. I am angry at what Donald Trump is doing, and I feel grief for those.
How dare Trump liberate the Iranian people and also neutralize one of our major threats and also cuck China entirely? How dare he make America great again?
Is already killed in this unnecessary conflict.
Yeah, but obviously she doesn't care about the 35,000 plus Iranians massacred by the Iranian regime before that.
And I will keep doing everything I can to fight to end this war.
Yeah, so, and she will continue to fight to make America worse. We understand. Now, the reality is our allies are kind of falling apart over all this. Because, again, this is the liberal order of retards and cucks, all right? Like, even England, right, which is supposed to be one of our closest allies, this is just from like an hour ago, Marco Rubio says we have stopped sharing much of the intelligence with the British government because we no longer find them trustworthy. Good call. They're going to be, I mean, look, I don't want to be controversial here or anything because I'm sure that people aren't going to like what I have to say. But the United Kingdom might be the first Muslim majority country that's an actual nuclear threat to the United States. Like, we're memeing about it, but we're memeing about it. But that's a scary potential reality if England doesn't get their shit together. I mean, this is what they're doing now. England just released this campaign ad today.
I just got all my devices taken away by the police. My mum couldn't believe it. I might get a criminal record and not be able to go to college. I only shared a link. I just thought it was funny. But it was terrorist content. And that is not a game. It's real life.
Yeah. So, quite literally, they're trying to scare 13-year-olds from sharing memes because they might be committing acts of terrorism and going to jail for it. All right, this is the level of cucked we are. Did you know that 98% of terrorist attacks in the United Kingdom over the last 5 years was Islamic terrorism? Of course, they show a white kid as the terrorist in the ad. It's like, it's unbelievable stuff, honestly. So, really, are these our allies? These absolute cucks? Get out of here with, miss me with this shit. Dude, this just dropped right now. This is insane. I can't believe they just posted this now.
What's your message to Americans who think that bombing of Iran was in some way sort of intended to distract Americans from the Epstein files?
Well, listen, I think we're seeing this pattern, right? Trump has impulsively went in on Venezuela. He impulsively went in on Iran. There was no
strategies at all. Brilliant geopolitical collapse of every single one of our adversaries. No plan. It's just happened. It's just all working out for Trump, I guess. I guess God, not only did he help Trump dodge a bullet, but he's also making all of Trump's complete impulsive decisions end up working out on a global scale. Wow, God's really looking out for us, I guess.
No exit and no end game for either of these situations. It led to
really? Because it seems like Venezuela is literally playing ball with us every step of the way right now.
Increased global instability.
Global instability. What the fuck does that mean? Those are complete nothing burger words. What does that mean? Global instability. What's less stable now that we took out terrorists and dictators? Explain it to me. Like, bro, they just say there's a violation of sovereignty and global instability.
Everywhere he goes, and every time he's done that, it has been consistent with a spike or a revelation in what is happening with the Epstein files.
My God, these people are retarded. And also, AOC, oh my God, this is a perfect opportunity. Yeah, it's so over. AOC just today voted no on the release of sexual conduct of people in Congress. What skeletons are in her closet? And she releases this massive tweet explaining how it's actually a bad thing to do this, and she voted against it. Quite literally, fuck yourself. All right, no one's buying this shtick. You're just using all of these things as some sort of campaign against Trump. That's literally it. These people hate America.
I don't think that coincidence is something to dismiss off the cuff. I think that he...
By the way, there is nothing in the Epstein files that implicates Trump so far. I'm just saying.
Feels existentially tied to it. And I actually think that it is one reason that he must be removed from office. Because if the Epstein files has such a hold on President Trump and this administration...
She is literally inventing a headcanon right now. Like, every single step of the way. It's like, we need to remove Trump from office because Trump went to war, and it's not even the war that's bad, but the war happened while the Epstein files aren't out, and that means that he cares about the Epstein files, and just because he cares about the Epstein files means we have to remove him from office. Says the girl who voted no to releasing the sexual misconduct information from people in Congress. Again, they're all performative retards, every single one of them.
Start by putting a hard-boiled egg in a square mold and press. Then put it into hot water to hold the shape, because after 900 seconds, you will have a block. Then, melt a bar of chocolate and pour it into a spray gun. Make sure to coat the egg evenly from all the sides. After it hardens, give it gentle taps with a spoon just to crack it. Then put it inside a fine filter cloth and submerge into concentrated black tea. Because when it's rinsed in water to remove the layer of chocolate, you will have this nice marble texture. After that, take your new massage needles and place them around the egg. Get all your spiced tea ingredients and put them in the lab flask. Then, fill the tube with water and let everything boil at medium heat. Add soy sauce to the extract and submerge the egg once again in this solution. Then press the rosemary sprigs dry with a straightener. Because the aroma can still be extracted by burning them and letting the smoke fill the glass vacuum dome where our egg is placed. And finally use laser-equipped cutting board to slice the egg at 3/4 of its size.
Son of a bitch.
As I said yesterday, you take bad Trump with good Trump. There's no, like, come on. Like, I'm no sweet summer child. I'm no spring chicken. Everybody's seen a Trump truth or had like a Trump decision that we disagreed with. I'm so sick of the people who are acting like this is our first rodeo. I'm a 3-time Trump voter. We've been with this movement and on this bandwagon for a long time. To sit there and abandon it, to burn your MAGA hats right now, It's just so incredibly cucked. I mean, honestly, it's just incredibly weak. And I'm going to say this, like, because I think there's a lot of people that actually don't have any fight left in them, and it makes me sad because I actually have something that I'm fighting for. I'm fighting to stay out of jail. I don't commit crimes. We have great. I know that I'll be the first guy locked up. One of them, right? When Democrats get back in charge, the DOJ or the IRS, you know what they're going to do. You saw what they did to Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. They put them in jail. We don't have the guts to put Bill and Hillary Clinton in jail. They put them in jail. They didn't even bat an eye. They never apologized for it. They killed hundreds of J6ers. I mean, these people committed suicide because they know they were going to get 20 to life for like sending out a meme. Put a meme maker in jail. Douglas Mackey. They charged him for a meme. Do you realize what these people are going to do? Do you realize the vengeance they're going to visit upon us? And you're going to sit there and not vote for Donald Trump. You're going to sit out the election. Fine, that's your right. I'm not gonna, like. I'm never going to sit there and scold you for like what you're going to like. Because of a policy disagreement, one way or the other, that none of us know about. I mean, honestly, they didn't elect me president. They didn't elect you president. They elected Donald Trump president. In that is implicitly the understanding that we're going to end up trusting the judgment of this team, which I think is exceptional, quite frankly. Marco Rubio is exceptional. Exceptional. Pete Hegseth has been exceptional in rebuilding our military. I really like J.D. Vance. I really have liked the policies there. And please, ALX, put up the immigration. I reposted it this morning. Immigration numbers. You know, America's taken 0 refugees. 0. We banged on all day on Tuesday about Ilhan Omar and the fake refugees. You know, the guy that shot up and killed Texans was a fake refugee from Senegal. He came here just murder. And now the Trump administration has just shut down all refugees. 0. 0. They let in a couple white South Africans. That's the only refugees they've let in. You're talking absolute 0. 0 criminal immigration, 0 refugees in. And now, reporting from this morning from CBS, there has now been an outflow of immigrants, criminal aliens, who've just completely given up because of the rock-solid stonewalling of the administration on immigration policy. Going back to the core of how our immigration policy was originally written. Will you be delivering for our people to the benefit of American happiness, good order, and allegiance to our Constitution? And the answer for the vast majority of the world would be no. You wouldn't actually make America a better, safer, cleaner place, more orderly and Christian place, more desirous place to raise your children. You wouldn't actually secure our children's future. And so these are like very good policies. You have to take the good with the bad. And there have been things that I've publicly very loudly disagreed with President Trump on and the administration. And it just is what it is. That's being like a loving member of the MAGA movement, and you can spark off it without letting that spark burn your MAGA hat down. And so, like, all the doomers, the black pillars, and stuff like that, like, you're just not gonna get it on the show. You're not gonna get like pragmatist, low IQ, smooth brain cheerleading. We've screamed until our voices cracked about the Epstein issue, and we were right. We were right. We were right. We were right the instant they released that memo, sort of like absolving Epstein. We were right. We were the first people to call it out. The first people to call it out. We snapped. We lost our minds. I radicalized Charlie on that. It is what it is. I mean, truly, it is what it is. And you do it out of love, not out of hate, because it's our movement too, you know? And so in these times, it's like just absolutely critical to be able to maintain like both sides. You can hold the side up. To sit there in a two-party system and to say, oh, okay, I'm going to vote Democrat, or I'm just going to like allow the Democrats to win, is insane. What it is a vote for them to politically harass you. They'll go to every single Trump voter. They'll find every Trump voter. You think it's just going to be the J6ers? They'll go after you. Look at what they did to Donald Trump. Look what they did to the people around him. Like to sit this out, to turn on Trump, is to sit there. It is like actually an immorality, I would argue. Not because Trump is some type of messianic figure. He's not. He's a man just like me and you. But because of what the left stands for, which is what we're going to get into today with James Tallarico. Like James Tallarico is the perfect example of what they are going to do when they seize power again. And this is why it's critical to expose these people. So you're frustrated with some war or foreign policy decisions. Me too. And I'm still processing all of it. I don't know all the information. And some of it doesn't seem right. Some of it seems fine. But again, I'm a 3-time Trump voter. I know that this is what I'm voting for. Literally what I'm voting for is the gut instinct here. Okay. What's the alternative exactly? So you don't like a foreign policy decision that we're engaging in like bombing runs, in major military operation, in the Mideast. Okay, there. Okay. So you're going to vote for or vote by proxy by sitting out for the party that literally did the exact same thing in Ukraine and the Mideast, by the way. Like did the exact same thing in Gaza and Ukraine. Like the same thing. It's not exactly like a testament to these decisions. I think these decisions need still to be like played out. But that's how you're going to get back at to voting for like the Ukraine people, like that. The Gaza war people, like that. That's how you're going to get back. Okay. But then think about what else that brings with it. So then you're going to get the transing of the children. You're going to get the storming of the churches by the FBI and spying on Christians. You're going to get the open borders with that. You're going to get the naturalization of 30 million literal criminals that will come here, rig the election system for all time, make Puerto Rico and DC a state, so add 4 more guaranteed Democrat senators, making it impossible for Republicans to ever have control of that chamber, ever. The packing of the Supreme Court, and you're going to get people like Kamala Harris dictating how your children must be educated, your food supply, and your foreign policy. That's how you're going to get back at the system. Like that seems sadomasochistic. You're literally mutilating yourself. You're harming yourself. You're going to get back at them by punching yourself in the nuts. It seems incredibly stupid to me. It seems incredibly stupid. You don't have to agree with everything. Yeah, as you can obviously tell, I've been wrestling with this all the time. Like for a long time. But I continue to come back to the same result, which is, the devil I know kind of thing. Right? Which is like, I haven't and don't agree with 100% of everything Trump does. He's a human being. You don't agree with anything 100% that any other human being does. We're all fallen from grace, serving of extreme and eternal punishment, God's forgiveness. It's us all, frankly. Well, it's perfect.
When we first met these 2 minor league pitchers, we were amazed by their similarities.
We're both 6'4". We're both 6'4". Red hair, the red beard. Bushy, gingy beard. The glasses. Both wear glasses.
Most amazing of all, they even share the same name, Brady Feigl.
Outside of my family, I didn't think there were any Feigls.
After their story first aired on Inside Edition last November, we got a lot of reaction, and almost everyone suspected the same thing. They had to be related, maybe even long-lost twins separated at birth.
The week that it hit TV, my phone blew up. I felt like I had to put it on airplane mode and put it down for 8 hours and then just check it again because all the
notifications and stuff coming in. But now it is. I've had a ton of people. It's the first thing people say when they see me, like, "Oh, you're the one Brady Feigl," or "How's the other one? How was it meeting?" and all that. And you know, it's been fun. I haven't really had anything like that before, and I mean, that comes from y'all too, telling our story. It's awesome, and thank y'all for doing that.
Are we twins? We're about to find out.
We arranged for a DNA test.
All right, I got these two things, and I'm spitting into this.
Yeah, so that's a little tube that I get to spit into, I guess.
You know, there's so many similarities. I gotta say, somewhere way back down the line.
When I was younger, I went to Ellis Island, and we looked up Feigl and said that they came through from Germany through Ellis Island, which I thought was pretty interesting. So I knew I'm majority German, but I'm curious to kind of find out what else.
It'll be cool just to see where I come from more than anything.
Interesting. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just a weird thought of me spitting into a little vial that's pretty much my family history.
All right, we're all sealed up. Time to find out if we're related or not.
I'm gonna put it in the collection bag. We're gonna seal it up, and it's gonna be that.
Now it's time to come together for the results. At first, they were stunned.
It says I'm 53% Germanic Europe.
Stop.
Are
No.
you?
No.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, mine's 53.
If they were actually identical twins, all the rest of their numbers would match exactly.
What about Ireland and Scotland? That goes with the red hair, huh?
I got 2%.
I got 10.
Are you Italian at all?
No Italian.
Oh, I got 4% of that.
Our Brady Feigls find that they're not brothers or even related. So what we seem to have is a very bizarre coincidence of two total strangers who look alike and happen to share the same name and occupation. What are the odds?
We're still brothers in a way, I guess, you know.
And we're always going to be Brady Feigl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
CNN has decided to visit Iran's regime, and I don't think this worked out the way they expected.
We just crossed the border and are now inside of Iran. The Iranian government has granted us a visa to come here and to report
they
from
want
the
you
Islamic
there.
Republic of Iran. We're now trying to make our way to the
Why don't
capital
they want
Tehran
Fox
as fast
News
as
there?
possible. But of course, the distances in this huge country are immense. In total, the Iranians are saying that they can continue this campaign for a very long time. They say that their missile arsenal is still immense. and
Oh, really? So according to them, the regime who invited him in is going to survive for a long time. Is that suspicious to you?
So CNN's back in Iran.
Fairly good progress towards Tehran. It is a very, very long drive, though.
Which is interesting because my texts still haven't been delivered to my family members because there's a regime-imposed internet blackout. But CNN has been able to report from inside the country and has been allowed to send their footage out to a U.S. news network.
So the gas stations, there's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available.
I think one of the reasons there aren't long lines at the gas stations is because, and I'm going out on a limb here, a lot of people are staying inside because the country's getting bombed.
All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things like, for instance, fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, the shelves are probably pretty stocked because most people can't afford groceries right now.
You just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
This is like going on a tour of North Korea. They only show you the good parts, and you're a hostage the entire time. Watch how
Taking a quick break
suspicious the
for
shot
a
is.
coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours.
The
There's a couple of
hostage
things that we've
takers wanted
noticed.
to get coffee.
Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All
Look
the
how
shops
small
are
that
really well
coffee is.
stocked. Coffee obviously also available as well.
This is what a
And right
report
there to
from
the left,
Warzone
left you
looks
need-
like.
And you see another interception round coming up.
Look.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another one coming up from the sea. This is a large-scale attack
That's
that is happening
wild.
right now. I'm going to move this so you can get out here to the balcony, you know. Stay
This
with
is
me
in
here, guys.
Israel.
Get
According
out
to
the center of these
CNN,
buildings to your left, you need.
Israel is more dangerous than Iran right now.
Hand to the left.
Things are better in Iran. If you're in Israel, you might want to move. Look at this.
And so
this is what it's actually
a large
like.
attack again, and you can.
And where are the Iranians shooting their missiles? This is a city. That's where they're shooting their missiles.
Did you see the panic of the people who are getting stopped at armed checkpoints and being threatened?
Yeah.
Did you see the panic of the people who are watching state-controlled television today as the IRGC said if anyone shows any enthusiasm or excitement for what the U.S. and Israel are doing? Or how about the state TV host who threatened an Iranian women's national team and said that they should be punished harshly and considered treasonous because they chose not to sing the national anthem?
Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours.
Ugh, I am so glad you found a good cup of coffee. It is so hard to find quality coffee during wartime. Next time you want some coffee, let me know. I have so many places in LA I could suggest to you. You don't need to drive all the way to Iran. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they have permission to be there. And if you've got permission from a regime to go photograph their world, you are a prisoner the entire time. But here's what's really going on in Iran.
And the IDF says that it's moving to its next phase amid this ongoing conflict with Iran, shifting the focus to eliminating Iran's missile program once and for all as they begin the 15th wave of strikes in Tehran.
And CENTCOM says the U.S. and America's closest ally in the Middle East are weakening Iran's power.
Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders.
Now, today, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is holding security consultations with his cabinet to determine the next steps in phase 2 of this operation. And again, we expect these strikes to expand and continue in the days ahead.
So things are just getting worse for the regime. They're not winning. Surviving for a long time, that's not on the table. And these claims about them having unlimited missiles?
Well, I think the message is pretty clear. Everybody got it, you know, how remarkable, successful this operation truly is. I'm stunned by how much we're able to accomplish pretty much on pace. I mean, I knew full well that at day 3, we wanted to have reduced their retaliation capability by 75% in terms of ballistic missiles, and we hit that mark. And now we're up to, as reported, 86%.
86%.
It's truly remarkable here what we know about the enemy, and because we have such exquisite knowledge about them, that we're able to also to use our combat power and distribute it so effectively.
I feel like we're getting two different sides of the story here. I feel like one side is out there saying the regime's going to be around for another 50 years. And according to what we're hearing from the general here and from all the armed forces and from all the footage and even from Israel, this thing is not going to go on for that much longer.
I just left a classified briefing on Iran, and here's what I can say.
What can you say?
It is so much worse than you thought. You are right to be worried. Trump administration has no plan.
Are you kidding me?
This illegal war is based on lies, and it was launched without any imminent threat to our nation.
No threat.
Donald Trump still hasn't given a single clear reason for this war, and he seems to have no plan for how to end it either. Like a lot of you, I am really angry. I am angry at what Donald Trump is doing, and I will keep doing everything I can to fight to end this.
Look, if you and I were like her and we spent all our time watching the wrong news channels, we might feel the same way. We might think that there's no nuclear weapon, that there's no ballistic missile, that they're not firing off weapons into residential areas right now. We might think all that stuff. But you know what these people are really upset about? Listen to this. Iran's trying to pick a new leader. It's not going well.
The president says he has to be personally involved in picking who gets to run the country. Inside Iran, the runner-up is Khamenei's son. Leader. But Trump says this: they're wasting their time. Khamenei's son is a lightweight. He's unacceptable to me. We want someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran. And according to WikiLeaks, Khamenei's son doesn't have what it takes to lead the nation. Intelligence cables reveal Khamenei Jr., Mossad already has him targeted.
So we've got this unrivaled intelligence. We know what's going on inside the regime. We know everything about it. But for some reason, there are people who want to see them survive. Why is that?
Donald Trump has dragged us into a war the American people do not want. He has put American troops in harm's way.
Oh, so now they care about the troops.
Unequivocally oppose this war of choice, and everyone
should. A war of choice, they're calling it.
And the bottom line, when it comes down to it, is that if we want to stop Donald Trump with this random decision that he has arrived at,
A random decision.
Congress must act, and Congress must act immediately.
So protecting the American people against a regime trying to pursue a nuclear weapon who's already got long-range ballistic missiles, that is a random choice. It's not like this regime is in bed with America's enemies or anything.
So we are seeing widening of the war, and Hezbollah predictably has launched attacks on Israel in support of Iran.
Great.
But really the story of this war is the extraordinary tactical successes from the United States military.
Teaming up with our enemies.
Decapitating Iran's leadership, destroying their ballistic missile inventory and their drones. Those efforts are ongoing. We own the skies. And we've seen an incredible fusion of our intelligence capabilities so we can find and fix these targets and then finish them with precision strikes. Now, where we go from here that we'll all be tracking, the Israelis used to like to say that they would mow the lawn when they had to mount these counterterrorism operations that did not result in eliminating the threat permanently. If we do not arrive at some sort of a permanent solution here, either a change in the regime in Iran or a change in their behavior, then President Trump is right. We would have to look at coming back and doing this again, which is why I think the president wants to induce Iran to make a deal. That's what this has always been about from the very beginning when we deployed our military assets to the region. It's about Iran coming to the table in good faith with no intent to rebuild a nuclear program or have a ballistic missile capability.
Now think to yourself, before you get worried about what kind of deal is going to come out of this, the people that are launching ballistic missiles into residential parts of Israel and residential parts of Saudi Arabia, attacking hotels and airports, these people, can they really be trusted to come to a negotiating table and say that, yes, we will now be on our best behavior in the future, and those missiles we've been firing at innocent people, we're just going to get rid of them and you can trust us? Is that an acceptable deal to people who are smart enough to know that these guys are a threat to begin with? I don't think so.
Threaten the region and beyond.
And just so everybody can see, this is what President Trump said to Reuters. We are going to have to choose that person along with Iran. We're going to have to choose that person. He also had a Truth Social post today saying that unconditional surrender was what is going to be demanded here.
So the deal now is unconditional surrender, and the people who are putting a stop to this regime get to pick the new leader. So there will not be a new regime leader. There will not be a new supreme leader. There will be somebody else and a different form of government on the other end of this.
With Russia, could we please talk about this Washington Post headline? Russia is providing Iran intelligence to target U.S. forces, officials say.
Why would they do that if they're peaceful and this is a war of choice?
It will be very unwelcome news, I imagine, at the Oval Office.
It's old news. The Trump administration is well aware of this, going back to the first Trump administration when the Russian intelligence was providing the Taliban. That's just what they do. That's their currency in return for receiving Iranian drones and having Iranians create these, build these drone factories in Russia.
Which they need for the war in Ukraine. If you want to have peace in Ukraine, you want to help stop Putin, stop letting Iran arm Putin. How about that? It's fascinating because the same people telling us that, oh, Iran, they're just an innocent nation. This is a war of choice. Everything's perfect over there. They got gas stations. They got coffee. There's no bombs. There's no nothing. Everything's fine. They could survive forever. The same people telling us all that are the same people telling us that Trump is abandoning Ukraine and that Trump is a pawn of Putin. Well, Iran helps Russia, helps Putin. So why would you not want to get rid of Iran and stop Putin's ability to wage war?
The Russians provide tactical and strategic intelligence on their main enemy, the United States. Now, it hasn't really had a whole lot of effect. We're doing pretty well in spite of whatever Russian intelligence is making its way to Tehran.
And whatever Chinese
weapons
weapons
there was no early warning intelligence that would have saved Ayatollah Khamenei's life. So I wouldn't put too much stock in the value of this, but it just shows us that this is the axis of dictatorships. Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. That are all working against U.S. national.
That's right. Thank you. They're all working together. You have this regime support network here, which used to include Venezuela and Cuba. They're out of the picture. Iran's the only puppet state left. How do people somehow separate these two? Look, here we have Putin and the regime on the same screen. What do you mean they're not working together? You want to stop these wars of aggression? You want to stop Europe from getting invaded? You want to protect Ukraine? Well, this is how you do it.
So, Dan, you know, that it plays right into this language that we see in a lot of the media's reporting of this story, that this is a very expanding theater. But when I looked this morning, you know, I think in all of these attacks on the Gulf states, which have been a big curiosity point for a lot of people covering this story, and certainly a lot of the analysts.
Yeah, I mean, Iran has launched reportedly 1,000 drones at the UAE, but you're right. The results have been far from devastating, and we are taking the fight to the enemy. That's why we're not going to let up.
By attacking their allies, they've isolated themselves completely. By attacking their allies who had nothing to do with the assault on Iran to begin with, all this regime has done is said, hey, look, we don't plan on surviving this thing. We are going to collapse. We're not going to be around very long to deal with the consequences of all of our neighbors aligning with Israel and the United States against us.
Says he wants to personally be involved in picking Iran's next leader, arguing it can't be someone who will continue the former Ayatollah's hardline policies.
No, it can't
like
be.
His son. He also sent this message to members of the IRGC. Listen.
I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military, and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. Just surrender.
Perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that.
He said, guys, I'll
just
give you
surrender
asylum.
Peacefully.
Don't fight anymore.
Right.
Should we provide more of a procedure how to do it?
Yeah.
Like where to go, how to identify. You know, we're telling people how to get to the State Department. Should we tell them how to get in touch with us?
Of course. I mean, you see CIA all the time advertises literally for agents inside of Iran or inside of China to get in touch with us secretly. We should be doing the same thing for members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or anybody who's ready
They could flee the country. They could leave. They could run away from their mobile ballistic missile launcher. Get out of your vehicles. Get out of your jets. Get out of your mobile ballistic launchers and just flee to another country and seek asylum. That's a quick and easy way to do it. Better yet, drive on whatever road CNN was on where there was no problems and just go back the way they came and you'll be out of there.
You were with the Bush administration. You knew what Iran was up to. You knew the challenge of that nuclear program and the ugly terrorist activities that they were up to.
Terrible, man.
Your thoughts about where this campaign is right now and the need to do it?
I think it's almost
the need
over.
to do it is very, very strong. The Iranians were going to be able to hold hostage the region with ballistic missiles. They had as many as 2,000 to 3,000. By the way, Israel had to do it for their own defense doctrine, their own protection, if you will. So that was a big part of it. And we need to destroy the vestiges of the nuclear program. It was obliterated, but they've worked on new things.
Yeah.
And we need to give, just as the president said, we need to give the people an opportunity to come back out on the streets.
Yeah.
And so that's what the president has given them. And that's why he was wise to offer asylum and ask for them to disarm.
Yeah. So here is Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, yesterday on the role of Iran's leader in this operation.
The president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objective?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran.
What are we supposed to think? That the country's going to be allowed to implode and that a bunch of strong men are going to gather whatever remaining weapons and missiles are left to just retake over the country and bring in a new supreme leader? I mean, what a ridiculous concept. You know there are going to be regime sympathizers inside America and on certain television networks in this country that say, oh, Trump is interfering with democracy. He's going against the will of the people over there. They want to have a new supreme leader. I mean, they loved their last one so much. Oh, Trump, he's so terrible. Give me a break.
Given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly
this
what
was
we're trying to
always the
achieve.
objective.
America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped.
So the president took out 40 of their leaders, 9 more, and then just blew up the panel of experts who was going to pick their next leader. So let's go to the big board and see some of these names that you might recognize and tell me who you think the president might be able to work with, if any. So you got Khomeini's grandson, and you got Hamani's son that the president says unacceptable. What else can you tell us about that panel?
Yeah, it's a group of hardliners, and I'm not so sure that any of them will work with us. I know that the CIA and the Mossad must have detailed profiles on each. But look, the son of this late supreme leader is another, the new boss, same as the old boss, very tough guy. And most of these are hardcore regime clerics. And so I think we're going to have trouble working with any of them.
Mike, how when the insurgency happened in Iraq, it originally was the Baathists, Saddam Hussein's loyalists, and then what happened after? What did Iran do in those years after with the insurgency?
The other problem you have to understand here is that when you have a regime that's in charge of a country like Iran for 50 years, there are going to be systems that are set up in that country to run the roads, to run the police, to take care of everything, all the infrastructure, everything. And you're going to have hardcore loyalists that are part of the actual infrastructure in the country. You need a new leader and you need time to redo the support systems of that country so that it can function. Now, luckily, we've seen mass uprisings from the people of Iran. And this is where the idea of this being a smooth, peaceful process, as smooth as can be, given everything that's happened recently, comes into play because you have massive numbers of people. These are people who work in government. These are people who work at schools. These are people who run businesses. They all want to see change. So the leadership of this country, it really is a group of people at the top, a small regime oligarchy here that have their beliefs and have their pyramid of control that sits on top of the rest of the country and subjugates it in some manner. So the real question is going to be, once there is a new leader, once there is a new government, what's going to happen underneath all that? Are there really enough people to take the place of all of these people that have been in power and run this place effectively for the people? Or is there going to be like a stealth regime, a stealth resistance effort that exists after the fact and tries to destabilize things? That's a big question, but I think the answer is pretty simple. It looks like the United States military and Israel's military are trying to answer that question for us. They are not going to leave this regime with the infrastructure to take back power. But what do you think is going to happen here? Do you think CNN's right? Is the regime going to be around for another 50 years? Let me know. I'll see you soon.
Imagine trying to solve racism with a chocolate bar. In 2019, Cadbury Chocolate created a new chocolate bar called the Unity Bar, a single chocolate bar which contains 4 types of chocolate: white, milk, dark, and blended chocolate, with each piece representing people of different skin tones, all coming together in one bar. The Unity Bar was released in India for Independence Day, with a simple goal to celebrate unity across all cultures, religions, and backgrounds. Some loved the idea, but it was highly criticized for being out of touch. People argued that trying to solve hundreds of years of colorism and discrimination with a chocolate bar was ridiculous. So after facing all this backlash online, the Unity Bar quietly disappeared from all stores.
Look at this kuffar. Everybody's on Ramadan.
I know, I actually feel bad for eating.
And this guy's,
I'm going to have to put this away, ain't I?
This guy's stuffing his face.
No, you should not be feeling bad for eating. What do you mean? You're not a Muslim. This Egyptian man decided to visit Iran during Ramadan, and to his surprise, they don't care about this holiday. They don't care about the fasting. Let's see how he responded.
Imagine, I'll go to the fridge in the staff room to put my water in there for tonight, and I've never seen so much food in there in my life.
Warte mal. Hören Sie doch mal bitte auf jetzt!
Let me translate his actions. If I can't eat, nobody can eat. How are you doing, everyone? Ramadan Kareem. As you may all know, this is the month of Ramadan where you're supposed to fast as a Muslim from morning until evening. Now, some Muslims don't like seeing Christians eating during their holiday. Well, why should those Christians care? It's their country. They're not practicing your religion. Let's have a look.
Look at this kuffar. Everybody's on Ramadan.
I know, I actually feel bad for eating.
And this
I'm going to have to put this away, ain't I?
This guy's stuffing his face.
No, you should not be feeling bad for eating. What do you mean? You're not a Muslim. Eat, do whatever you want. What do you mean?
This guy he just sat here stuffing his face.
Stop being weak and stand your ground. This isn't your holiday. Keep eating as much and as long as you want. What is this? Why are you allowing this to happen? This doctor here is keeping Ramadan, and apparently he doesn't like the fact that the person next to him who's not Muslim is eating. So let's have a look at the video. He whispered, only Jews eat on Ramadan, despite the fact that he's saying it in a Christian country, and this guy doesn't look Jewish to me. But of course, the Jews, it's their fault with everything.
تكون حلو في ناس ما يظنش فهمت والله لا ما اقدر احكي عادي وجه ايش معك هذيك ها؟ اوكي
Oh, Muslims. You leave your Muslim country. You go to Germany, you go to the UK, you go to France, you go to a Western country, and then you guilt the people living in those countries who are not following your religion to respect you and respect your holiday. You're in a public area. You're riding a train. We don't have to respect you whatsoever. Just like I'm not expecting anybody to respect me as a Jew if I'm in a Christian country or a Muslim country. Give me a break. Now, this next video is posted by this guy saying, this man is Muslim and not happy that I didn't submit to Islam and selling halal. Okay, let's have a look. This guy is probably planning to write an incredibly negative review, probably saying Muslims do not come to this place. This guy isn't selling halal, and therefore it should be shamed. You're not in your country. When will you get this? They don't have to respect you in your country, just like you don't have to respect them in your country. It's that simple. I'm so sick and tired of this behavior. The restaurant owner later posted this, who appears to be a Sikh, by the way. Proudly, we don't sell halal. Beautiful. Now take a look at this video right here, where this Muslim guy right here is so annoyed that somebody put the pork in the halal section in a Christian supermarket with a halal section respecting you. Let's take a look.
Why do I feel like someone's done this on purpose? Just look at this. So this is the halal section, and then we've got British pork just sitting there. Why do I actually feel like someone's put that there on purpose?
But even if somebody did this on purpose, you as a halal eater should probably take a look at the box, read it before you eat anything, unlike Sneeko, who just likes to eat anything and everything he sees. So it's your duty as a Muslim to do so. Stop acting like a victim. This Egyptian man decided to visit Iran during Ramadan, and to his surprise, they don't care about this holiday. They don't care about the fasting. Let's see how he responded.
وصلنا يا جدعان إيران في نهار رمضان. وصلت إيران مخصوص عشان أشوف الأجواء الرمضانية. رمضان في إيران عامل إزاي؟ إحنا كده في النهار بتاع رمضان، والله ده بجد. والناس هنا واقفة وبيشربوا سجاير إزاي؟ أنا مش فاهم. تعالوا النهارده أحكي لكم لما وصلت بداية من الطيارة والكرش الشك اللي جالي لما وصلت. أول ما ركبنا الطيارة طبعا الأذان أذن. أنا الوحيد اللي باكل الطيارة. خلونا نفتكر إن بالناس بقى هم بيصوموا رمضان ولا محدش بياكل غير رمضان، بيخلوا صيامهم.
لقيت يافطة بتقول ممنوع الأكل والناس قاعدة بتاكل في الجنينة. سيبك أصلا من اليافطة، احنا في رمضان، ولكن طهران أوبن وبعض الناس بتوجه رسالة بتقول للحكومة إنها مش دولة إسلامية، إنها تفطر.
Of course, the people in Iran are not going to keep Ramadan or respect any Islamic laws and rules if they have been oppressed by the Iranian government, by this Muslim oppressive dictatorship. Why? What makes you think they want to follow this religion? What makes you think they want to follow Ramadan and abide by Ramadan? Most of the people in Iran don't even follow Islam. They converted to Christianity, or they're atheists, or they're Zoroastrian. Why should they respect a religion that doesn't respect them? Now, this next video was taken in Bristol Cathedral. Bristol's one and only cathedral is taken over to celebrate Ramadan. There are 30 or so mosques and Islamic centers in this small city of Bristol, but it was essential the Church of England permits this for the Muslim community. Now ask yourself, why you never see Christians taking over mosques anywhere? Fair point. Of course, we all know why it's done that way. It's done to show dominance. It's done to show that they can also pray in your churches. You know, despite the fact they have a bunch of mosques, they need to pray in your churches. Your Christmas markets need to be ruined. Your Christian preachers need to be lectured and called the police on. It's all a show of dominance. It is what it is. Get used to it. Now, this Muslim right here is in his workplace and is complaining about what? About the fact that other workers who are not Muslim and do not celebrate Ramadan bring food to the workplace. Let's have a look.
Imagine, I'll go to the fridge in the staff room to put my water in there for tonight. And I've never seen so much food in there in my life. But also, what the hell is that, man? How? Why?
That is a Christian workplace, which clearly they're not racist because they're hiring you, and they're allowed to do whatever the hell they want, such as bringing food, which is a pretty natural thing to do, such as not celebrating Ramadan because they're Christian. Stop acting like the victim. Now, this video is coming to us from Germany, where the person you'll see is an Afghan Muslim man who is trying to Islamify the supermarket because he keeps Ramadan and he wants the supermarket to be Ramadan approved. Let's have a look.
Nicht machen. Hören Sie bitte, lassen Sie mal. Hallo. Das war von meinem Kind. Es ist okay, es ist okay. Es ist alles gut, es ist okay. Es ist wirklich alles gut.
Let me translate his actions. If I can't eat, nobody can eat.
Hören, nicht. Hören Sie bitte auf. Das bringt doch nichts. Hören Sie doch bitte auf. Bleiben Sie doch ruhig. Warum machen Sie das denn? Ich habe schon gedacht, bis die Polizei kommt. Alles gut. Gehen Sie. Verlassen Sie jetzt einfach die Verpflichtung. Warte mal. Hören Sie doch mal bitte auf jetzt. Ich denke, Sie glauben an Gott. Hören Sie auf, hören Sie auf, hören Sie auf. Lieber nicht, hören Sie auf.
Islam, the religion of tolerance, the religion of acceptance. I thought there's no compulsion in religion, yet it seems like you're trying to force Ramadan and Islam onto this German Christian supermarket. Make it make sense. And that's exactly your proof, once again, why Islam doesn't align with the West. They don't let you eat on Ramadan, despite the fact you're a Christian or Sikh or Jewish. What is this behavior? It is not acceptable whatsoever, and it's time we fight back. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
If you'd like to watch more of my stuff, please check out my channel down below. If you like what you see, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit that notification button so you can be notified every time I upload new content. If you'd like to support me and the channel financially, you can do that using Buy Me Coffee or Patreon down in the links below. Also, we now have a Discord that you can join down in the link below. And now you can become a YouTube member and enjoy specific YouTube perks. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Anyway, we got to talk about everyone's favorite state, Minnesota, okay? Because right now, Tim Walz is getting obliterated. But first, Ilhan Omar had a few things to say.
When I was in college, I took a terrorism class.
Right, so graduated with a degree in terrorism. We have Ilhan Omar, representative of retard Minnesota. I'm sorry if you're a Minnesotan. It must suck. But I have to show you what's been going on. This all happened today. Everything in this video happened today. Definitely subscribe for the up-to-date shit, because I cover all the shit. All the shit that's up-to-date you have here, and I'm more than happy to help walk you through the retards and literally shit on their faces and down their throats, because they deserve it. Anyway, so before this gigantic fraud thing started, right, this testimony of all this fraud, this $18 billion of fraud in Minnesota started, you have to see what they asked.
Recognize and dismiss Ansari.
Mr. Chairman, it's outrageous that this is what we're choosing to spend our time on the Oversight Committee. At the first one...
Fraud? It's outrageous. What's fraud? Fraud's outrageous to talk about?
Fraud?
At the first one, yes, fraud, because let's talk about fraud.
It's outrageous to be discussing this at this time. We should be handling much more important things. And the guy's like, discussing fraud? Like $18 billion of fraud that just disappeared? Well, yes, now that you mention it. I can't believe these people are real. I can't believe they're real. Like, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, bro. You know when you're a kid and your dad tells you when you break something that you have to work really hard in order to pay your dad back or something, and you're all crying about it, you don't get it, and your dad says to you, hey, son, you don't understand what hard work is really like. You haven't worked a day in your life, all right? You got everything for free, all right? And you're a kid and you're bitching and whining. You don't really get it. I feel like that's the left. Because it's this unbelievable party of freeloaders and parasites, all right? The people that they're importing to the country illegally, they didn't earn their keep. People that didn't earn their job, quite literally. They didn't earn the income that they make. They're on welfare. They're on government benefits and social bullshit. All right, they want free houses and free this and free that and communist garbage. They quite literally do not understand the value of a hard day's work. So for them, discussing fraud is insane. It just means someone beat the system. And so you have to understand, this is communist bullshit that's rising up again, and it needs to be squashed. So I have to show you a couple of Tim Walz clips. Like, dude, this guy aged 20 years in the last 6 months. It's insane. I have to show you this guy getting eviscerated.
Do you know who Victoria Eileen Harwell is?
I do not believe I do.
What about American Mafalda Tyer?
I don't believe I do.
There. These are Minnesota women who were brutally killed by illegal aliens in your state.
The thing that doesn't happen.
You don't know who they are, so I would also assume that you did not attend their vigils or speak out to their families when they were brutally killed by illegal aliens.
I'm not familiar with both of these, no, Congresswoman.
No, just the hard-hitting CNN ones.
Complete and utter straight facts. Yeah, that's right. He'll go and talk about Renee Good, a retarded Karen lesbian that committed suicide by cop, or Alex Preddy, a retarded, fired, disgraced, violent, criminal, domestic terrorist nurse that committed suicide by cop. Those people he'll talk about endlessly, but not the real victims of this pandemic of inviting infinite illegals into our country. He didn't even know their names. Like, this is, she's completely right here. Like, he only knows about the hard-hitting CNN talking points in order to push this narrative. He doesn't give a shit about these people dying. None of that matters to these people. It's unbelievable. The mask is so off. Dude, watch him just get humiliated again and again and again. This dude has no defense for anything.
What is a woman? Did you learn that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congressman.
Do you know what
I'm not here to be your prop for your obsession.
So no, he has nothing to say, because again, it's the left. The left is the party of misunderstanding reality, and it's hilarious to see it happen again and again and again. It's just this repetition of just not understanding the words that you're saying. The words that you're saying are just so confusing to me. Woman, what even is that? Did you know trans people should get abortions too?
You can't define what a woman is. You certainly can't define what fraud is. Can't even define one.
Now, I saw a lot of people saying that this is like a non sequitur. It's not a real point. It is a good point, and I'll explain to you why. Why should I ever take the word of someone that thinks there's infinite gender seriously? Like, quite literally, the discussion ends there. If you think that there's more than two genders, you're obviously retarded, and your opinion should not mean anything to me ever. Like, this is something super important and pretty primal and basic All right, if you failed that basic test, your opinion doesn't matter. It's like not knowing 1 + 1, and I'm supposed to listen to your theories on sociology and how different ethnic groups should be imported into our country and how it'll make a cohesive, multicultural utopia. Quite literally, your opinions on anything more complex than 1 + 1 is irrelevant. That if you failed that, like where are we going? Right? And I think it's actually a really good point. These people need to be humiliated at every possible turn. All right, I think these people need to be absolutely and utterly humiliated in public as much as possible. Genesis chapter 2, male and female he made them. All right, listen, man. If you haven't passed chapter 2 of Genesis, I don't even know what we're doing here.
What a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2017, Governor?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Congresswoman.
Did you prepare for this hearing today? Did you do any preparation
I take
for this hearing
Congress
today?
seriously.
And you've seen the
get ready for this.
Numbers about autism fraud in Minnesota. So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready?
Get ready. This is beautiful.
How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Oh, he doesn't know because he was not the governor. Remember that response.
Okay. Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
Oh, and he was the governor in 2024, so now he really doesn't have an excuse.
I don't have the number in front of me.
Excuse me?
As
Were you governor in 2024?
I was, but I'm not the
Okay,
head
so
of
your
HHS.
excuse before that you didn't know what 2017 autism numbers were because you were not governor, and today you can't answer the numbers about 2024
oh my God.
as governor.
Shooting him like fish in a barrel. Oh my God, bro's getting smoked.
And you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million.
Sounds like fraud happened if you ask me. Yeah, so for some reason, it jumped 343 times the amount of autism happened. What happened between now and then? I mean, you imported people with an average IQ of 67 and also potentially fraud, question mark? All right, but again, are we really going to trust a guy who doesn't know that the difference between a man and a woman on fraud? So anyway, dude, this guy's going to jail. All right, I don't think people realize, but this is going to be landing Tim Walz in jail.
The payments are restarted. Why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments?
Oh, this is absolute cinema. Why didn't you tell the truth? That's how he starts.
Well, Chairman, we did tell you.
Oh,
and Feeding Our Future
did
grew
you?
because of the pandemic. And
I didn't ask that question. I said, why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments? The payments stopped because there were concerns, obviously.
Right,
It wouldn't
fraud.
Stop the payments.
Lots of fraud. We know that.
Then they're restarted a month later. What was the reason for restarting the payments?
my understanding was the agency believed that the court had required them to make those payments.
And that was false, wasn't it? You repeated
think
that.
Yeah, you lied.
You said that, didn't you? You said that's
don't
why
think-
the reason you said the reason you restarted is because the court ordered you to do so. Is that right?
I don't believe that is settled yet, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, I think it is.
Yeah.
Because the court did something.
Get
that
ready.
I just don't. I don't know if I've ever seen it. They issued a statement saying you were wrong in what you were saying.
Oh. Court was like, he lied.
This is from the court. It says,
Oh,
Feeding Our
my.
Future versus Minnesota Department of Education correcting reports and statements by Governor Tim Walz concerning orders issued by the court.
Oh, that must suck.
Here's what the judge says. Governor Tim
Awkward,
Walz told the
awkward.
media that the Minnesota Department of
You could tell and pinpoint the exact moment this man's heart was ripped in half.
Education attempted in payments to FOF because of possible fraud, but that Judge Guthman ordered payments to continue in April 2021. Next sentence. That is false.
Oh.
So you said something that wasn't true. He
Oh,
states this. Judge Guthman, the
shit.
court says this. Judge Guthman never ordered the Department of Education to resume payments to Feeding Our Future in April 2021 or at any other time.
What are you going to say about that, bald retard?
So I want to know, why didn't you tell the truth?
Yeah, why'd you lie, sir?
Congressman, the attorneys at the Department of Education interpreted that differently. Both of those judges are no longer on the bench.
Irrelevant.
And
Let
I
me
think
just
that
read the
interpretation.
very first sentence. The first 7 words. This is not some unnamed source talking to the New York Times. This is not some anonymous source talking to whatever.
They're
Minnesota
eating this
Star
man.
Tribune or whatever your paper is. This is the court speaking. First sentence, first 7 words. Due to inaccurate statements by the governor, Ramsey County District Court judge has issued and authorized this following news release. That's pretty straightforward. So the court's lying?
Well, either he's lying or the court's lying.
I can't tell you, Congressman, but the interpretation...
You can't tell me! The court's saying you're lying, so if you weren't lying, then that means that the court is lying. Is that what you're saying?
Somebody's lying, because you can't say the court ordered you to restart the payments.
Look at this fucking rat squirm. All these retards, all these fraudsters and bullshitters, they all gotta go.
And then the court says we didn't order you to restart the payments. So either you're lying
cleaning
or the
house.
court's lying. And I'm just asking you, which one is it?
I just simply know what the attorneys at the agency believed, that it was a misinterpretation. And I would know...
They wanted this guy to be the vice president under Kamala.
That those
Could it
payments...
be you were trying to hide behind the court?
Were you lying, sir? Yes. Now, why were you lying, sir?
Governor, could that maybe be the reason why you issued the statements you did and why the court had to do something you never see done before? They issue a press statement saying you're wrong. The governor is wrong. His statement is, their words, not mine, false. Could that be the reason?
That was not the interpretation of the attorneys. And you know how court work. You can appeal those, Congressman, as you want.
Oh, it's just a classic oopsie poopsie. When the court said I was lying, they probably worded it weird.
It's all about politics, Governor.
No, it's about taking care of our people.
Oh, yeah. Taking care of my people, my asshole.
3 million, the behavioral
right.
program went from 3.
It's about taking care of my people. Anyway, I don't know about all these instances of illegal aliens murdering my people. I don't know any about that. I don't know about any of the fraud. I didn't know about any of this shit. I just care about the people. Dude, this guy's been getting shredded by everyone.
Was your office notified of these fraud allegations?
Not me specifically, that they're handled internally in the investigation. It happens every day.
Who was notified, Governor Walz?
The agencies do their work, the commissioners, and then if someone in my office was notified, they let me know. As governor, I make, 50 decisions a day. I said I did this job for 12 years. I make more decisions in a day.
Governor Walz.
So someone was maybe notified, but the agencies are the ones that take the action.
May I ask the next question? We have it under sworn testimony in the Oversight Committee that your former chief of staff was notified directly by these various commissioners about the fraud in Minnesota.
That could be correct.
So are you saying that your chief of staff didn't notify you?
I'm saying I don't recall whether...
He's coming up with this whole excuse. Maybe someone else knew. Maybe it never got to me. It's like, all right, we have it written. Sworn testimony. It got to your chief of staff. Okay, so now what happened?
He did at that time or not, but we took action. So I'm assuming when we put our budgets together based on that, we put a package together for...
Bro is lying. Oh my God, it's unbelievable. He lies like he breathes, this guy.
That legislative session.
Oh my God, the dude's having the worst day of his life, for real. Not even exaggerating. And this guy keeps getting shredded constantly. Shredded. All right, get ready for this. All right, look at him trying not to be racist when he talks about Somali fraud.
How many people have been indicted in your state right now? Do you know, Governor?
I don't have those numbers with me.
You don't?
Dude had nothing. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
98 people been indicted. You happen to know how many are Somali American?
I don't. We don't investigate or prosecute people based on ethnicity, religion.
Neither do I. We shouldn't do that. But Mr. Megan is a Somali American who just said that the core one of the concerns was this is a core voting block. And I just want to know if you know how many of the 98 people who have been indicted in your state are Somali.
I don't. Their ethnicity is not my concern.
85% of the people indicted were Somali American.
Wow.
Key voting block, and I think that's what drove this whole thing.
I agree. Of course it is. Obviously. Import a community of pirates and give them infinite power, and then suddenly this keeps happening? Dude, watch him. Every single question they ask him, he just completely crumbles.
And, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you know this, but it's been widely reported that in 2008, when Barack Obama was choosing his vice presidential candidate, he had 3 criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody that wasn't as smart as him and had less talent and charisma and couldn't possibly outshine him. So he picked Joe Biden. And then Joe Biden in 2020 used the exact same criteria. He wanted to make sure he picked somebody who wasn't as smart as him, had less talent and charisma, and wouldn't outshine him. And he picked Kamala Harris.
All right, okay. Yeah,
and then in 2024, Governor, I think it's very evident why Kamala Harris picked you.
I can't believe this is happening in Congress, dude.
The talent pool, Mr. Chairman.
You fucking killed him.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, the talent pool isn't just shallow,
Oh
brother.
my God, look at this. It's the whole Democratic Party. It's a clown show. They're not just some clowns. They're the entire circus. Look at them. Look at their top people. They were saying Jasmine Crockett was going to run for president. She lost her primary. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, this is an actual clown show with Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, a guy who just started a program to release pedophiles from prison if they've been there for too long. Too long is like 10 years or some shit. Like, dog, are you serious? Like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
We have hit the shore, and I yield back.
Gentlemen. Bro literally took his time just to insult him. That's insane. The dedication is diabolical. Right, dude, it keeps getting worse, bro. It keeps getting worse. This dude gets annihilated every time.
Do you think it's racist or Islamophobic to highlight and try to stop fraud?
It is not, and I certainly
It's not, but that was the message your administration was sending to multiple whistleblowers.
I can't speak to that.
You can't speak to that. You don't want to speak to that, I think.
Killed him. It's over. Bro, pack it up. Go home. Pack it up. Go home. It's time to go. It's time to leave.
You have failed the people of Minnesota to provide free health care to illegal aliens. You signed the Higher Education Omnibus Bill into law in May of 2023. That bill allows illegals to have their college tuition paid for by the state.
Wow.
You signed the
In other words, our taxes, all right? Whenever he says the state pays for it, it means our tax dollars pay for it. So we pay taxes. That taxes goes to illegal aliens going to college. But I was told that they're a net positive on the country. They're not. They're not a net positive on the country. Dude, this is my favorite thing ever. It's like, it's the argument I hear from like leftoid debater retards. I think I heard Destiny say this also. It's like, did you know that this illegal alien came into the country and he raped someone? And the response is like, well, actually, did you know that he raised the GDP of the country? And it's like, wait, what? So it makes the country borderline unlivable, okay? But at least the GDP is higher? Are you like, what are we doing?
Driver's License for All Act into law in March of 2023, and that bill allows illegals to receive driver's licenses. So, you claim you're not a sanctuary state. You just provide free health care, free college, and driver's licenses to illegal aliens. One reason you're here testifying before us today is because you refuse to cooperate with ICE. While states like Florida and Virginia empower their law enforcement to detain and remove criminal illegal aliens, you, sir, have done just the opposite. Your Attorney General is directing law enforcement to ignore ICE immigration detainers. Do you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Well, Congressman, it's good to see you again, and thank you for being here. First, I would say as my job as governor of Minnesota is to make Minnesota the best state in the nation.
Do you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Answer the question.
Congressman, what I would say on this is that Minnesota follows all law. I
Sir,
would say
it's a very easy question. And
the
again,
we follow all law here. Pay no attention to the $18 billion of fraud.
If you claim you're not a sanctuary state, you just claim that you support policies. You're not a sanctuary state, but you support policies that prevent ICE from doing their job.
Congressman,
isn't that right?
That is incorrect, Congressman. We follow the same laws when you were in the Minnesota House. The law has not changed.
If you'll allow me, I've got limited time. Well, that's what you tweeted, by the way, sir. And on May 23rd, 2018, you tweeted, quote, "I support policies that keep law enforcement from enforcing federal laws," close quote. On May 17th, just this spring, at the University of Minnesota Law School's commencement ceremony, you said, quote, "Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets." When you said the words modern-day Gestapo, you were referring to ICE agents. Gestapo, by the way, sir, was the official secret police of Hitler's Nazi Germany. So you're calling ICE agents modern-day Nazis. Given the attacks on ICE agents that took place in Los Angeles over the weekend, don't you...
This dude is having the worst day of his life.
...regard your dangerous, inflammatory rhetoric as a problem?
The questions, do you want me to answer first?
So, sir, it saddens me that you refuse to express regret from comparing ICE to Nazis. Dude. ICE agents are brave Americans who get up every morning.
Yeah, you got the idea. Bro's getting shredded on every single possible angle. It's the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. This is the Attorney General of the area of Minnesota, and dude, they're just killing them.
At any point during your tenure, did you tell state agencies to stop payments due to credible fraud allegations? Yes or no?
Sir, we prosecuted over 300 people in the Medicaid fraud
that doesn't answer the question.
Area.
300. I would predict as a drop in the bucket. But you've never said to stop payments. That's what
it's one of the highest rates in the country, sir.
Well, you
is dude flexing the fact that he has more fraud in his state than other states?
Have one of the highest fraud rates in the country.
Bro, it's so over. It's so over. Come back next time. Okay, come back next time. All right, breaking news. This is a very American name. Abindajib Yusuf pled guilty to operating a fraudulent $6 million autism center scheme in Minnesota. So this just happened.
Also today, a guilty plea in federal court connected to a multi-million-dollar autism fraud scheme in Minnesota. The defendant accused of paying kickbacks to recruit children, fake diagnoses, and bilking the Medicaid system.
Wow.
It is a case Lou Raguse first broke in September. He joins us with details from the newsroom. Lou?
Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Infinite fraud. It doesn't stop. They're doing it everywhere. This is Zoran
What we are rolling
Mamdani.
out today is for parents of 2-year-olds in the neighborhoods that we have listed. It covers the neighborhoods that I've said, as well as parts of other neighborhoods that are covered within the school districts the chancellor said. All that is required is that parents live within that school district, no matter the amount of money they make, the occupation they have, their immigration status.
In other words,
so long as they
illegals.
live there, they can apply.
In other words, illegals. In other words, he's giving free childcare to illegals. In other words, he is literally stealing our money because we are paying taxes. He's taking our tax dollars. He's giving them to illegals that came into our country illegally. They should not be here, but they are here, giving it to them for their children to go to school or whatever the fuck. Not relevant, not my business. Literally cry about it. You have to get deported. These people have to get shut down. This is fraud. In my opinion, this is straight up, utter, and blatant fraud. The idea that they could take my tax dollars and give it to people that invade our country illegally, in my opinion, it's more than fraud. It's borderline treason. This shit is insane and needs to get shut down immediately. This shouldn't be a leftist position. This should be illegal. Like, blatantly, it is actually blatantly and openly illegal. All right? It shouldn't be looked at. It shouldn't be regarded as the leftist stance. The leftist stance of stealing your taxpayer dollars and giving it to illegal invaders. That should not be a perspective at all. I don't think there should even be debate over deporting illegal aliens. The actual debate should be, how do we denaturalize a lot of the actual citizens that should have never been citizens because they lied on their immigration paperwork or because they're threats to America. All right? I think that's where the discussion needs to be. Whether we're deporting illegal aliens or not, that cannot be up for debate. They broke in illegally. They gots to go. There is no other option. So that's my stance. That's my opinion. Thank you for being here. I'll have you know, my position is a moderate position. Okay? It is a moderate position to say that, yeah, countries have borders, you can't break in illegally. And no, you should not be taking my money that I work for and give it to people that break into our country illegally. That is a moderate freaking position. The radical position is saying we should open our borders to illegal aliens, rapists, to steal our wealth and our women. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed. I'm anti-rape. Nuxanor. Unlike the Democrats, the pro-rape party, I am anti-rape. So if you are anti-rape, definitely subscribe. If you're pro-rape, you should probably go watch Hassan Piker. I hear that he did some things in a brothel in Germany with a 15-year-old, but hey, that's just a very credible allegation made by a lot of people, I've heard.
It's a good job that I record and film everything. Without the footage from this video, somebody would have been accused of a crime they didn't commit, and somebody else would have got away scot-free. This is a job that I'm doing for a friend of my dad's, Gary. Gary was a plasterer, but unfortunately he's not in the best of health. So when jobs come in, Gary passes them on to me, and I always feel obliged to go and do them. This video was supposed to be a video of us doing a good deed. So I'm going to show you this video, and you're also going to see the footage of the crime that led to an arrest.
I'm on here. It's going to go that way.
Oh, I see. So
these are the LED lights, road lighting.
So that's going to go up. So that's going there, and then that's going to be.
That'll be like that.
With LEDs in that light. The problem we've got, Gary has set this up for us. Gary's only this big, so when we stand on there, we're like this because the ceiling's right there. So, do you want to drop it all down to this one? It is what it is. This is like a bit of a family tie because Gary's dad actually taught my dad to plaster. So without Gary's dad teaching my dad, it probably wouldn't have filtered down to me. So it's a bit like a woven in sort of situation. Now, Gary's not too good.
But my lungs are short.
So he's asked me if I can come and help him do the big areas. He wants us to do this ceiling in here and this big back wall in here. So we've been deciding who's doing what.
Why don't you show me how big and strong you are?
I'll just hide in the background, make it look like you've done everything.
This is Lee. Lee just so happens to be one of my best mates. He also just so happens to be one of the most sarcastic people you could ever wish to meet. It sounds good to me. I've been trying to make Lee do the awkward bits and I'll do the easy bits so I look good on camera, you know. So it started out as a fairly straightforward job. It's all been prepared for us, all the joints have been taped up and filled out. All that's left to do is for us to skim these two big ceilings and that big back wall. This isn't necessarily how we would usually work, but on this job we are just hired men.
No, if I'm in your video, do I get to answer the trolls?
Yeah, you get to talk to the trolls if you want, mate. You don't have to be as diplomatic as me then, Lee.
I know, yeah, I wouldn't be. If I knew I was skimming with you, I'd have brought a scoop. But you surprised me.
Me and Lee used to work together on the building sites. We used to work for firms like Redrow and Persimmon Homes. As of 2008, I started doing domestic work, but Lee continues to this day to still work on building sites. It's funny how life goes. You don't see each other for ages and ages, so doing little jobs like this is more of an opportunity for us to catch up and have a laugh.
So are you coming on Wednesday anyway for the meal?
Yes, we are, mate, yeah. 100%.
I'll be glad to get down onto the bottom.
Where's these little rocks coming from?
I'm going to use an angle tool on this picture.
It's warming up now, isn't it? I don't know if it's actually warming up or actually it's just me just starting to sweat.
I think it's a bit of both, because I am.
Nicky phoned me and said, don't be going to the pub. And it was actually her that planted the seed. So I thought, I'll just nip in and have a quick one and then that's it. A dust buster.
What's he doing with these sills? Are they getting done or? Are they being silled?
I don't know what he's skimmed 2 of them, so I just do patches on YouTube these days. That's all I do. I'll pass this down then. Ready? Yeah. I'll get it right down. I'll load it right down, so just you have a look.
Go on, I've got it. Got it? Yeah.
Just leave it there.
Easier coming through these, can
4 bags, is it?
3 3/4 or something, wasn't it?
I don't think this will quite get the whole wall on, so yeah, probably 2 bags, I reckons. Bloody hell. Feels like the Crystal Maze. Do you hear any more?
That should do, wasn't it?
Right, that's it. And this way. So, come here, mate. Come here, go over there. That's it now. The first coat's on. So, it's a mix-up again, the second coat. Whilst Lee does that, I'm going to nip to the cafe and go and get us bacon butties.
We need another bag up as well.
No sweat. Is there just one up there?
There's one, yeah. And a little bit.
Give it a sec. One and a little bit.
Beautiful.
We're going to mix up on top of that? Yeah. I'll put us a water bucket up.
We won't need the full 2 bags, will we?
No.
I'll put 2 buckets of water in. We'll mix that.
That'll do.
Okay. And I made 2 salad wraps from the lovely.
All right, sure. I've had nothing to eat yet.
That's what I was telling you.
She's ready. On your marks, get set.
Nice when it's
Nice and relaxed now, Lee.
relaxes. It's multi as well. We've got ages. Got hours. I put 4 half times in.
So we're both used to working with board finish, which comes in green and white bags. It sets slightly faster than multi-finish, so we feel like we've got plenty of time.
And poppadoms.
Oh.
Chutney.
Mixed kebab starters. Mixed kebab starter. I could just have an onion bhaji starter, mixed kebab starter, and chicken chat starter, and that'll do. I don't even want the main, just have them. He's purposely talking about food because he knows I'm hungry. I'm doing like the little dance here. I'm trying to make sure that I don't put my foot down the hole here before down the scaffolding.
I don't suppose you can be political on your little YouTube channel, can you, Kurt?
Oh, yeah?
You can.
Yeah, they love it.
Or 50% of them do.
Yeah. It's funny, I'll say things on YouTube or Facebook, and then they all come out the woodwork. Stick to plastering. Oh, I'm very sorry. So for us, this was just a normal day on the trowel, and at this point, we were still quite oblivious to what was about to happen. That's the second coat of plaster on, so we've got a little bit of time now. We've got 10 minutes breathing space before we need to start flattening the plaster off.
You have no flattening.
I'm having one, yeah. Do you want one?
No, that's a pizza.
I don't fancy the pizza. I'm having one of these.
So
though.
nice.
Do you want one of these?
You're
Do you
like
want a pot
a
noodle,
ninja.
Lee? I found the jackpot if you want one. Okay, mate. Maisie's filming as well.
Yeah.
Do you want one or not?
No, I'm good.
Do you want one, Maisie? Nice, hearty, nutritious lunch. Just chemical soup. My carnivore diet has just gone a little bit out the window just for a little while because I've been in the Isle of Man and was drinking gallons of Guinness. But now, the next day or two, I'll be back on track again. At this point, everything was going well. The video was going well. The job was going well. We were laughing and joking. We even had time to put a little advert in the video, which you're about to see. Little did we know, things were about to change. It's shown straight away, look. The minute I have carbs, the bloatedness just comes straight back. Okay, whilst that's going for 10 minutes, what do you think of this? On the internet, there is literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of different apps that you can download on your phone. There's apps for this, apps for that. There's an app for everything. Now, all these apps need testing, and testers get paid for testing them. Now, the thing is, where do you find these testers? There's a company called Test It Up, and what they do is they've got their own little app as well, which you download, and you become a tester for them. So what happens is, when someone launches a new app, you get to test it. You basically play little games, all different things like this, and then once you've completed it, you fill in a little survey, and Test It Up pay you. Now, it's a quick registration. You sign up today, you can start testing straight away, and by this time tomorrow, you can be paid up to 80 quid for your input. So, there's no point waiting. Click on the link in the description, click on the link in the pinned comment, or scan the QR code on the screen. You can start testing apps now and making money today. Pot noodle finished. It's time to start troweling up. It's probably gone off this. We've just been sat around yapping and not checking this, whether it's ready or not. We then remembered we were working with multi-finish, so we've basically got forever before it sets. I started cross-troweling. This is troweling the opposite way to what we put it on, and this ensures that the ceiling's nice and flat.
Good morning, owns the pub.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a nice fellow, actually, like. Look at this little guy. I never squash these. Whenever you find them, I always just gently send them out the way so they don't get splattered in the plaster. Go on. There you go. Now you're going to see in a second that I use two cameras when we're filming. One for filming what we're doing and the other one gets B-roll footage. Just like this sort of thing. Now it's that second camera that saved the day.
What'd you say, Dad?
Now this bit's important. This is camera 2. This is just set up on a tripod. And that's it. We're not going to over polish it because the painters don't like it. But that's done. We're finished. We're going to go for something to eat. Now we moved camera 2. We put it at the other end of the scaffolding just to catch me polishing the rest of the ceiling. Here. And unfortunately, we forgot to turn it off whilst we went for lunch. Now watch this. Look at the doorway. He's picked up a DeWalt battery. That's an impact driver that belongs to the joiner he's just picked up. And there's my multi-tool. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how fast you can lose your tools. Now, we didn't even realise anything had gone missing. It was only later on it became apparent. It was only by chance that we had left that camera recording. If we hadn't have done, we probably would have got the blame for pinching the joiner's tools. Using this video, coupled with the CCTV footage from a business over the road, the police were able to get a much clearer image and identify the person. The tools were recovered and the person was arrested. I suppose the lesson to take away from this is don't leave tools lying around and don't leave doors unlocked.
Operation Epic Fury.
Some breaking news. A nuclear-capable doomsday missile just screamed across the California night sky at 23 times the speed of sound. The Minuteman III, America's land-based nuclear backbone, launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base while war rages in Iran, and Russia's own doomsday plane touched down in Tehran just 30 days ago. This is not a drill, folks. This is President Trump's America sending an unmistakable message to every enemy watching. But here's what the mainstream media won't tell you. While we're flexing our nuclear muscle abroad, there is a critical vulnerability right here at home that could bring our entire defense apparatus to its knees. So don't go anywhere, but let me be crystal clear about what's at stake for you and your family. The Minuteman III missile that just launched carries warheads 20 times more powerful than the bomb that ended World War II. President Trump understands that in a world where Iran is destabilizing the entire Middle East, where Russia is parking command aircraft in hostile capitals, where China is watching every move we make, strength is our only language that our enemies understand. The test wasn't scheduled yesterday. It was actually planned years ago. But the timing? Divine providence. Your children's safety, your grandchildren's future, the very survival of American liberty depends on our nuclear deterrent remaining credible and operational. But here is the problem that should keep every patriot up at night. Our nuclear submarines, our warheads, our entire strategic arsenal, it runs on uranium. And guess what? We import almost every single pound of it from foreign nations. And some of them aren't exactly our friends. If our supply lines get cut during a conflict, we're not just talking about energy shortages, we're talking about a military that cannot defend this nation. And that brings me to something every American needs to understand right now, because we are tracking a developing story out of Washington, one the legacy media does not want you to see. As Iran destabilizes the Middle East, the federal government just made a move that could reshape America's security posture. And here's the truth. Our nuclear subs, our warheads, our next-gen power grid, all of it depends on uranium. We import almost every single pound of it. This is not about energy independence. This is about survival, because a nation that can't power its own military does not remain free for long. That's why smart Americans are looking at domestic uranium production. Atomic Minerals, trading as ATMMF in the United States and ATOM in Canada, is positioning itself right here on American soil. When national security becomes the priority, companies securing domestic uranium supply become strategic assets. Make sure you review the full briefing that has been prepared just for you below. Now let me show you why this story is even bigger than you think. Now here's what hit my desk, and it changes everything. Russia's Doomsday plane, their version of our E-4B Night Watch, didn't just take a joyride. It landed in Tehran on February 16th. Now let that sink in. Putin's nuclear command aircraft is coordinating with the Iranian regime while American forces are engaged in the region. This is the kind of geopolitical chess move the establishment media buries on page 17. But President Trump sees it, our military sees it, and now you see it too. And the tweets coming across right now, they paint a picture of globalists desperately want hidden. Let's take a look at what we've got here. U.S. military testing Doomsday missile capability, capable of nuclear warheads 20 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. The United States has test launched a Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile known as the Doomsday Missile from California. New York Post, the breaking news about the nuclear capability test sets the stage, but let's get confirmation. Here it is. Times Now reporting on the missile launch.
Breaking update that we are getting right now, and the latest update we are seeing is coming in from the United States of America. As the war continues, U.S. has tested nuclear-capable Doomsday missile. This is the latest update that we are getting for you. Air Force Global Strike Command has launched the unarmed Minuteman III ICBM from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, equipped with 2 test re-entry vehicles. Now, this is as per a statement that has been issued by U.S. Space Force. This is the latest update that we are getting for you right now. Let me straight away go across to my colleague Srinjoy Chaudhary. Okay, he'll be joining us in just a few moments from now. But this is the big news that we are breaking for you at this point in time. United States of America has tested a Doomsday nuclear missile. Now, you know, this is as per a statement that has been put out by U.S. Space Force. They have said in this particular statement that the Air Force Global Strike Command launched the unarmed Minuteman III ICBM from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California.
And joining us on the broadcast right now are my guests. We have retired Lieutenant General.
So, official confirmation from U.S. Space Force, but there's more context about the timing that is crucial. Insider paper reports U.S. testing the Doomsday missile off the California coast as the Iran war rages. It's capable of carrying nuclear warheads 20 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base. And we have some imagery here. The timing detail about Iran is key. It's not happening in a vacuum, and the technical specs make it even more significant. Indian Defense Times also confirming the launch of the unarmed nuclear-capable Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile from Vandenberg Space Force Base to validate the reliability, readiness, and performance of its land-based nuclear deterrent. Missile test success of the Minuteman III. Now, official military perspective is coming in as well on the test, but notice how they're framing this as routine. We'll dig a little bit deeper. The United States carried out the test flight of the LGM-30G Minuteman III nuclear-capable intercontinental ballistic missile late on the evening of March 3rd in a routine assessment of its strategic arsenal.
Strike Command Airmen conducted an operational test launch of an unarmed Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile from Vandenberg Space Force Base, California, March 3rd, to demonstrate the readiness of the U.S. nuclear forces and provide confidence in the lethality and effectiveness of the nation's nuclear deterrent. This launch, designated GT-255, was scheduled years ago and is not in response to world events. It is a key component of a data-driven program that has been in place for decades, involving over 300 similar tests designed to validate the performance of the weapon system. The data collected from these routine tests is essential for ongoing and future force development. Today's test launch used a randomly selected intercontinental ballistic missile pulled from Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota. The missile was transported more than 1,300 miles and reassembled at Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. The ICBM was equipped with multiple targetable re-entry vehicles and traveled approximately 4,200 miles at a speed of more than 15,000 miles per hour to a test range near the Kwajalein Atoll in the Marshall Islands.
Wow.
The ICBM Test and Evaluation Program helps validate the reliability of the nuclear umbrella our allies and partners rely on, eliminating the need to obtain their own nuclear weapons to counter potential adversaries. The 56-year-old Minuteman III is based in Colorado, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, and Wyoming, and will be replaced by the LGM-35A Sentinel. Reporting from Vandenberg Space Force Base, I'm Senior.
So that is official confirmation. Sounds like that was from an official DoD report. The routine narrative does continue, but here's what's breaking about America's nuclear posture that changes everything. For 50 years, you haven't seen us, but we've been there. Air Force Global Strike Command has confirmed it is prepared to re-equip the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile fleet with multiple warheads if directed by the United States government. Another official video right there from the Department of War. While America talks about routine tests, there's a chilling reminder about the broader doomsday infrastructure most people don't even know about. The doomsday plane, what do we really know about it?
You know, there's one airplane that can take off and instantly make the whole world nervous. It's called the E-4B Night Watch, nicknamed the Doomsday Plane. It's the U.S. government's backup plan for the worst day imaginable, a flying Pentagon built for the end of the world. Only 4 exist. Each cost $200 million, and just keeping it airborne costs $160,000 an hour. Every flight is basically the world's most expensive insurance policy. It can stay in the air for over 35 hours, and with mid-air refueling, theoretically, it never has to land. But here's the wild part. It's built to survive a nuclear blast. EMP still works. Missile lock, it can jam and counter it. Inside, there's a seat for the president, a full command center, and the system to launch America's nuclear response all from the sky. On September 11th, 2001, it really took off. No one knew where it was going, but cameras caught it flying over New York. Ever since, every time the E-4B appears, the same question spreads across the world. Is something happening? Some call it the last refuge. Others call it a flying escape pod for power. So what do you think? Is it protecting the world or preparing to leave it behind? Comment E-4B below if you dare to fly on the Doomsday Plane.
The Doomsday Plane, recently spotted in Los Angeles. We actually reported on it. But speaking of Doomsday Planes, we're about to see why this U.S. missile test might be connected to something much bigger. Russia's own Doomsday Plane has been spotted on the tarmac in Tehran as fears of global nuclear war are rising. Some of the video from that moment. So the Russian Doomsday Plane spotted, but where it's been spotted will blow your mind. Look at this. The Doomsday Plane, the Russia Tu-214PU, an airborne command post for crises, including nuclear scenarios, was reported landing in Tehran on February 16th, 2026, signaling deeper Russia-Iran military ties amid Middle East tensions. Multiple news sources confirm the event is real. The video matches descriptions of the aircraft. Doesn't mean imminent war, but highlights the geopolitical signaling. And of course, that was about 30 days ago. Now, here is what this really means. This is what the deep state doesn't want you to understand. President Trump inherited a world on fire and a military that was hollowed out by years of weakness. Now he's rebuilding American strength from the ground up. This Minuteman III test, designated GT-255, wasn't just about validating a weapon system. It was about sending a message that echoes from Moscow to Beijing to Tehran that America is back, America is armed, and America will not be pushed around. And the E-4B Night Watch, our own Doomsday Plane, exists because we prepare for the unthinkable so it never happens. That's called peace through strength. And under President Trump, it's not just a slogan, it's a policy. Now, Patriots, this is the moment that we have been waiting for, a president who understands that weakness invites aggression and strength preserves peace. So share this video with everybody you know, because the mainstream media will never show them the full picture. And drop a comment below and tell me, do you support President Trump's commitment to rebuilding our nuclear deterrent? Yes or no? I want to hear from you. If you want to wear your patriotism on your sleeve, literally, check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. We've got gear that lets the world know exactly where you stand. And make sure you hit the subscribe button, ring the notification bell, because the establishment is terrified of an informed America. They want you distracted. They want you ignorant, but not on our watch. I'm Gary Franchi. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
All hail Marcus Rubius, first of his name. But before we go anywhere, we have to understand that Cuba was promised to us 3,000 years ago, okay? It's in our hemisphere, which means basically it's our land, it's our turf. That's an El Presidente that we will be taking. It's a communist regime. And you have to understand, we have so many of our violent immigrants coming in from Cuba because did you know that 18% of Cuba left? 18% under the current regime. They just abandoned ship. Yeah, we don't need to deal with that anymore, actually. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh my God, Trump is doing so poorly. He's starting beef and wars with all these other people. You have to understand something. People like justice. Real men actually like this shit. All right, we don't like being absolutely cucked and neutered by this liberal order where actually international law dictates that you're not allowed to liberate an entire people from an oppressive communist dictator. Actually, according to international law, we needed to get a lot of really old fucking boomers to get together and argue and ponder over whether maybe perhaps we should stop terrorists from killing us. All right, well, people are tired of that shit. All right, we tried it. We tried it your way, the old boomer cuck way. We're tired of it. All right, we want to go crusade, okay? And that's what we're going to do. So you want to know the craziest part? Oh, and this is going to shatter your heart. The people love it.
Republicans love Donald Trump more than any president's own party supporters loved him at this particular point. Just take a look here. Okay, own party supporters, 21st century presidents, own party approval about at this point in the second term. Bush was at 77%. Obama was at 77%. Look at this. 86% of Republicans approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing at this point.
That's right. Look, I would love if we deported infinite more retards, and we probably will. I mean, we recently just fired Kristi Noem. Finally, thank you, Donald. Oh my God, holy crap! I'm glad you put a man in the position to actually hopefully start strapping illegal aliens to trebuchets and launching them into Cuba or wherever the fuck we're going to be putting. I don't really care. I don't really care. They're here illegally. They were offered to leave. They didn't want to leave. Now we pick a Mexico and we ship them there. And I know people are going to say that I don't have empathy. No, they don't have empathy. I have empathy for our country getting raped by illegal aliens. All right, you don't have empathy. Okay, I don't care where they go. They just can't be here. And if they refuse to leave themselves, then we're going to put them wherever we want. That's my stance. Now, you probably think that that's rude. My opinion is, fuck yourself. I don't care what your opinion of my opinion is. All right? Quite literally. As it said in Game of Thrones, the blue retard does not concern himself with the opinions of the sheep. Your ethics suck, my guy. Yeah, the child castration party is going to explain to me why it's unethical to deport people that are invading our country in any way we see fit. I don't care. And honestly, so many more people don't care either. In fact, I think that one of the major things that's been holding some people back is the fact that we could just do things, all right? This is going to be the motto of the video, essentially. We could just do things, you know? We could just fucking kill the Ayatollah, all right, before they kill us in Iran. All right, and then we could just kill the guy that they have as a replacement, and then we could kill a council of 88 people planning on a replacement for the Ayatollah, a murderous dictator's regime that was massacring their own people, raping children on an industrial scale, and quite literally planning to kill us. We could just do things. We could just fucking kill them. That's right. Oh, we don't like the fact that Maduro is in Venezuela, and he's fucking shit up, and he's sending us illegal aliens, and he's drug trafficking. We could just capture him. We could just roll in the middle of the night, take him in his pajamas, put him on a plane, and put him in a prison somewhere in the basement of some Brooklyn mental institution. We could do that shit. And Cuba is going to find out really soon that we could do things to them too. Cuba's an outpost for China in our hemisphere, and we don't like that. So therefore, we could just do things. And the reality is, people really like when you just do things. People don't want to see you hemming and hawing and figuring out and twiddling your thumbs. No, people love watching dictators fucking fall apart.
That is higher than either Obama or Bush had within their own party at this point. Trump's magic touch has not seen a war off yet when it comes to the Republican base.
And what kind of approval are we talking about here?
Okay, so we're talking about overall approval here. How about the strongly approved, not just like, but love. Okay, we're going to look at these same presidents again. Strong approval among your own party's base. What you see here is Trump is the only one who gets a majority at this point in
a majority that love him. And that's right, because we wanted to see a guy come in and do things. Now, it's actually happening. The own party approval second term, Trump is actually dominating because he's fucking doing things. Is he doing enough? No. Trebuchets, cannons, right? Stuff them into cannons, launch them somewhere into one of the Mexicos. I don't really care. But I think that's diabolical. You love to see it. Now, in fact, Trump said to Politico People are loving what's happening. Cuba is gonna fall too. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Did old Donald actually say that? That's crazy. And the truth is, he's right. People are loving what's happening. Despite the fact that people on Twitter are really mad about this war with Iran, and, you know, they all get 1 million likes on their tweets because all of Pakistan is fighting they're fighting the 8th flank of the war here, liking fucking tweets that are saying Trump is bad because he killed a pedophile. All right, like this is the most unbelievable thing ever. All right, oh my God, a tweet with a lot of Pakistani likes on it. Holy shit, call off the war. Yeah, anyway, it's not working. The reality is, people actually fully support the idea of toppling terrorist, murderous regimes that quite literally have not only killed tens of thousands of their own people, hundreds of thousands of people in the region, but thousands of Americans. All right, and also literally chanting death to America with the plan to build nukes and ballistic missiles to kill us here in our homeland. My opinion is, yes, those guys need to die. And Donald Trump delivered them to hell directly. One-way trip. Not because we needed boots on the ground, not because we're trying to spread democracy. Nope, actually, we don't care. Those guys, they wanted to kill us, and therefore, we killed them first. That's right, that's it, that's literally it. Obviously, I would love if the Iranian people rise up, create a beautiful liberal democracy or whatever the fuck they want to do. I don't give a shit, all right? I just want them free. I don't want them to suffer. But also, most importantly, they're trying to kill us, they being the Islamic terrorist regime, and we killed them first. Absolute W. We don't need to play these games anymore, all right? We don't need to make believe that that's an immoral thing to do, all right? We have illegal aliens in our country. They're raping our women. They're stealing our welfare. They're making our taxes go up. I don't get them out. What are we doing? Anyway, my stance is very simple, actually. Now, a lot of people thought this was fake, but then they actually caught him on this one.
Cuba's doing very badly. They're failing. Cuba right now is, to put it mildly, a failing nation. And
Cuba, failing nation. He's right, by the way, because Cuba's communist, and communism inherently can never work unless it's funded by an outside source like China.
I've been hearing about Cuba. I said before, since I'm a little boy, I've been hearing about Cuba, and everybody wanted to change. And I can see that happening. Marco Rubio is dealing on it.
Oh yeah, Rubio, Marcus Rubio is first of his name. He's more than happy to topple the Cuba regime.
And at a very high level. And, you know, they have no money, they have no oil, they have no food.
They're a useless bitch nation that is slowly dying. Now, one of the reasons why, a lot of people don't know this, but Venezuela, actually gives Cuba oil and shit, right? Also, Cuba is a military outpost for China. All right, they're an ally of Iran. Iran sends Iranian terrorists to train in Cuba, but also, and this is also important, Cuba is inherently a dead country now. Who's gonna go to fucking Cuba? Run by a communist dictator, Chinese ball gaggler? No one wants to go there. No one wants to give them tourism money even. All right, Cuba's dead. It's a dead country. In fact, they were literally hiring Cuban mercenaries as Maduro's security in Venezuela. Well, there's no one there anymore for, you know, Cuba's military to get gigs in anymore.
And it's really right now a nation in deep trouble, and they want our help.
They want our help. They being the people. Trump, the liberator. El Trumpo. He just goes around, liberates nations. Gets some free oil on the side. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. And my guy, the baldest Jew anyone's ever seen, Stephen Miller, went nuclear over Cuba.
We are not going to cede an inch of territory in this hemisphere to our enemies or our adversaries.
That's right. A lot of people were like, hemisphere, what is all this talk of hemisphere? It's ours. It's ours now. Why? Because we said it is. You didn't get the memo. It's our hemisphere, so therefore it's ours. Sorry. If you don't like it, you could lump it, digest it, and dump it. All right? We don't care. It's ours.
Our national security, our
That's
homeland
right.
security,
That's right.
the safety and well-being of our people.
That's right.
Begins at home, begins in our neighborhood,
Absolutely.
begins in our home region.
That's right.
And for too long, we have allowed foreign enemies, foreign adversaries.
That's right.
And
because some old boomer libtard was like, we can't violate the sovereignty of another nation in our backyard that's raping us. We can't stop their sovereignty. Well, we can actually stop their sovereignty because we could just do things. We could just do things. Oh, what about their sovereignty? Aren't borders imaginary? Isn't ever no one's illegal on stolen land or some shit? I don't give a shit, okay? All right? Well, get out of here, bro. This isn't an illegal invasion. It's an undocumented invasion.
Enemy terrorist organizations.
That's right. We don't need to deal with that.
Territory and spaces in this hemisphere.
Our hemisphere.
They can project power.
Our hemisphere. It's ours.
Project threats.
What are you going to say? What are you going to do? I love how I see some people, like, pop up occasionally. It's like, technically, it's not our hemisphere. We're just a country in this. No. Explain to me how this is not ours and our hemisphere. Tell me how it's not. If we decided to occupy Canada tomorrow, what was anyone going to do about it? Yeah, they'd bitch and cry. I'm sure that Keir Starmer from England would write a strongly worded letter about how Canada was an up-and-coming Islamic community that has been conquered by America or something. But, like, quite literally, what would anyone do about it? Like, I'm just asking the question. So, therefore, if we say it's our hemisphere, and therefore we have the right to kill terrorists that are a threat to us, what is anyone going to do about it? And ultimately, this is where the international law argument completely falls apart. That's right. That's where it falls apart. Because international law can only exist if it can be enforced. And no one can enforce shit on us. You know, because we're the strongest, most powerful nation on the planet. And quite literally, everyone needs us.
And directly threaten the lives of your citizens and our citizens.
Yeah, we don't need to play this
Under
game.
the leadership of President Trump, we are using hard power.
That's
military power.
That's right.
Lethal force.
Dog, I'm paying enough taxes that my military could kill terrorists, okay? I'm just saying. my American blood is fucking pumping. There's nothing more American than killing terrorists, god damn it.
To protect and defend the American homeland. Not a single one of your nations should tolerate the existence of a single square mile of territory under the control of any entity other than the sovereign governments of your country.
That's right. If Cuba is being used as an outpost for China or Iran, then Cuba's going to need to change that shit or we'll change it for them. Well, we don't need to play this game.
That we would have in this hemisphere.
Our hemisphere.
Ours. Under the physical control of foreign terrorist organizations.
Yeah, get out of here, bro.
Paramilitary organizations.
Get out of here.
Completely unacceptable.
Yeah, it's unacceptable.
The
cartels
that operate
because we said so.
In this hemisphere are the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere.
He's right, by the way. All right, now ISIS and Al-Qaeda, they go on like this Islamic supremacy mindset where, you know, they want to kill people for their religion or whatever. And the cartels, they fight for greed largely, but they're just as vicious in many cases, and they're going to be destroyed. That's right. That's why Mexico is going to be falling apart soon. You're going to see. But anyway, we got to start things strong. All right, we got to start things strong in the best way. All right, we got to start with Cuba. Then we'll move to Mexico. One El Presidente per day. And this was insane breaking news that a lot of people kind of was ignoring. Breaking: 2/3 of Cuba hit with electricity blackout. Cause not yet known. Cause not yet known. Yeah, 2/3 of the country got a blackout. All right, what did communists use before candles? Electricity. There it is, baby. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely. It's communism. Communism is the greatest good for all the people. They come together. We get poor. We get corrupt. We have a dictator to make sure that we're all corrupt and poor. We let Iranians rape us in our land, and then America says, not in my hemisphere, and then they capture the El Presidente. That's just how it works. I'm sorry. Now, cause not yet known for this blackout. A lot of people are suspecting certain things. A lot of people are suspecting that maybe the cause is somewhat known by some people for this blackout. Really? 2/3 of the country? Remember, this is after Cuba killed 4 Americans on a boat off their shores, and that wasn't really ever properly explained. Now, Marcus Rubius has been cooking. He has Cuba in his crosshairs.
The reason why things are as bad as they are is because they have an economic model that does not exist, that does not work.
Correct.
It doesn't exist anywhere in the world.
That's right.
It is not functional.
That's true.
And the only way Cuba's going to have a better future is if it has a different economic model.
Well, how is the economic model going to change? I mean, currently they're propped up by China. So how are they going to have a different economic model? Can someone explain to me what would happen in between? Well, I know that Marco Rubio, next week when the U.S. takes Cuba, he is already prepared. He is already prepared to become the next supreme leader of Cuba. I'm telling you, man, it's going to happen. Now, Marcus Rubius has been cooking constantly on Cuba, and this is one of the most telling moments in his career regarding Cuba.
You're just going to move on to a couple of other issues. Your comments that Havana should be concerned about the Maduro operation is fueling speculation that this administration will turn its sights to Cuba next.
Yes, based.
Will you make a public commitment today to rule out U.S. regime change in Cuba?
Every leftist, no, leave the murderous communist dictator controlled by our foreign adversaries alone. No, please make a promise. Commit that you're not going to overthrow a terrorist dictator.
Regime change?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think we would love to see that regime change. We would like to, that doesn't mean that we're going to make a change, but we would love to see it change. There's no doubt about the fact that it would be of great benefit to the United States.
Trump is realizing that the more El Presidentes he captures, the higher his ratings get.
if Cuba was no longer governed by an autocratic regime.
But you know what we mean by regime change. We don't mean I wish someone else were in charge. When we talk about regime change, we're talking about using the power of the United States, usually kinetic power, but often other kinds of coercion. And I'm not even saying that that's always not in our interest. I'm just saying, I'm not asking you whether we would prefer a different kind of government. I'm asking whether you are trying to precipitate the fall of the current regime.
Yeah, but that's statutory. The Helms-Burton Act, the U.S. embargo on Cuba is codified. It was codified in law, and it requires regime change in order for us to lift the embargo.
Okay.
Basically, bro says, I would love to see regime change. Now, a lot of people are crying about regime change and shit, specifically in this regard. But people are forgetting that Donald Trump tweeted this today. Delcy Rodriguez, president of Venezuela, doing a great job working with the U.S. representatives very well. The oil is beginning to flow. The professionalism and dedication between the countries is a very nice thing to see. And, of course, Delcy Rodriguez needs to suck it a little bit from the back if possible. I thank President Donald Trump for the kind willingness of his government to work together on an agenda that strengthens binational cooperation. Of course, for the benefit of the people of the United States of Venezuela. Yeah, so it seems like we spent 88 minutes of our time. All right, we went in there, we captured Maduro and El Presidente, we threw him in a dungeon. All right, we freed the nation. Venezuela's happy. Venezuela love us. Venezuelans have been celebrating Trump in the streets just like the Iranians are celebrating Trump in the streets. Of course, the leftists said this is going to cause some sort of gigantic meltdown. The replacement's going to be even worse. But it seems like the replacement really doesn't want to get Maduro'd. I am noticing that when at fear at being put at gunpoint, suddenly things are cleaning themselves up. It's so wild how that keeps happening. So we cut off China's oil reserves from Venezuela. We have a new ally that's more than happy to give us oil, and they're afraid of getting Maduro'd. So that's a just gigantic W. So when Marco Rubio says, I would love to see regime change, we would love to see regime change. This is just Marco Rubio as the new president of Cuba. This is him getting ready and prepared to get involved. Now, anyway, a lot of people don't know this, but watch the leftoids cry. Do U.S. Americans know that every single year at the General Assembly of the United Nations, the enemy of America, by the way, the United Nations, the entire world votes to condemn our country for the criminal blockade of Cuba. Not just the communists, the global south, the entire world. Actually, that's not true. There is one other country aside from the United States of America that also supports the blockade of Cuba. You know, the other country that actually deals with consistent terrorism from outside of their borders. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how that keeps happening? Wow, it's just us and our greatest ally working together to kill terrorists and shit. I don't know, bro. It's kind of insane how this keeps happening. So, yes, no, actually, good thing that there's an embargo on Cuba. Because Cuba, for those of you that are unaware, Cuba did mass arbitrary detentions and political prisoners. Hundreds to thousands of people imprisoned for political reasons. Wow, sounds like a dictatorship. But no, we got Americans calling Trump fascist. But not that Cuba is fascist. Right, they're torturing, all right, ill treatment, deaths in custody, repression, protests, and dissent, right? People protest, they go to jail. Restrictions of free expression and media. They target the families and do collective punishment. That's right. One person protests against the government, and guess what? Guess what? They put the whole family in prison, in a torture dungeon. Forced labor, other exploitative practices, denial of basic rights. Okay, that's cool. Government restricts access to healthcare, food, and other essentials while denying independent monitoring in prisons and conditions. Wow, that's nice. So, essentially, Cuba is a communist shithole, all right? And we have leftists being like, no, leave Cuba alone, no. This is Marco Rubio departing to Florida coast soon to liberate Cuba. It's happening. A lot of you might not know what's happening, but it is happening very soon.
This is what gold looked like 2,700 years ago. It's called electrum. Before we figured out how to separate elements, gold and silver were often found mixed together in riverbeds. So the first coins ever minted, the Lydian lions, weren't pure gold, they were stamped into this exact alloy. Today you might hear it called green gold. To recreate it, we have to hack the recipe a bit. Standard yellow gold gets some of its warm orange glow from copper, but to make green gold we have to delete some copper, we replace it with some silver and maybe a little bit of zinc. But you have to be careful because you can basically only make this in 18 karat. Why? Because it's a balancing act. At 18 karat, the yellow gold fights the white silver, creating that greenish tension. If you try to cheap out and drop to 14 karat, the silver kind of wins. It stops looking so green, it starts looking like a bit of dirty tin. When you get the ratio right, the result is this pale, ghostly green alloy. It doesn't really look like modern jewelry from a mall, it looks more like something you looted from a tomb.
to a story you'll see only on 17. A Wake Forest man goes to a Raleigh car business to sell his vehicle, but leaves with a skull fracture.
CBS 17's Caitlin Richards is speaking with Chad Shipley about what he says happened.
That's the top of my head. That's a shoe print, we believe. There's a close-up of my eye right afterwards.
Chad Shipley arrived to this We Buy Any Car location off Capitol Boulevard on January 12th to sell his sister's car, which was in his name. His sister waited in the car while Shipley went inside to ask what paperwork was needed.
I was like, I'm not understanding, and about the time he says, do you understand this? And that's when he proceeded to brutally beat me up. Nobody knew this was going on inside this building because the windows are tinted.
Shipley says he finally got his sister's attention outside and she dialed 911. Raleigh police and EMS rushing to the scene, but Shipley says even that didn't turn out how he expected.
They're explaining to me that until they received the video footage of this, that they're charging me.
The initial Raleigh police report shows both Shipley and the worker, identified as Sherman James Jr., both charged with simple assault, but lists the worker's name as the only victim.
There's my lip where it went through my broken teeth. I have my front faceplate is completely fractured, what is considered a skull fracture in medical terms. And I have to have plastic surgery. This is right here where I've been referred to a specialist for surgery.
Shipley says these pages of medical referrals is only the start to his recovery. As for the investigation, Raleigh police have now obtained surveillance footage from We Buy Any Car.
They have retrieved the video and have acknowledged that I was correct and have acknowledged that this changes everything.
CBS 17 has requested the video, but police have yet to release it. We contacted the Raleigh location where the incident happened, and they declined to comment. We also reached out to the We Buy Any Car corporate office, and late this afternoon, they issued this statement saying, quote, "There was an incident at We Buy Any Car in Raleigh involving a customer and one of the branch employees. Hate speech was used towards the employee, and a physical confrontation followed. We Buy Any Car does not condone any type of aggression, nor does it tolerate any form of discrimination or hate speech. We Buy Any Car is fully cooperating with the authorities." Shipley says any allegations of him using hate speech are completely false. In Raleigh, Caitlin Richards, CBS 17 News.